Welcome you all to the regular board meeting, Wednesday, February, of the Paradise Irrigation District Board of Directors, Wednesday, February 17th, 2016 at 6:30 at our special location, the Paradise Performing Arts Center. At this time, I'd like to ask everybody to please either turn your cell phone off or silence it. If you have to take a phone call, please go out into the hallway and do that in respect for others. I'd like to ask you all now to stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Georgianne, can I have a roll call, please?
Director Kellogg? Here. Vice President Doug Flesher?
Here.
President Sepp Carolla?
Here.
Director Larry Duncan?
Here.
Director Ken Hunt?
Here.
Thank you, Georgiana. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of the consent calendar.
I would like to remove two items from the consent calendar, item A and B.
Item A and B.
Well, no, I just want to do item B.
Just item B, I'm sorry.
I got the agenda or the minutes corrected already.
Okay. Is there anybody else that would like anything?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions on item A.
So let's just remove those two. So do I have a motion to approve item C?
I move to approve the item C in the consent calendar.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Let's go back to item number A, the approval of the minutes. Ken said that he's already had his corrections done.
We do have a corrected.
We have a corrected version, exactly, so.
Some vote Squires on there.
Bill, did you say you had something that you needed to get corrected?
On page 3, can't hear me?
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yes, I do have a correction in the minutes. On page 3, I think it's iPad page 6. It's the 1, 2, 3, the fourth paragraph down. I'm going to read it, and then I'll tell you why I asked for it to be brought up. Manager Barber confirmed if the district is going to continue to utilize the ponds in any of the solutions, the ponds would need to be lined. A geotechnical investigation performed to prove the ponds are not leaking into the groundwater. When the wetlands option was brought forward by Director Kellogg some years ago, he thought it could work and brought the proposal forward. Manager Barber added a board-approved $10,000 to hire engineer Ron Kreitz to evaluate a wetlands alternative, and after reviewing the report, did not think it was a viable alternate. The board later approved an additional $25,000 to have the engineering firm ACOM further look at the wetlands alternative, and study also indicated it was not a viable option to the district. Now that last line is not correct. The $25,000 study was largely to confirm the mechanical thing. The engineer involved didn't even know what a constructed wetlands is, and when he gave his report, I had to correct him several times. He talked very little about a wetlands. He simply dismissed them, and he didn't do any research. They have a landscaper in their engineering firm that looks at restoring of wetlands, not of building a constructed wetland. So I don't think the $25,000 we paid that firm should all be credited to the wetlands. Maybe 1,000 or 2, but certainly not 25,000. So I would like the minutes to be corrected.
You're correcting something that was stated. You can't correct something that was stated this way before. It may be not right.
People?
You are correcting something that you don't agree with, but the minutes are correct as to the way it was presented. Now, you may
That's where we disagree, Larry. They're not correct. I've made my point. We don't need to dwell on it anymore.
So do you want to make a motion to correct the minutes, or?
No, I made my point.
So you just merely want to point out that
It'll be
you don't,
in this
you don't
meeting's
agree with,
minutes.
you don't agree with AECom.
No, it isn't AECom. I don't agree that the $25,000 should be all put on to the wetlands, because it wasn't. It was hardly discussed at all.
Well, I know as a member of this board that we approved $25,000 for just a study on the wetlands, and that is what we received. So I don't know what meeting you were at that they came and talked to us about the wetlands, but clearly that is what he came and gave us a report on, and that is why we spent the $25,000. Is there any other member of the board that thinks we did not get a report?
I think Bill is just messing up the facts of it and has no credibility. All you have to do is pull out the remaining.
People, this is a regular board meeting. It's not a time for you to boo
All
and
you
make
have
a
to-
lot of extra noise. Please refrain from that.
The minutes are reflected in the minutes, and there's a recording of every meeting, so it's easy to look up. And if Bill would like to take the effort to do that, then he can bring in facts instead of just his calloused opinion.
So do we have a motion to correct the minutes, or are we letting them stand the way that they are?
No, I'm not make, no motion. I've had my say.
I move we approve the minutes as in
we
our
not-
corrected
I've got
copy.
Did we not have item, we have to go through item B, actually.
I have one more correction, Mr. President,
Okay, on the minutes
On the
or on item B?
on item B, yeah.
Is it A or B?
Well, it's, item A is the minutes,
It's on the minutes?
yeah, it's on the minutes. It's just a minor thing, but it needs to be cleared up for future happenings, and on iPad page 8 and iPad page 9, when we were voting for
Which page is
various
that?
publics, has that been corrected?
Which,
It has you voting in two different places on those.
Right, that's been corrected.
Okay, I didn't see that corrected motion, and I have no other correction.
okay. Then we'll move on to item B on
We
the
might-
consent calendar.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir?
we may want to vote for them independently because one may be approved, one may not.
Okay, we can do that.
Change. I don't know.
Do I have a motion to approve? Did someone make a motion to approve?
I was going to. I move we approve item 2A as the minutes were revised.
I'll second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0.
No,
No?
no, I
I'm
didn't
sorry.
vote.
Okay.
No, for me.
No?
No.
Passes 4-1, Director Kellogg being the no. On item B, Director Hunt, you had something you wanted to address there?
Yes, there's I would like clarification on the expenses for Kids Fishing Day. Are any of those funds out of the PID general funds, or are they all contributed funds?
Those are all donated funds that were donated directly for the, for Kids Fishing Day.
Somewhere later in the agenda, reading one of the staff reports, there's this name that came up, Rocky Raccoon or somebody that's going to be at this Kids Fishing Day. Are we paying that person for an appearance?
No, it's all
Okay.
voluntary.
Then the only other item I had in it is I don't agree that we should be spending so much money on trophy fish. I think we should take the other option to provide more fish for the children to catch and not be so concerned about the adult anglers as the year progresses on. So, and if we're going to spend $9,000 or $300 on fish, the first proposal is 1,545 fish. The second proposal is 2,350. That additional 800 fish, I think, is more geared toward the young angler, and that's what I would like to see approved as opposed to what the committee had recommended. So, just for thought and debate, if you'd like.
Thank you, Director Hunt. In overall poundage, we don't vary too much between the two. Looks like we have 2,350 pounds from Desert Springs Trout Farm versus 20, I'm looking for it
Yeah,
here.
the
Where's
pounds are
total?
about the same, but it's 2,150 fish
2,350.
and 1,545 fish.
I disagree because I remember when I was a kid, I caught a 5-pound fish and I never forgot it. And so I think anything that we can do to make the fish bigger for the kids, I like.
Well, I'll entertain a motion one way or the other. For you guys, it looks like the pounds are the same. I can see that if we did make a motion for the Desert Springs Trout Farm, it looks like in their proposal, it says 2,360 pounds. On the motion, it says 2,350 pounds. I don't think that's a huge thing, but we might want to correct that when someone makes a motion.
I moved, we approve the staff's recommendation for the purchase of the trout.
I second that. I second that.
Okay, and that is for the authorization of purchase of 2,350 pounds of rainbow trout for the annual stocking of Paradise Lake from Desert Springs Trout Farm at the total price of $9,246. By the way, we have bought fish from Desert Springs Trout Farm for the past
Several?
Several years, I think. 3? Yeah, 3 years, and we always get a very quality fish from them. And so we've been very happy with them, and they came in very competitively priced.
I have a comment, Mr. President.
Okay?
A lot of the folks here may not realize it, but we are buying what's called triploid fish, which means they're not able to reproduce. And that's partially because, or entirely because of Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife at this time established that so it does not affect the wild fisheries in different places. One of the things that these fish, I understand, do, they just get bigger and bigger and bigger. And I didn't realize it until I came on the board, but we have at Paradise Lake a real phenomenal fishery and one of the best in Northern California. And these trophy fish that we put in there, it's quite watched. I went last year or the year before, a kid brought in almost a 5-pounder, just almost as long as she was, and she landed it herself. So I think this is a good move, and I
Very
really
nice fish,
appreciate
yes.
the staff making these suggestions.
Thank you, Director Flesher. So it's been moved and seconded. Do we have any more comments? Is there anybody from the public that would like to comment on this? If you would, please step up to the microphone in the center. Please step up to the mic in the center and identify yourself.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Bernard, and I live at 5571 Buford Terrace. And I'd like to ask whether or not these fish also satisfy the fishing needs of the adult public that will be fishing at this lake at later times. And does PID make a revenue from any permits that they may purchase to fish for these trophy fish? And if so, that sounds like a good thing.
It is Kids Fishing Day. We do get donations, if I'm not mistaken, Kevin. All the money that we were looking at here was either through donations, the Save a Can, Buy a Fish. I've got that.
And through just local donations.
And local donations, so.
I'm not talking about Kids Fishing Day. I'm talking about the rest of the year when people go fishing at Paradise Lake.
Well,
Do they buy a permit from PID, or does Fish and Game get the money?
we sell passes, either daily or seasonal.
Okay, so you make money off of it, and the bigger fish you have, the more people you're going to draw to Paradise Lake. That's
Yeah.
just my comment.
Yes.
It's debatable whether we make money on it, but we don't lose money on Kids Fishing Day
Okay.
because of donations. But because security is also involved, we may not make money on the permits during the rest of the year.
Maybe if you publicize the fact in the newspapers that you've got these trophy fish in there,
Yeah.
it might bring in the public.
Thank you, Sue.
You're welcome.
name's Don Martin, and I was just wondering, how many kids usually show up for the fishing day?
We don't normally answer all these questions, but we'll go ahead and round
Well, it
number.
just, that kind of should depend on your
3,000 to
decision.
4,000, I think.
Oh.
No,
Geez.
I was just going to sugarcoat it there for you.
It varies from 300 to 700 depending on the weather and what else is going on in
Yeah.
town and things like
Yeah.
that.
Well, shouldn't that kind of help decide on how many fish?
Thank you.
Bruce Roberts, 469 Circlewood. I heard how much, I don't know how much was donated. I heard that the $9,000 is covered, but I never heard anybody state how much was actually donated by the public toward the fishing day. And are we using 30% of it and keeping the rest? Or are we using 90% of it? I don't know.
It's in our agenda. I can answer your question if you'd like. I'm the chairman of the Lake Committee.
Well, just a question.
Okay, there's.
And how much is spent of the donations, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Kids Fishing Day Planning Committee recommends the trout purchase, which we just were talking about.
Director
now.
Kellogg, I'd ask you to probably get a little closer to your mic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think that,
There's $8,000 available from Save a Can, Buy a Fish Fund. Donations in the fund contributed to Kids Fishing Day are dedicated to purchasing trout for the lake. $2,250 grant from the Butte County Fish and Game Commission to purchase catchables. $10,250 total appropriations to purchase trout and materials for Kids Fishing Day. $1,000 remains in the fund that could be used to purchase additional trout. Smaller catchable trout enhance the probability of the children catching a fish. This year, the amount of catchable sized trout was doubled, and the larger trophy trout enhanced the anglers, the adults, fishing experience throughout the year. This year, fewer trophy trout were purchased. One of the problems was a lot of the people that raised trout were out of business because of the drought. Jim Pastorini and Greg at the lake both searched high and far to get these grants and get these fish. They really did a good job at it. But that's why we have less fish this year. We just said the price had gone up and the amount of people that could provide them had gone down.
thank you, Director Kellogg. Was there anybody else from the public that'd like to speak to this? Not seeing anybody? Oh, I'm sorry.
I just now realized Mr. Kellogg is chairman of the Lake Commission, so that's interesting. I come from the Bay Area when moving here, and the way the water department had it set up, the reservoir where they added fish for fishing and that sort of thing, not everybody could afford boats, and I understand it takes money to make money, but what they did, and it's a viable idea, is to create docks where people can pay for their fishing license for the day and go out on the lake in either electric or pedal boats or rowboats, so that it doesn't have any problem with contaminants getting in the water. Nobody's allowed to swim or get in the water. However, it's a throughout the year. I'm sure with the extreme weathers here, it's a little different, but it is a viable way to collect revenues for the lake in the future and any upgrades or necessary needs for fish and things like that. It's also a good promotion for the lake.
Well, actually outside of the docks, which we are working on when we do boat ramp number 2 at the top, there will be, we offer all that. There are daily passes. You can go anywhere on the shores of the lake. We've opened it up to year-round usage. Kayaking, electric trolling motor is available out there, so.
Yeah, when I went there to visit, I hadn't seen that, so I figured that was an option for revenue increase.
That's where we generate our revenue from the lake.
That's fantastic, okay.
There's some restrictions too, because it is potable water.
Exactly.
It's drinking water.
Absolutely,
So
yes.
certain things can't be on the lake, and the only power boat up there is our rescue boat that the guys have, and they've actually rescued people out on the lake with it. So or they've gotten people out of the way with helicopters when they were trying to pull water out of the lake fighting the fire in 2008. It's used as a multi-purpose lake, but you can't swim in it, and you can't do some other things that have been, the board has talked about recently. So we want to keep the water, sanitation is very important for that lake.
Absolutely, it's drinking water, yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anybody else from the public? I apologize if I can't see you. It's a little darker out there than it is bright lights up here, so if I've started to move on throughout the course of the evening and I haven't seen you stand up or something, please just say, I'm up here, and then I'll hold off. We're going to come back to, not seeing any more comment from the public, I'm going to come back to the board. Is there any more discussion? It's been moved and seconded that we purchase the fish from Desert Springs Trout Farm for the price, the total price, and we're going to maybe make a correction to 2,360 pounds from 2,350 pounds for a price not to exceed $9,246. Seeing no more comments, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes 4-1, Director Hunt being the no. We're going to move on to item number 3, approval of the January checks. I'm going to start with Director Kellogg.
Are we changing the agenda on the fly tonight from what I have in front of me?
Mine says item 3, approval of January checks.
Oh, okay. Well, would you put me last because I haven't even looked at them? So I'd like
Okay.
to have a little bit of time to look at them.
All right. Director Flesher?
Yes, I have a few that I'll ask about. Actually, they're faulted, fixed. Anything that's kind of fixed is one, and I'll just ask on both of those. There's one here from I got it right here in front of me. Our retirement fund and all of that. Number, yes, on page 29 on here. And
iPad page 29?
yeah, 29, and it's FTJ Corporation account. There's quite a list there that is basically retirement, deferred comp, retirement loan payments. That was one of my questions. What is the loan payment? It comes to $55,840. What are the loan payments for on our debt, Kevin?
No, people with 457s have an opportunity to take loans against their retirement to pay for personal expenses or for a purchase of a residence. And so those are just loan payments made against their retirement.
On their, so actually, it's not an
their
expensive,
retirement money
it's
being
not an
paid back.
expensive hour, even though we wrote a check for it. It's coming out of somebody's retirement fund.
Correct.
Okay, and then the other one is on iPad page 31, and it is the Internal Revenue Service. And there's a whole bunch of things there, and FIC withholding, Medicare, and one thing or another. That's also $55,899 or whatever it turns out to be there. How often do we have to pay that? Is that a monthly thing? I started to get my last.
We pay it every time we pay employees.
Every time, okay.
So on this,
But
this one,
you actually mail it into the government, Fed, or state, wherever it goes
we
monthly.
electronically wire it to the Fed.
Then I have one more. Actually, I have several, but I have one more. It's on iPad page 37, and it's the last one that we have here. And it's for Jenner USA, and it has for 2 Firefly buyings, 150 meters and 200 meters, total of 300 all told. And it comes to $37,501. And you're buying these to have them on inventory, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. And I figured it out, it's $107 per one. And then back further in the book here, on page 61, we had 60 in January that malfunctioned, according to this, right?
Yes.
And how long, okay, that's 2 a day on a 30-day month. How long does it take for staff to go out and change those?
They've gotten pretty quick at it. probably less than an hour. They batch them up into groups. Probably takes them 15 minutes to a half hour in the field itself. And then there's some
When
reprogramming.
they drive up to the meter, they have to go from the shop to the meter that's out?
They don't have to pull the meter. They just pull the register that's connected to the Firefly, replace it with a new one, or plug the new Firefly in, and off they go.
Yeah, and it's a battery that's going out on that Firefly.
Correct.
And do you get that information from Chevron when we monitor every meter of the race, basically?
No.
That shows they're no longer reading? Is that how we find out they're out?
Yes.
Okay, good. That's all I have.
We get that information through Chevron, or do we get it through,
We get it through our automated meter reading system.
okay.
Which not, it's not Chevron now?
No, Chevron was hired to build the project.
Yeah, okay,
And
I realize that.
They
they
do not-
hired contractors to install it for a fixed firm price.
Yeah, it's the company that has our Aquahawk on it. They do?
No, it's
No,
Zinner.
that either, okay.
Zinner is the one that handles our meter data and these new meter pieces.
Okay, thank you. I'm learning something every day. My problem is I keep forgetting. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Director Flesher, Vice President Flesher. Director Duncan?
Okay, I have a couple questions on iPad 30, page 35.
Closer to your mic.
Okay. On iPad, page 35, we cut down 3 large oak trees. Where did this take place?
Those were hazard trees in the upper parking lot at the office
The office
complex.
does, okay. And the next question is on page 37, and it says bank charges, 1980. What caused this?
They handle our trustee fees for our trust account with the 2009 bond. We have to have money in trust for the last payment, and they handle all of our trustee needs.
Is
for
this
that.
done monthly?
No, it's handled yearly. It's an annual fee.
Okay, that's why I hadn't seen it before, okay. That's all I have.
Director Hunt?
Nothing.
And you guys caught the ones that I had, so I will entertain a motion for approval.
I'd like to ask some questions now.
Would you like to ask some questions?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Director Kellogg, I started with you, but I forgot. I'm sorry.
Page 32, iPad, page 32.
I apologize, Bill. I
That's not a big deal, Seth.
went down the line.
Get my age, you at least have an excuse for forgetting. The vendor L&L Surveying Paradise Lake Boat Launch 2 for $6,640. What exactly did they survey? Right now, that thing is in abeyance because of the lack of money in the district. But just asking when the survey was made and what did they survey?
That was surveying done last fall for the Boat Launch 2 grant project and the road going into it. And then they just got around to billing us.
They what?
They just got around to billing us last month.
Oh, okay. That was nice of them. Then we go down to vendor, this is Dustin's Cooper.
Which page?
Page 32 again.
Okay.
The total was $13,763.33. Normally, you give me a separate report, and the director's on the billings to the attorney, what exactly, the hours and everything else. I don't see it tonight.
That's my fault. I forgot to print it out and bring it over, so I can send you a copy of it through email if you would like. I have
Okay.
it through email. I can send it.
Any idea how much money went where?
Well, quite a bit, I think, went to the Prop 218 study, and the cost of service study was quite a bit of it. Dustin might be able to remember some of the others, but I know that took up a chunk of our time and of Dustin's time.
Yeah, I'd be guessing this is January or December time, or maybe even both. Rather than speculate, I think we'll just get you the copy of the invoices, and if you have questions,
All right,
we can
thanks,
go over.
Dustin, and thanks, Kevin. Then I got another one here, where is it? On page 35, Larry brought this up already, but I wanted to enlighten on it. Sierra Tree Care removed 3 large oak trees, one of which was dead, and it was a tremendous hazard to our employees and the parking lot and a fence we have up. And I was glad to see it go. The other 2 trees were somewhat alive. But there's another tree in the parking lot that is actually, you can ask some of the employees, they'll tell you where it's at, and there's some large dead limbs in it, which will show up in the spring when the trees leaf out. It should be pruned or taken out, one of the 2. Any rate, oh, one more. That's on page 36. Tittle and Company, LLP, it's right up the top. Accounting office for $13,800. What was that for?
Our audit?
That's for our annual audit.
For what?
The annual audit.
That's the audit,
Yep.
okay. Boy, they work cheap, and that's cheaper than we've had them in the past, isn't it?
It's actually went up just a smidge from
it's
their
gone
prior
up?
contract. It kind of ticks up a little bit every year, but it's still, we went out to RFP last year, and they were the low bid still on the RFP.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. That's all I have.
Thank you, Director Kellogg. I will now entertain a motion for the approval of the January checks.
I move approval of the general fund check numbers 48894 through 49025 for the month of January 2016, totaling $671,415.72, exclusive of voided check numbers 48894, 48895, 48917, 48923, and 48940, and authorizing a similar amount, allowing or adjusting for extraordinary budget or board-approved items during the month of February 2016.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Directors, do you have anything that you'd like to comment, discuss? Is there anybody from the public that would like to comment on item number 3? Not seeing any. I'll take a roll call. I'm sorry, is there somebody that wanted to make a comment? Not seeing any, I am going to ask for a roll call vote. Hold on, Georgianne.
This is our expenditures for the month of January.
Yeah, no, it's not about. Can you please come up to the microphone? I apologize, Wendy. This is being recorded, so we got it.
Oh, no problem.
Okay.
Here. Is it there? Okay, I have a opinion, which is also a constructive opinion, is for the construction of the docks, would you go locally and contact John Hornbeck with Ridge Construction? He's a local. He was born and raised here.
Well, we're not actually doing anything with the docks right now. That's
Okay,
kind of
well,
on hold.
that's a hint, okay?
Yeah, it's,
Take it as you want it. I'm a Paradisian,
yeah, it's just,
47 years.
that's a lake committee issue right at this point, and it's kind of on hold due to our current
Okay.
situation.
Well, there's just a suggestion.
Sure.
And then also, how come I have a fire hydrant in front of my house that I pay $1 a month for, and I cannot get one of the blue little things put in by it? And I've asked the Town of Paradise, I've asked Paradise Irrigation, your company, to please put a blue little thing in my road, and I cannot get one. I'm at 1915 Crandall Way. Please get me one.
I believe we collect the money, and George, correct me, we collect the money for the fire hydrant fund, but I don't think we're in charge of.
No, those
And I've
decisions,
called
we're
Town
not-
of
we're off
Paradise,
topic,
so what do
but-
we do now?
we're off topic. Those
Yeah.
decisions are made by the Town of Paradise.
And I've
Yes.
called Town of Paradise, and they won't get me one either.
Thank you, Wendy. We'll relay that on to them.
Please and thank you.
Loretta, did you have comments on item number 3?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Please, kind sir. I don't understand what it means when you say an authorization of a similar amount allowing or adjusting for extraordinary budget or board-approved items during the month of February. So you are okaying items that aren't even on here, is that correct?
Yes.
That's the part I don't understand. How can you approve money and you don't even know how much it's going to be?
Well, George, would you like to field this?
We have,
I'll
But
go sit
before
back down.
you actually understand what she's asking, I'd ask you to hold your applause. I'm sorry.
we have policies adopted by this board for all of our purchasing, all of the purchasing limits, and how we procure everything. So there is limits on what can be purchased for each individual item for things we do. And so we abide by those rules when we make purchases. And then the board reviews those purchases through this check process the next month. Otherwise, we would be faced with very difficulty of an organization of our size of trying to get purchase approvals by a 5-member board, delaying payments to vendors, paying late fees, things like that. So we've adopted a purchasing policy. We abide by that. These board members review the checks, and they assure that we, as a staff, follow those policies.
So this isn't actually the total amount of money you're going to spend for this month. You
No,
don't
it's
know
not.
what that total
Not
amount will
exactly,
be.
no.
Okay,
It's a very close number, Loretta, outside of if there was an emergency, something like when Pearson Road had the pipe blow, things we can't foresee. Those are the extraordinary things that we can't foresee. At that point, then the board would be called together and we would make a decision.
Thank you. I just like to know how much is going out and how much is coming in. Like it
Pretty
was my own
consistently,
money, so
this number every month.
thanks, guys.
That-
It's our policy manual.
Okay, thank you. Any more public comment? Okay. We're going to move back to roll call vote
On approving the January checks.
on the approval of the January checks.
Thank you.
Yes. Georgianne?
Director Bill Kellogg,
No.
Vice President Flesher,
Yes.
Director Duncan,
Yes.
Director Hunt,
Yes.
President Corolla.
Yes. Passes by a vote of 4-1, Director Kellogg being the nay. We're going to move on to item number 4, old business. It's a presentation by Director Kellogg on wetlands. It's approximately 10 minutes.
Is there a portable mic? Oh, thank you, George.
Tap it, see if it's on, Bill. Tap it.
The bottom.
Oh, no. It's okay. There's those cups again. It's okay. It's okay. The phone and everything else is good. It's not on. Do they have it on up there at the booth? Okay. Sounds like it can hear you, Bill.
It's on. This is on.
I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. It's the biggest audience I've been able to garner. I know you're here for other things, but that I could speak to about this constructed wetlands. This is an update. This plan, and it's actually a plan this time. We're not talking about different things or benefits and other things we've talked about before. This is a plan to save Paradise Irrigation District millions of dollars, enhance wildlife, control residues of wastewater from the existing water treatment plant and still renew the NPDES permit. It's the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit. The plan uses free water surface wetlands. There's several different types of constructed wetlands. And what do we have up there, George? Oh, that's the location of it. When I get to that, I'll refer to the map. The plan uses free water surface wetlands, approximately 6 acres in size and 18 inches deep. This is, to me, not a very big area. With apples that control water's paths. It will be built with the soil on site with an earth floor. We would add water-loving plants and helpful fungi. Mosquitoes would be controlled with mosquito fish. The soil is already heavy in iron. This is really critical for controlling the 7 pounds of aluminum sludge a day. The aluminum sludge will corrode and the iron will rust, helping the aluminum oxide settling out in the wetland. What actually happens is there's an electrolysis process where you have two dissimilar metals together and they corrode against each other. This happens in most famous cases has been in ships and so forth, but it actually happens. Doug has told me the other day they have some chemicals they use to protect aluminum in diesel engines now that keeps the iron away from the aluminum where they won't corrode. So that's how the aluminum is eaten up by the wetlands. It's also by the plants. The chlorine byproduct will be controlled with aeration, a waterfalls, fountain, or stirring the water. 2 different engineering firms I talked to, or one water company and one engineering firm. One told me it took 7 feet, another one told me 10 feet in a wetland, and the dichloromethyl bromide would be gone to acceptable levels for the EPA. A 9-acre free water of capacity, acre-feet water capacity, 3 million gallons, 1 million gallons, 1,336 cubic feet, 3.06 acre-feet of water. That's what it holds if the water stays still, but the water won't be still. It will flow through it continuously. And the flow time is also what they call detention time. And you have to figure this in a formula to come up with the size of the wetlands and everything else against the quantity of water that goes in. And since our quantity varies through the season, at certain times of the year, probably no water will come out of the wetlands. Other times of year, a considerable flow will. And when it comes, the water will flow through the ponds that already exist. The wetlands, some will recharge the aquifer, in other words, when it goes down in the soil. The rest will safely flow into the Magalia Reservoir and be recycled. There's a water company in Southern California that uses a lot of going down to the aquifer. They call it a tertiary treatment. The location C-map, here's your location. The reservoir itself, it would be, you can hardly make out the ponds. Oh, a light? Thank you. Yes. Oh, there we go. Okay, the approximate location would be in here. The ponds, I can't really make them out with a photo, but they're back here. This is a water treatment plant down here.
Right there's the ponds.
Right there's the ponds. Okay, so the water would be, which it does now, it's pumped up, wastewater is pumped up from the recycling plant into the ponds, and the ponds to this area here, it would be piped, and this is where the wetlands would go, and we'd have to clear forest and brush to create them. That's on very deep soil that the NRCS, National Resource Conservation Service, on their soil maps tells us that it can go down to 8 feet. That's as far as they've gone, and there's no restrictive level in that soil. I have information on all these different things if you want to ask afterwards. My family accuses me of having professor lectures, so you're sort of getting a professor lecture. Okay. The contours in deep permeable soil, that's important for the water to go down through it. We would need to clear 6 acres of trees and brush to build the wetlands and pipe water from the existing ponds to the wetland. Samples of water for the NPDES permit would be taken from the water at the end of the wetlands before flowing into the Magalia Reservoir. That's key. That has to be changed for where we're taking them now at the ponds. The cost would be between $2.5 to $3 million. That should be completed. It could be, depending on the weather, permits, and all that stuff, it could actually be built in something like 90 days. It would be wise to hire California Waterfowl Association as contractor. They're the ones, the fellow came out, a friend of mine and a customer, he came out, looked at the site and said, came up with the contours, and he builds wetlands for wildlife down at Gray Lodge with the California Waterfowl Association, uses farmers' equipment to do it with. So he's a very experienced and qualified man. Our employees can easily operate and manage a wetland. The wetlands have been constructed and operated in California since 1990 and are still operating well. Actually, one of the papers I picked up the other day said they estimate the lifespan at 100 years. The constructed wetlands, I should include that if in the future we build a dam and we need to move them or something, that can be done. That's why the EPA put the title on them as constructed wetlands. They're not permanent. You can manipulate them, change them, design, whatever you need. We should accept at least 3 bids on all the work and recommendations from our water treatment superintendents. They've been key in helping me get figures together to know on wastewater and other. So anybody have a question?
I will remind you, this is an information item only. There will be no action taken on it. You can come up to the microphone and ask a question if you'd like.
Excuse me, are we going to directly to public comments?
We're not
or are
going
we
there
gonna
yet, so you're going to have to hold on
discuss
just
it
for a
here?
second, sir, because we're going to talk to directors first. But,
Robert Kessler, 1540 Crystal
sir,
Lake.
if you would hold for just a second. Was that the presentation, Bill?
Yeah, that's the presentation, and you
Okay.
have about 5 minutes for people to ask questions.
Okay.
If you have questions, I made it a broad brush. I didn't go into a lot of details. I got figures in here, how I came up with this and everything else, and reports from different districts, even a recipe, who I got the sources for information. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to attempt to answer them, or I can talk to you later and show you in the book.
Well, I have some concerns and comments to make about the wetlands. So Bill has been promoting this it's important to him. He's been promoting it for a couple of years. While I recognize the enthusiasm that he has for this, I think that it's flawed. I took Bill up at his invitation to take a look at the Eastern Municipal Water District history of the wetlands that's available online on their website. And I came away with some information. They started this in 1990, and they got a $7 million grant. Do you know what a $7 million grant means in 26 years later? That's dependent upon the rate of inflation. That's somewhere between $15 and $25 million. And it was a grant that the EMWD got to construct this wetlands. They got that in 1990. 1991, they constructed 2 1/2-acre nursery cells. In 1992, they constructed 8 research cells. And between 1994 and 1997, they constructed a large demonstration wetland. During that time period, now 6 years has gone by, it was determined they had to be reconfigured. I don't know how many more millions of dollars they spent on this, but 1997 to 1998, they demolished the wetlands, they burned them down, and they reconfigured them. In 2002, they again had to burn and modify the large wetlands. It's now 2016. 2002, and this I'm not going to be able to be very, very specific with, but in 2002, they were out of compliance with their discharges. I have something that was provided here showing the legal document when they went to court. 2007, Eastern Municipal Water District is alleged to have violated provisions of law for which the California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Santa Ana region, must impose mandatory penalties pursuant to California Water Code section blah, blah, blah. Well, it goes on, and this is the recorded document. And when we get down to the bottom of it, it turns out that they had serious violations in regard to aluminum and chlorine. They elected to pay the $21,000 in fines in a to waiver the hearing. They just wrote out a check for $21,000 in settlement of this particular complaint. My concern here, after reading what they are publishing on their own website, is that it looks like it could take us 10 years to construct the wetlands by the time we get through all of the procedures and approvals and the environmental impact report, and only God knows how much it's going to cost. When Bill was at our last meeting a month ago or 6 weeks ago or however long it was, he was standing up and waving around his piece of paper and saying that it's only going to cost $1.7 million. Now, after he had one of his friends who's a farmer or earth mover, I'm not sure what his vocation is, helped him out and gave him some advice, and now he's revised his estimate to, what did you say, Bill? 2 to 3 million. 2.5 to 3 million. But the most important part here is that this Eastern Municipal Water District, I'll just read it to you. Please note, EMWD's recycled water program does not include use at a residential customer's home. It's always been our contention that maybe we were talking apples and oranges here. Maybe not. I'm not real sure. I've only gone from a few minutes of research on the website where Bill pointed me, and it comes away with the fact that it's my feeling that the board made the appropriate decision months and months and months ago, more than a year ago, to move with the mechanical dewatering program, which will eliminate the need for us to put this water back into a waterways of the U.S., if that's what they're called. If we don't discharge any water back into the waterways, then we don't need the NPDES permit, and we won't be in violation. We have a very finite drop-dead date of January 2018 to be in compliance, and that doesn't mean to be working towards it. It doesn't mean to be establishing a little research cell for a wetland somewhere. It means that we've solved our problem and we're no longer discharging, because that's the plan that we have given to the water board. So those are my comments on this, and like I said, I know that Bill is enamored with this and is a strident advocate for it, and he's following his passion. But when the board made a decision to move with a mechanical process, those are some of the things that were taken into consideration. We had an engineering report from our tried and true engineering company. We checked with staff. Jim Passanisi, the plant superintendent, all of the senior staff, which Jim is a part of, are encouraging us to continue on with the mechanical dewatering process. Is it expensive? Yes, it's expensive. It's $15 or $16 or $17 million. We won't know what it's going to be until we get the plans, the engineering plans completed and sent out for bid But that's what we have, that's the process that we're on. And to divert us now could cause some pretty strategic harm with the State Water Control Board, who is the agency in California that is enforcing these federal requirements. So that's my comment on the wetlands bill.
Robert Kessler, 1540.
Hold on, sir.
Can I answer his? Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, could I please?
The board hasn't finished yet.
Yes.
Who?
The board
board.
isn't through yet.
No, I'd like to answer his specific claims. The first one is on them being fined. I called and asked them about that, and the wetlands have never been a cause of them having a fine. And you said something about water coming out. I don't know where the fines, but it didn't come out of the wetlands. And I talked to their biologist, which they have on staff, for their wetlands. And he said, no, we researched it, we looked through our records, and we've never had a fine on the wetlands. The reason, it was 1990, and they developed experimental grounds because they really didn't know all that much about wetlands at the time. And that's how they learned. Those wetlands are still operating every day. And they're very pleased with the performance they have in their water treatment plants operation. And it saved them quite a bit of money, not counting the grants and everything. But this is not a small district. This is a very large district that has problems we don't even come up with, and water treatment problems we don't have. As far as the price going up, that was just because I finally figured out how much aluminum, or I was helped by staff on that, because I did some figuring, and it came up with such a little amount. I thought, wow, I thought this thing would be hundreds of pounds a day. And it turns out I had 5, and they said 7 pounds a day of aluminum sludge, which we can easily control in the wetlands. With the red soils we have that are unique to our area, that are very heavy in iron. If you put a magnet in them, you get all the iron sticking to them. And I'll stop now.
Director Duncan, did you have a question?
Most of my questions have been answered.
Okay, so one of my questions to date, is there a wetlands in California that is processing the type of water, the backflow water from their filters, that's up and running and in compliance? Is there one wetlands in California that is doing that?
Considering each district and each wetlands are unique to control the problems they have in their district, the answer would be no. If you consider what we have to control, which is a dichloromethyl bromide, and that's done in 7 feet or 10 feet, and it's gone, and the aluminum can be controlled in these wetlands. The question ACOM asked when they first got involved in this, they said, how are you going to control the aluminum? Well, it took almost 2 years of going through the internet and everything else, and then finally realizing I knew all along, because I build electric fences, and I know I can't put aluminum wire with steel because they'll corrode each other out. And that's all that's happening in the wetlands to control the aluminum, and it isn't a large amount. You got thinking about 7 pounds a day in 3 acres or 6 acres. That's an immense amount of ground to absorb the aluminum we get, the sludge.
So even with the size of was it East Bay Water District? East Bay Regional Water District, is that where it was?
Yes.
EW, right, wasn't that the place? So even with the size of wetlands that they have, they fall out of compliance on aluminum and on chlorine.
No, they didn't. Read it again, and you won't hear the word wetlands, and they say they never fell out of compliance with them. I talked to 2 different people there.
Their website says one thing, but you're saying something different.
No, the website says something else. If you read it again, he's not saying wetlands.
Well, it's their discharge water that is going through the wetlands that's being
No,
tested.
it's not the discharge water going through the wetlands, because they say they've never been fined. It may be some other discharge water that goes out. This is a large outfit. They don't have just one water treatment plant. They have 2 general managers just to run the place.
So they reference all their build and everything of their wetlands and then talk about their problems on the website that they've run into, but that you're saying that's not the truth.
No, I'm not saying what Ken found isn't. No. I called them up after I heard about this and talked to them, and they explained to me. They went back through their records, and they said, no, we have never had a fine on the wetlands. The wetlands have all passed. The experimental things and everything else they went through in 1990, because they have unique things down there we don't have to get out of their water, that's what it took.
Okay, so I know the answer to my next question, but just so the public understands, what type of water do they process through the wetlands?
Who?
Any of the wetlands, what type of water are they processing through that?
It depends on the district and the water that they're dealing with. We're dealing with extremely clean water here.
Director Kellogg, what I'm basically asking you is, what is the basic element they are taking care of? Is it sewage water, wastewater, or is it backflush water like we have?
I've got the answer here. According to their website, it says current recycled water services and system. It is a very large plant, Bill. Apparently, they treat water from 4 operating regional treatment plants. Anyhow, what they get is 45 to 50 million gallons a day of treated wastewater. And then they put that treated wastewater in their wetlands to come out as recycled water on the other side of it for their distribution system.
Well, a lot of their recycled water recharges their aquifer because they have very poor sources of well water in the area. Some of it is recycled into farms in the area. It doesn't mean that it went through the wetlands before it got there. But the wetlands have not been the cost of it. What you're talking about is apples and oranges. The wetlands is one thing, and what you're talking about is something else. There's no substance to it.
Well, okay, folks, so you just clapped for that. So I just want to make you aware, there is not one wetlands in California that is treating the kind of water that we want to treat, that we have to treat.
Ours is so much easier to treat, it isn't funny.
Director Kellogg, could you give me just a second? That's still sewage water. So Arcata's not treating backflush water.
That sewage water is 10
There are
times
a lot of wetlands in California, and as much as I would like to see wetlands at a much reduced price work, we've had a lot of encouragement from a lot of different people to say, go ahead, that's a great idea. Build a wetlands. Let's see if it works. So what they want to do is they want to take all your money and they want to gamble whether or not a wetlands will work. There is no guarantee that a wetlands will work because nobody is doing it for the water that we have to process. So when Bill asked the board to decide whether or not a mechanical process, which we know is tried and true, it's older technology, but it is tried and true technology that will actually work, and we know will eliminate our permit, which is ultimately the goal in that permit. The key word in it is elimination. They want to eliminate the permit. The permit is in place so that we can find a solution for the problem. So if we do not find a solution for the problem, which that time is up January 1st, 2018, then we now have a problem. We're going to hear from them in here in just a little while, so maybe they'll explain it to you a little bit better than I did.
Okay, I got a comment for you. The wetlands provides a valuable asset to the community and supports the strategic plan goal to increase public acceptance of reclaimed water. Public and educational use of the wetlands, as well as offering the wetlands as a site for research by others, provides recognition for the district, advances science, provides articles and research papers on the Hemet San Jacinto multi-purpose constructed wetland and the adjacent wetlands research facility that have been nationally and internationally published. EMWD coordinates and oversees the research but does not financially participate directly in the research. It's an award-winning wetlands. It's won awards. It's still in operation.
Bill, you
It's never been
misunderstand me.
fought.
I don't have a disagreement with you that wetlands are good, that they are a viable source of entertainment and viewing and wildlife for a community. What this community needs, though, is a way to get rid of our NPDES permit and
We should
do
live
it
with it.
without
It's-
falling out of compliance.
Okay, we're out of compliance right now. We could actually put a sprinkler or a fountain.
To get rid of the chlorine, I agree with you.
Yes, right now, and not be out of compliance like we just were this last week or so. It's somewhere in the report today on the thing. We're out of compliance with the chlorine byproduct.
We can be out of
But these
compliance
wetlands
quite
we're
easily.
talking about down there, Seth, they take things out like pharmaceuticals, disease organisms, and all sorts of things.
But yet
All we're
not
trying to
one-
do is take out a little bit of aluminum sludge and dichloromethylbromide, and we know we can cure that up really easily.
Then my question is, Bill, why is not one water district in California doing it? Because it's not cost effective. So you're saying the wetlands cost more than a mechanically treated water plant? Okay.
I'm going to sit
It's
down
not
now.
that it's not cost effective, it is that it's not proven technology. We have not been able to find one legitimate engineer that will come up to our board and say, this will work, it's guaranteed to work 100%, here's my stamp on it. That's the biggest problem. This sounds good on paper, and as much as I would like to see a wetlands up here, it unfortunately doesn't guarantee you, the public, and all of us that pay rates in this district, that we are going to have a viable solution to the problem. It has to work. It has to work the first time. It cannot be rebuilt 10 times over at the cost of millions of dollars. We need something that works. That's my opinion on it. This is why my vote was for a mechanically treated process. It's not that I enjoy saying, oh gosh, that just sounds like we should just go ahead and spend $14 million. When this originally started, the number was much lower, and it grows exponentially every time we have to entertain a new report or make somebody else happy in the governmental world. So this is why we chose this process. We know that it is a guarantee to work. When we turn the plant on, we know we have a guarantee. The water is not discharged into any outside source. It comes back into our system. We save 600 acre-feet of water each year, and at that point, we know we don't have to have the NPDES permit. So it sounds like you all want to just gamble your money and see whether or not this works, but if it doesn't work, who are you going to hold responsible for the fact? You're right. You won't hold me responsible, sir. You're right, because I wouldn't vote for it. So I have to basically vote for something, you the public, that I know is going to work. It's not condescending. What it is I am representing you. I'm trying to make the best decision for you. If the best decision is to throw my money out on the table and roll the dice and say, hey, I've got everybody's money out here, we're just going to roll the dice and see if it works. If that's the best solution, or if there's a way we can just say, we know we're going to spend this money, we know it's going to work. I don't know which one you'd rather have, but in my personal opinion, I'd rather have the guarantee. But it sounds to me like you guys would rather go a different direction. So, Director Flesher, what were your comments?
Yes, I've been listening. I've worked with wetlands, and in fact, I've taught how to build them at Butte College. Never to take the material that we are putting into it out, but sewage water that comes out of a plant exactly like we're talking about doing, and it's anything but clean. Goes through a centrifuge and then on out into the system, and you can see it if you drive between Durham Fence Road. It's back there. It's a nice looking building off the side. It's been there since the start of the campus. I've always been in favor of looking. I can see exactly where Dr. Corolla is coming from, because we do not have anything. I know for a fact, and he's asked me this question at board meetings, if we put a centrifuge in, it will take care of it, no doubt about it. have to be maintained and looked at and all this, and maybe sometime a day. But what I've never been able to get us to really look at some of the key points here in the past. We've always had some engineer, and the first one they drew up was a monstrosity. Cost, I don't know what it cost us. It was an 8-foot deep, long device filled with special type of rock that cost a small fortune. And basically what you were doing, you're just putting a sump in it. It wouldn't even work as a septic system on here. And the two products that we have are dichlorobromomethane that Bill's talking about, and aluminum they're both byproducts from our treatment plant. The dichlorobromomethane comes from chlorine that we put in, and the aluminum comes out of some aluminum sulfate or whatever they're using to clarify the water. So it's very common and it's a byproduct. I do a lot of not so much anymore, but I still teach some of this stuff, pesticide work, and dichlorobromomethane never ran into it before because it's a byproduct of chlorine. Has a very short half-life, and it can be aerated out very quickly. And I know, sitting down here in the front row, I went to Reading and talked to some people, and he said he thought it could be done too. I'm talking about Doug. Remember we talked, Doug, down here? I guess he'll be up here in front sometime. But there's no guarantees. So what I would like to do, and I was looking in here in the agenda, because of our financial shape, we may have to put our engineering firm on hold for a little while. For the dichlorobromomethane, I would like to see us figure out some type of a system where we would sample the material, then aerate it. And it would look very similar if you go by Rotary Pond, I call it the duck pond, down there by the intermediate school, and they have a fountain right out in the middle of it. Well, that's for aerification for the fish and other things, and also for looks. It would be something like that. And we would run it for a certain period of time and pull another sample and see if there's how much or if there's still the same amount of this dichlorobromomethane, and then we would be getting on the right tapes. I've had the opportunity, both at UC Davis, in the public sector, and the private sector, at Butte College and Chico State, to do quite a number of research projects, and we just never really have done that. Now, what he's talking about on the aluminum, it's electrolysis. And if you've ever hooked an aluminum gate or any aluminum to a piece of iron, it's amazing how fast that electrolysis will take place, and all of a sudden your aluminum gate is just hanging there swinging. And that's what would happen. And that happens when it comes into contact with iron. And the red dirt that we have up here is extremely high in iron. So those are the two things that are talking in favor of this. But like Shep so adequately stated, there's no stamp on it, you know. But if we did a little bit of basic research, shouldn't cost a great deal of money for this DCBM, where we aerate it, and it's not going to bother a thing. That happens every day when we put pesticides of various types on fruit and vegetables that you and I eat, and it goes away. It just has it, you know. And I could talk all night on that because I love that stuff. But anyway, so that's what I'd like to see us do. It's a little basic research. I can help set it up. We can get a guy in that's really very knowledgeable on this. And one of the first things we would do is just see how volatile and how fast that dichlorobromomethane would disappear when we aerated it. They do this in lagoons and all kinds of things. They just aerate them with oxygen, and all of a sudden, they don't stink because it's aerated. And that part of the lagoon goes away. So,
thank you, Director Flesher. I do agree that the chlorine part of our byproduct, our wastewater, would be easily remedied.
That would be very easily remedied.
That's not the part that we really need to be concerned about. We need to be concerned about the aluminum part, and that's the part that there's no guarantees on.
As Bill mentioned, and he got that from our treatment plant staff, I believe, 6 to 7 pounds of aluminum a day would go into this. And I have no idea how much electrolysis it would take to eat up that much. I'm sure that we could find that out. I have some leads in UC Davis, my alumni, that we can get some information. And we've never really done that. And I've mentioned it before. And see, one of the things that would happen, and I'm pointing at these guys down here, if we did able to aerate that material and take out within usable limits that dichlorobromomethane, Well, at least we would be in conjunction until we get our treatment plant or whatever we do on that. So I think it'd be worthwhile.
We'll let them comment on that. All our directors have commented. Legal?
Thank you. I see staff of the Regional Water Board is here, and I know when I face tough questions, I always like advance notice. So you're next up on the agenda. I have a question for you that relates to this. If you guys could be prepared to answer it, if you can. If the district constructed a pilot or test wetland, that is something on a small scale to do a study of whether it would actually clean the water sufficiently, would the Regional Water Quality Control Board provide an extension of the current time schedule order? If you guys could answer that when it's your turn on the agenda, I'd greatly appreciate it, and I'm sure the board would as well. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Anybody from staff would like to make a comment? Sir, I will now hear from you. We will hear from you.
Now I can see why, after all this time, that there's, this break, this dichotomy between a couple members of the board, in these particular projects and everything. And then what really slays me is Mr. Hunt gets up there and he goes over this billions or millions of dollars that are spent on this system, that system, where it is, that system, where it is, and the like and everything. The sheer reality of it is that there's $3 million worth an experiment in this environment which doesn't have the kind of seriousness necessarily problems that everybody else, Mr. Hunt, seems to think they have, or Mr. Corolla. An understanding of the chemistry that goes on and everything that if he's working with the University of Davis can work out and everything. He's got a handle on some of it anyway, and you people won't even want to listen. You have your mind set on $16 million versus $3 million in a given time frame, and I want to know whether the January 1, 2018 is yours that you set worked out with Prop 218. Okay, that was your decision, or that is in conjunction with working on them and complying with 218. You got January 1, 2018, and that in itself could not even be extended to some period of time. Thank you.
Are we going to keep on topic with this?
Yeah,
It's wetlands or it's nothing, we move on.
Wetlands, yes. So, yes, ma'am?
Okay. My name is Bobby Donovan Elder. I've been a resident here since 1978 and raised many, many children. And I understand the need for clean water. However, I have a request of Director Hunt and also of Director Kellogg, and that is that I would like copies of the information that you are giving to us here tonight so that the rest of us who do have a brain, Mr. Corolla, can read the information for ourselves. And if I could pick that up at the office by next Monday morning, it would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you for
I'll
your
be
comment.
glad. Can I speak? Yes, to the lady.
No, this is public comment part, Bill.
My name's Andy Ask, and I have two questions and a comment. First question is, I'm not a scientist, but it's my understanding that there are alternative chemical treatments that don't yield aluminum as a byproduct. And if I'm correct, which I believe I am, I'd like to know why we're not considering those. Secondly, I'm a little disappointed that in the 20th century, in a population town of 29,000 people, we have a group of elected officials who do the research on how they're going to spend our money and maintain our health by doing internet research. Mr. Hunt would have us believe I should not have cataract surgery because he once heard of an eye doctor with a malpractice suit. A ridiculous comment. And finally, I think it would be in everyone in this town's best interest to consider the population as well as the Water Quality Control Board regs. By that I mean it's worth $3 million. or $300 a household, rather than $1,500 to $1,600 a household to try the wetlands. The worst you end up with is a wetland. The other way, we end up broke. And I think we've had enough of that.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Joel Farrar, and I'm a lifelong resident of Paradise. I love this community dearly, and it fills me with joy to see all of you coming out to hold our public servants accountable. I would like to raise up Directors Fletcher and Kellogg for being men of honor and being connected with their community.
Are we going to get on topic?
And I look at you three right now, and I do not see men of honor sitting before me. I look at you, and I know if you are a man who feels righteous power, then you have no fear before your message. And walking in here tonight...
Sir, our topic is, you're making comments on wetlands.
I'll be very short. You can give me 40 more seconds, and I believe they agree. So
Stay on topic, please.
Doesn't matter whether they agree or not.
Well, it actually does, because we all pay your salary. And you know, you brought up 1.7 million as a large figure. And yes, that is a large figure. And I believe that's about 14 years of your salary. And I would like to say this. I am absolutely appalled that I should walk into a place that is a house of arts and see hired guns. And I'm saying to you, if you fear for violent reprisal as a response, as a consequence to your actions, you should question whether your actions are guided by a righteous action or guided by greed.
Sir, are we making comments on the wetlands? Or was that just...
No, my statement was on the life water that nourishes our community. I believe water is a
that would have been
human
good during
right,
public participation
and to have it
at
fall from
a
the
later
heavens
time.
during this meeting, I think
Thank you,
is quite
sir.
appropriate. Thank you.
Sep, ask the sound people to cut them off at a particular time.
If we're not on topic, I'm going to give you a signal up there, and then you can just
Hello?
kill the mic.
I think your arrogance is part of the topic, but I will make a statement.
There will be a time for public participation that is something not on topic. If we are on a topic, your comments up there right now will be on the topic. Later on, as the gentleman was just up there, he could come up during public participation, something that's not on the agenda. You will have 3 minutes to talk at that time about that issue.
I think some of the arrogance of the board is part of the topic, but I'll stick to the subject. With wetlands, Mr. Hunt, you claim that you have some kind of knowledge of wetlands. It's off the internet, and I'm a witness, and I also have it on video, that Mr. Bill Kellogg put together a pamphlet of information for you, and on that video, you stated word for word verbatim, I didn't read it, I don't need to read it, my mind is made up. You, sir, and you, Mr. Duncan, should be recalled. And unfortunately, you shine a bad light on the PID. Sep, you're the only one that looks responsible. You, Mr. Duncan, and you, Mr. Hunt, are the most arrogant people I've ever met.
Yes, sir.
Thomas Wall, formerly 284 Pearson. It's on the corner of 5654 Sierra Park. And one of my questions is, how many gallons in 1 acre foot? And that's my question. And my other comment is 3.5 million versus 16.5 million. And if we can build a smaller model and see if it works, it's a hell of a deal. And I'd much rather see wetlands and geese and maybe tule grass. I grew up in Chico. I've been here since '08. I was up in Clear Lake for 10 years. Most people don't know the lake is 2.1 million years old. Clear Lake is. And the reason why it's such scum is because the folks went in there that were white like you and me, kicked all the Indians out, not once, twice, but like 10 times. Half the lake was a reservation. And they took out all the tule grass. Tule grass should be planted in these wetlands. It's a natural way to clean the water. Doesn't sound like you're dealing with much particulate, heavy metal matter, aluminum, whatever. I'm for the wetlands. I think we could build a small-scale model and see if it works. $3 million ain't that much. I think it's a good idea. And I'm surprised there isn't more research done on it. Let Paradise maybe lead the way on this. I think it's pretty important. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is John Hollister. I would like to see clean, clear water that meets the state and federal government's requirements. What concerns me, and I'm really very concerned tonight because the board has agreed to pursue an avenue that of a process that costs twice as much as the annual budget. And I hear from the board members anecdote, and I hear scientific theory, but I don't hear anyone saying we did a nationwide review, we sought out all of the different possibilities that could be done. Sure, you had a couple of engineers come up, but I'm really just disappointed that a board seems to be fighting over anecdotes and scientific theory. And I wish it was a year ago and you could have done a real scientific review throughout the state and maybe other parts of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir?
My name is Ron Stanley. I worked for the Santa Clara Valley Water District and was on a research project for several years on the Palo Alto Bayfront. We dealt with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, the EPA, many other agencies, Stanford University, the U.S. Geological Survey, and our water district. I was really concurring with you, Dustin Cooper, in what you said in regards to a pilot situation. Our water up here is really quite pristine, and I hope that, I think what we all want is the most economical, viable way without a lot of hiccups on this situation. And I don't know if the EPA, the research project I was on the Palo Alto Bayfront, the EPA, I believe, funded 97% of it. Now, I realize that was in the, let's see, that would have been, it was about Mount St. Helens was going off. So let's see, that was 79, 80, 81, and 82. And I don't know, I would like to see us try to look for funds on at least a matching basis. But because the reason these hydrologists and these civil engineers won't put their stamp on something is because of the uniqueness, I think, of two things, of our pristine water, and I think we're going to have to look to other areas. We're going to have to look to Canada. We're going to have to look to Alaska. We got to get out of the state of California. I personally believe the state of California has too many regulations, too many impediments, and some of them may have a good intent, but the unintended consequences are economically destructive. And so I just would like to see an in-depth study on what other viable things we could do and in a pilot plant. Now, I would say this, in regards to the chemical treatment for the aluminum, let's try another, I don't know if we can try, Mr. Fletcher, another flocculant. I think we need to look at another flocculant. I think the aluminum problem, I'm not a chemist, but it's a big problem. And I have no answers to that. But
You're putting out a lot of great facts.
I'm sorry, sir, it's my hearing.
I said you're doing a great job putting out some really pertinent and complete facts, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir?
Mic on a variable mic stand. I'm just going to lean down. My name's Dave Berman. I live at 1300 Deodara Way in zone, I think, 3 in Mr. Corolla's area. Anyway. 4.
I'm in 3.
You're in 3, Mr. Duncan, thank you. I guess my question is a very simple question. Ken, you gave us a drop dead date of, was it January 18th, 2000?
January 1st.
I did not
1st.
give it to you.
Somebody
That's
mentioned
what
the
it
drop
is.
dead date of January 1st, 2018, which is only a little under 2 years away. What's the drop dead date for starting a plant if we had to build one?
We have that information.
We're very close to.
Does that give us time to look at alternatives?
It's now. Now's when it needs to go. They'll reiterate that when they get up there, though. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak to the wetlands?
Yeah, my name's Roger Eakins, 908 Wagstaff. If I were in the market for, say, a new computer, and my choice were between some new unproven technology that costs maybe a third or a fourth of the cost of older proved technology, I might be inclined to gamble on it, but I can sure as heck tell you that if I had the opportunity to try out that new technology on a limited basis for a limited time to see if it was actually going to work, that would be a no-brainer. So assuming if in fact the answer to the question that Mr. Cooper asked allows us to experiment a little bit, I think that's the only way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Joe Vonderchek. I live in Paradise, been here for 20 years. I thought it was rather humorous that you chided Mr. Kellogg for his estimate being off $1 or $2 million when you said that your project could be off by 16, 17, 18 million dollars. And my other question is, why is it that you need a working wetland only in California? Why can't it be from another state?
Paradise is in California.
I understand that, but why can't the example be in
the
another
water board,
state?
the water board that controls this is in California. We're under California regulations.
Yes, but they may have the same regulations in other states.
When they get up there, I'm sure they'll clarify that for you.
Okay. And the other question I have for Mr. Kellogg and Mr. Fletcher is, will you be possibly putting together a study group of the citizens of this town to further the wetlands project?
If you want to, I'll be glad to. If you give me your emails, I'll send you email information and reference to some of the information. One of the latest things I've got is from Canada. I didn't bring it up because of prejudice here, but they actually have a firm up there that is doing potable water and is a private business and has things, and they're having to, Canadian law, as far as I can understand it with my research, is very similar to EPA. They refer to it back and forth on water quality issues.
All right. I'd be happy to do it, whatever I can do. Thank you.
I would be very happy to be part of that study group.
Thank you, sir.
Bruce Roberts, Paradise resident. If I understand correctly, last time we're $700,000 into an 800 and another 800,000 to spend on the engineering for the plan for the water treatment project. At least I think that's a question. I think that's what I understood from last time. And now This is really just an example of the management that's lacking
Well,
all the way around. No,
are-
this
are
is
we-
waste. We're getting
Is-
there
is
to
this-
wetlands.
Sir, is this about wetlands?
Yes, sir.
Or is this going to be about the process water recycle project?
No, sir. It's about the fact that we're discussing wetlands when you, as managers of the board, have already approved and spent $750,000 going that way, and we're wasting time going that way. That is mismanagement, pure and simple. And you need to think about what you're doing. You're really just, it's wetlands. He may be right. He was right 3 years ago when you should have been discussing this, not tonight. And you sure as hell shouldn't have spent $700,000 if you're not sure that's the way you wanted to go. I don't know what you want me to say, but you guys just, this whole thing, we're just going sideways here, boys.
I think the real misconception out here is that we haven't been discussing this for 2.5, 3 years. We've been at every meeting discussing this, looking at options, paying for studies, seeing for viable solutions. Unfortunately, we've not seen a viable solution. The only viable solution that's a guarantee that works for your dollars is doing a mechanically press or centrifuge type process.
You know what?
Ms. Loretta?
Seb, thank you for being so polite to the public and all tonight. I appreciate the way you've run the meeting. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Loretta.
Secondly, I recall years ago when they were going to put a sewer system in town, and Dr. Horning and the friendly developer were going to put this whole thing on their little acreage down there on the McKnight Ranch. And they went to the college, Chico State, and asked them to do a study on what they could use that clean water for. Have you guys gone to any of the universities to ask for their help? They have huge, big departments that do all these kind of things, and they just might be happy to give you some ideas or some assistance. Thanks.
Thanks, Loretta. Is there anybody else that would like to comment on item number 4, the wetlands presentation?
Good evening. Fernando Marin, Paradise resident since 1994. I would just like to say that I'm going to try to stay on topic. This is the wetlands versus the engineered version. And it just seems, gentlemen, that the people of Paradise want, and the people of Paradise are asking for the wetlands to be given a chance. And the ability to do that, you know, I've been talking to many people in the last couple of months since this issue came up. And I've been a, you know, visitor to all the churches during their hot lunch programs. And the topic over there is that the folks here, and you know who you are, receive a vote of no confidence by the people. And so staying with the sentiment here tonight, I will be back to speak because I have some things to say to the Water Control Board, okay? And really, listen to the people. They're trying to tell you something. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do I have anybody else, sir? Okay.
Vincent Childs. We all started this because of the raise in rates. My question is, this plant wastewater treatment, is that a driving force behind the raise or potential raise in rates?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's what I'm just curious. That's what is the major drive.
The major
Okay, thank you.
drive. Thank you, sir. Anybody else from the public want to speak to item number 4, the wetlands? If I don't see anybody, I'm going to close that part. I'm going to come back to directors. Do we have any questions that the public posed to us that we'd like staff, or we'd like to address, or we'd like staff to address? I'll start.
I have a comment to make. There's 150 people here, maybe 175, maybe 200. They're wanting, maybe there's a big casino crowd because everybody is wanting to gamble a figure that has just been taken off the cuff. There's been no study. There's been no estimates of constructing a wetland. And it's just like when we're now saying $15 to $18 million for processed water recycling. That's because we're guessing we're going to spend $1.5 or $1.6 million in getting an engineering study done so we can then go out to bid. And once we have a bid from the contractor, then we'll be able to tell you what it's going to cost. And until then, it's wise not to limit ourselves and just say that this is where we think it's going to be. You seem to think that if we say it once, then it's gospel. You also seem to think be pretty easy with the rest of the citizens in the town of Paradise money. $3 million, let's buy that, buy it, we'll take a chance. But then if the chance fails, that means whether it costs $3 million or $5 million or $6 million or $8 million by the time we get finished with it, because we have no clue, that if it failed, then we're still back to going to the processed water recycling plant where we know the costs are going to be $15 or $18 million on top of that. And you guys talk about this thing, it being twice the annual revenues. Well, what do you think it's going to cost when we have to replace the Magalia Dam? And yes, it has to be replaced. The state of California says that that's the worst earth-filled dam in the state, the entire state. The reason it looks like it's a big mud puddle out there instead of a nice reservoir holding the water is because the state won't let us put any more pressure on that dam, and they require that we keep the water at a particular elevation, even in the droughts. So when we build a dam, it's going to be, want me to give you a figure, it's going to be 30 million or 40 or 60 or 90. It's going to be a huge amount of money. And that's where we need to be sending our representatives off to Washington to start talking and finding avenues of approach to get that kind of assistance built. But you want to gamble? You want to gamble on your neighbors $3, $5, $7, $8, $9 million? Oh yeah, you do, but I represent the entire population of Paradise, not the rabble-rousing people that are going to come out and just make these
I'm going to ask you to quiet down. Directors don't have time. Just for clarification, we don't have time. This is a board meeting for us to discuss these issues, so we're not limited by time. Public participation is limited by time. Ma'am, I've already closed the side of...
Well, he made a comment that there's been no study on the wetlands. I just want to have a question. I have a question about, I have a document, Brown and Caldwell, I got off of your website about the study of the wetlands. Is that study that's on your website for the wetlands? And Ken just said there was none. So is this a viable study?
I don't know why, I didn't say that there wasn't.
Yes, you did.
No study.
You did. You said there's never been a study of the wetlands. And I got this
never
off
said
of your
that.
You
Well, I think,
did.
folks,
And
it's
being
on the
recorded.
recorder.
Anyway, I just want to point out that you do have a study.
we know we have a study.
Yeah.
We have 2 studies, actually,
Right, so
on
I
it.
just wanted to.
We actually know exactly what we've spent on studies.
No,
We
I
actually know what the studies came back with. If you read that study, tell me what you see.
I understand.
Well, they're recommending, I only have the one on the wetlands one, and they're recommending using what they're calling Site 3 because we already own the property and stuff.
That was the first study that we
Right,
did, yes.
and but just because he said there was no study, I
That's right.
wanted to point out there was.
I'm talking about there's no study of Bill's Grandoy's 6-acre scheme. And there isn't. There's nothing.
Okay. Sir, we've already closed public comment on this, on the wetlands. Thank you very much. I would ask you to go, please sit down. Okay, so we have, is there any other questions that you would
No.
like to ask of staff? Director Duncan?
No,
No questions?
I'm waiting for them. They got the big answers.
Well, yeah, we're going to hear some, so there's some questions I want to ask there. Director Flesher, is there any questions from what you've heard from the public in regards to
I'm
wetlands?
sure this will come out, or if it was, I'll make it come out at the regional presenters. But one thing we should get out, our drinking water right now, the flush that we're putting out and doing this project for, actually exceeds the standard for fresh drinking water. I asked that question because we were putting it back in through the McGill Reservoir and others, and I asked that question, and it actually meets and
Closer to your mic.
oh, okay, I thought I could, didn't want to blow the ears off you. But anyway, our current drinking water and the backflush that we're talking about that has this dichlorobromomethane and this aluminum in it, as it hands surpasses the clean drinking water standards. So you can drink that and have no worry about it. But you people are not really in the clean drinking water business, are you? Or are you? Make that, when you get up here, make that statement. You're mainly in sewer and mines and all kinds of good stuff, as I understand it. And I have a lot of respect for those people down there, and I'll say that again when they make their presentation. But anyway, so don't leave here if we don't get it out. Our drinking water meets or surpasses the requirements, even the stuff that we're going to spend millions of dollars to clean up. That's all I have.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to move on to item number 5, new business. This is a presentation by the Central Valley Regional Water Control Quality Control Board. They're out of Reading. This is regarding the district's time schedule order for the district's National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System Permit, or our NPDES permit, which is what we're here talking about, and why we need the processed water recycle project. So I don't know, Brian, Clint, I don't know who's going to be up. Brian, I guess you're up.
I'm sorry?
You're going to be up first?
Yes.
Okay. All right, sir.
Facing the world, or? I'll just do it this way, yeah. Everybody hear me there in the back? All right, let me know if you can. Good evening, President Corolla, board directors, staff, and definitely the community here. My name is Brian Smith. I'm a supervising engineer with the Central Valley Water Board. My office is in Reading. Tonight we wanted to talk just a little bit about the waste discharge permit for the water treatment plant. It is, as I think was mentioned, the driving factor behind the proposed water treatment plan improvements and the related rate increase proposal. Get the next slide there. So I have just a short presentation tonight. I wanted to go over kind of some frequent questions that we get, and then certainly I'm available to answer any questions that the board has. So we'll cover who is the Central Valley Water Board? What is this acronym, this NPDES permit we're talking about? What are effluent limits? What does the Paradise Irrigation District's permit include? What is a time schedule order? Is there a problem? What is the regulatory timeline that we're dealing with? And finally, what happens if PID does not comply with the permit and the time schedule order? Next slide there, please. Okay, so the Central Valley Water Board is one of 9 regional boards across the state. We cover essentially from Mount Shasta all the way down to Bakersfield. The Central Valley Water Board has 3 offices. PID is regulated out of my office in Reading. The purpose of the water boards is to protect the state's water quality, both surface water and groundwater, surface water like the Magalia Reservoir and Butte Creek, and also groundwater. Next slide. So the type of permit that the Paradise Irrigation District has with the Central Valley Water Board is called an NPDES permit, and that stands for National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. The elimination was emphasized earlier tonight already. The goal of that program is to eliminate the discharge of pollutants to surface waters. The NPDES program is a regulatory system that was created by the Clean Water Act in 1972. It's a federal program, but the states have been delegated the authority to implement the program on behalf of the US EPA. The program regulates discharges into surface waters by issuing permits, which are renewed every 5 years, monitoring discharges for compliance, and implementing enforcement actions as necessary. And these enforcement actions can be in the form of monetary fines or other actions. Next slide. So effluent limits are the primary mechanism in an NPDES permit for controlling discharges of pollutants to surface waters. Effluent limits are designed so that water quality standards are met in the surface waters. So again, Magalia Reservoir in this case. Next slide. So Paradise Irrigation District has been regulated under the NPDES program for decades now. I've been working with PID on water quality issues since about 2000 when I came to the Central Valley Water Board. PID's current permit became effective in 2010. The prior permit was from 2004. PID is permitted to discharge filter backwash water from the water treatment plant to the Magalia Reservoir. The permit includes limits on this discharge, including flow, pH, settleable solids, suspended solids, chlorine, aluminum, and dichlorobromomethane, or DCBM. Those last two underlined there, aluminum and DCBM, are the two pollutants that PID is having the most trouble with. Next slide. So this is a graph. Well, actually, so these next two slides get to the question of is there a problem? This is a graph of aluminum concentrations in the waste discharge over the last 5 years. The aluminum is primarily coming from the water treatment process that uses aluminum-based chemicals that was mentioned earlier tonight. So on this graph, the date is on the horizontal axis, and the concentrations of aluminum are on the vertical axis there in micrograms per liter. The yellow line there represents the final effluent limitations contained in the current permit, concentration of 123. Notice that most of the data points are over this line, meaning that PID can't comply with aluminum in the final permit limit. Next slide. This is a graph of dichlorobromomethane, again DCBM, concentrations in the waste discharge over the last 5 years. DCBM comes from using chlorine in the water treatment process for disinfection. The final permit limit for DCBM is 1.1 micrograms per liter, 1.12, and that's represented again by that yellow horizontal line. And like for aluminum, notice that most of the DCBM data points are over this line, again meaning that PID can't comply with DCBM, the final limits for DCBM. Next slide. So when the 2010 permit was adopted, it included new limits for aluminum and DCBM. At that time, we all knew that PID couldn't immediately comply with those new limits. So at PID's request, we issued a time schedule order, or TSO, along with the permit, same time as the permit. A time schedule order does not replace the permit requirements, but it establishes a compliance schedule that gives a discharger time to come into compliance. It also establishes interim effluent limits, which provides some protection from enforcement actions while the discharger is working toward final compliance. So currently, PID is under a compliance schedule and has been given time to come into compliance. Next slide. So I know this is a kind of a busy slide, but I think it will be valuable for some discussions tonight, and I'll step through it. I think the board has some handouts to refer to, so they don't have to be craning their necks around. So the current permit was adopted in 2010, May 2010. It included final limits for DCBM and aluminum, and it also included interim limits we talked about for aluminum. At the same time as that current permit, the time schedule order was adopted, also May 2010 there, shown on the bottom. The time schedule order included a compliance schedule, and it required that by 2011, the district submit a formal decision for compliance. Basically, what is PID going to do to come into compliance with the final limits in the permit? And that formal decision was submitted, and that decision was to eliminate the discharge. And I'd like to point out, there's been a lot of discussion about the particular decision that was made. I wanted to note that there are a lot of other water treatment plants, drinking water treatment plants, that have made the same decision to eliminate their discharge and recycle their filter backwash. This way they don't have to deal with even having the NPDES permit. Those communities, this is just a short list, include the City of Shasta Lake, the South Feather Water and Power, Clear Creek CSD, and the Bella Vista Water District, all regulated out of the Reading office. So from 2011 to 2015, kind of that bracket there, PID was supposed to be securing funding, designing, and building the necessary water treatment plant improvements to achieve compliance. The original due date for full compliance.
Mic off. Hold on just a second.
They're working on it.
They're working on it.
Fresh batteries. He's bringing fresh batteries.
You want to use this one?
Thanks, Woody. That was like a NASCAR tire change there.
Yeah, that was pretty quick. I was just getting going. All right. Still hearing me okay in the back? So that bracket there from 2011 to 2015 was when PID was supposed to be securing funding, designing, and building the necessary water treatment plant improvements in order to achieve compliance. The original due date for compliance was May 2015. As we approached the final compliance date of May 2015, it was clear that PID was not going to make it. Project wasn't ready. PID requested an amended time schedule order to provide additional time to achieve compliance. Also note that in May 2015, the NPDES permit expired. We got approval from US EPA to extend that permit temporarily while PID finished the improvements. The amended TSO that was issued requires that a final design of the project be submitted by January 2016. It's now February. We did receive a preliminary design in December 2015, but again, PID is late on the final design. It has not met that requirement. The amended time schedule order requires that construction of the project begin by July 2016 and that's right around the corner. The date that you've heard tonight for full compliance with the final effluent limits is January 2018. So the Paradise Irrigation District has missed multiple deadlines, and now we're hearing that the engineering contract for the selected alternative has been put on hold. The Central Valley Water Board has been discussing these compliance issues for aluminum, DCBM, and for other pollutants since at least 2000. I've been involved with them that long, 16 years ago. Multiple compliance schedules have been granted to PID in good faith, yet the required improvements have not yet been made. Next slide. So this brings me to the potential consequences for PID not achieving compliance. The California Water Code requires that permit violations receive mandatory minimum penalties, or MMPs, of $3,000 per violation per pollutant. Also, the Water Code allows discretionary penalties to be assessed for violations of permits. These can be up to $10,000 per day of violation, and additional penalties on top of that, up to $10 for each gallon of wastewater discharged in violation of the permit. And lastly, I'd like to mention that permit violations are also subject to third-party lawsuits, Clean Water Act lawsuits, and we've seen a number of these for other dischargers.
Can you explain that a little bit, Ryan?
Yep.
Third-party liability.
Federal Clean Water Act allows members of the public, such as yourselves, environmental groups, any group, to file a lawsuit against a discharger who violates their NPDES permit. That is separate from any action that the Central Valley Water Board or the regional water boards take. It's out of our hands. It goes through court process, not through our board, and we have no discretion over that, and those have been very difficult for dischargers to deal with. So PID has already missed its most recent extended deadline for submittal of a final design. At this point, from Water Board's perspective here, we need to see real commitment from PID to continue with its compliance project, or we'll have no choice but to move forward with enforcement actions. Next slide. So I'm available for questions from the board.
We're going to take questions from the board first, and then we'll go to the public. Yeah, we'll start with.
Yeah, we can start with that. Actually, maybe we can move to just the next slide. I have the, if it's on there, it's the regulatory timeline slide. We can use that one. That's fine. That might be valuable. The question that council raised was about a pilot test study and an extension, another extension. Looking at it from our perspective here. We've been working with you since 2000. This was formalized in actually your 2004 permit, talked about these pollutants and needing to get more data about them to be able to deal with them. They were formalized as effluent limitations in 2010. The permit and the time schedule order gave, 5+ years here to pursue the project, secure funding, design it, build it. That was not met. So at this point, to be asking to start with pilot projects, investigating a new alternative, I don't see how that's going to work for us. I understand the concerns from the community here that they are not necessarily on board with the preferred alternative selected by this board, but here at the regional board, we received a decision from this board as to what they were going to do, and through all this time, that's been the path that's been pursued. So to come in now and ask for another extension to study some things is not very likely to be supported.
Brian, one of the the driving forces behind our decision to go the way that we did was that in the basic name of the permit, elimination, we are trying to eliminate this permit. Your goal and what this permit was originally designed for was to grant us time to find a solution to our problem, but ultimately what you want to see is this permit eliminated, gone, we no longer have it, and we are no longer discharging.
That is the goal of the program, but even beyond that, I would just suggest that the NPDES program is known as a very robust program, a program that has a lot of technicalities and mandatory penalties, all kinds of strings tied to it. So having an NPDES permit is a significant obligation that a discharger is taking on. There are much easier ways to deal with the types of discharges that you have rather than having an NPDES permit. I think as I explained, there are a number of other similar districts that have come to the same decision that this board did. They've pursued those projects. Probably about half of those have been completed at this point. And those were, they believe, good decisions. So they're getting out of their NPDES permit obligations, not needing that permit from us. So take that for what it is.
Did I understand you to say that those other water companies went ahead with a mechanical dewatering process to eliminate the discharge?
They have
the need for a permit.
They have slightly different. All the alternatives are slightly different, right? They hire their engineers, they do the evaluations, they come up with a project that's the best fit for their treatment plan and their needs. Some of them, they all involve recycling, right? So it's the filter backwash water is in some way being treated, settled, filtered, separated, and returned to the water supply.
Just as we proposed.
Yes.
So I heard one person that came up from the public during the wetlands asked, why don't we step outside California and look to, different regulations, see if there's some way to get around. I assume what he was asking is to get around you and the permit that is required here in California. I would imagine that, I don't know for a fact if the permit in California is a little more stringent than other states or if different states have different regulations, but I'm not sure that it's available. Is there a, looking at other states, there's just,
yeah, and I'm not sure that comment was necessarily about getting around the regional board. I think it was perhaps looking at projects in other states and so forth.
I understand what the question was.
Yeah, but nonetheless, the regulatory program in California is very similar to the other states. Again, this is a federal program that's being administered by the states. So the states all do it a little bit differently, but the fundamental requirements for controlling these specific pollutants is the same.
Okay. And the goal for all states is to eliminate this backwash discharge.
Ultimately, when feasible, elimination of the discharge is the preferred direction to go. You've been operating under a discharge permit, for a lot of time now. The problem is that it is a stringent permit, and you're not able to comply with it. So you either need to upgrade your treatment processes to somehow be able to, remove these pollutants, or go to some other proposal. Here, recycling the water, removing those pollutants makes that's the conclusion that a lot of others have come to.
Doug, you got a question?
Yes, I do have. This has been starting of my 4th year. I'm the newest on the board. And 3 years ago, when I was attending as a public member, realizing I was going to throw my hat in the ring, we had an engineering firm that actually came and gave a presentation that was going to be removing it for $2.5 million, $2,500,000, and it was voted on. And then all of a sudden, he got into different things, and he came back 4 or 5 months later, and it was at $7 million. And now we're looking at 14.5 to 18 mil. And the district right now is $8.6 million in debt, something like that. It's always been over 9 since I've been on the board, but now it's paid down some, so we're a little over 8. If we go this 16 mil, and it most likely will be that by the time we get it done, it's going to over double our debt, you know, and it's very difficult for this district to pay for that. Now, I visited a couple of treatment plants. One of them had the belt system, and the other one had a centrifuge, like we're talking about. But both of those had to occasionally dump water out. And one of them had what they call lagoons. They had 3 left, and they were humongous ponds, is what they basically were, and it kept it on site, you know, because it was just, that what it was, just a big, like you see in Los Angeles. And they would pump into one of those ponds, and then it would go down like kind of like we do on here. So that's the biggest problem that we have and why it's dragging on here. It's right up to causing us some severe problems. And I realize that the EPA can come along and everybody jumps, okay? But like I mentioned to these people earlier, that water actually exceeds the standard for human drinking. That we're talking about spending $18 million on to clean, or 14, whatever it is, you know. That has to mean something, especially when you've been like I have in my earlier career, when you see effluent coming out of a sewer plant that's going like Chico dumps 23 billion gallons a day in the Sacramento River. Part of it goes through they don't call it a wetland, but it's a constructed wetland, you know. So there's just something screwball someplace along the line. Now, I realize you guys do it because they have to do it, and I'm being very critical. I have all the respect in the world for these, because I went up there and visited with these people, and I just had an opportunity to visit with 2 that are down here, and you're doing an awesome job. But won't that board, in fact, you remember I sat through 2 days and were listening to them and doing different things. They had been giving extensions to cannabis growers, pot growers, forever. Because one of the board members had, when they passed it up there that day, you know, 500, whatever it is, he said, wiped his head. I was down there watching. He said, my God, we're done talking about this now. And they've been fighting it for years, maybe like you've been fighting PID. Is that making sense, or I'm talking in circles?
Well, first of all, we haven't been fighting PID. And you know, references to our brand new you know, marijuana regulatory program, I don't think are pertinent to this discussion. They're very different issues.
The reason I only brought it up is not pertinent here, but they kept giving extensions and all kinds of things. The board was what told me that when I was sitting out there in the audience listening to them. You know, they had been.
There are no extensions in the marijuana program. It's a brand new program. The permit was just adopted this last year. There haven't been any extensions.
It was adopted while I was up there, yeah. And it was done real well.
Right. And again, fundamentally here, the regional water board, for good reason, you know, cannot design your project for you or tell you even that, hey, this is you know, you should really go this direction, right? That's for your professionals to evaluate. You need to hire qualified professionals to evaluate the alternatives, make recommendations to you, and arrive at a decision. That all happened way back there. So at this point, again, we are way down the road. It's past the time to be having you know, studies done as part of this decision process. Obviously, you guys are free to do whatever you want on the side to evaluate you know, other treatment methodologies, but this is the timeline for the alternative that has already been selected.
I have a question for you, just to affirm this in a little bit better, perhaps for the public's understanding. I know that in the past you've waived our noncompliance fines, the most recent being a $30,000 fine that we received in December of 2015. My question is, that is, you waived it because you saw the amount of expenses that we were expending on our trail to get this to come into compliance and meet the January 2018 date. So now, if we've no longer pursuing this activity, that is, we have canceled our engineering contract, we're winding it up, we're not moving forward at all. Will you continue to help us by writing off these fines with our other expenses of looking into alternative means, wetlands, pilot projects, or any other thing that may come up? For the future fines, for the future non-compliance issues that we are going to be experiencing, will you still be inclined to fine us? I know it's a mandatory fine. Will you give us the grace of writing that off, or will you not?
I think the simple answer, and I can give a little bit more detail, is that we would not be able to apply those penalties to money already spent on this compliance project. I think that's the simplest answer for it. There are a number of findings that we have to be able to make in order to basically not have you write a check to the State Water Board, right? So the idea being that if somebody, and this is only for small economically disadvantaged communities, if you're working toward your compliance project, everything's green, everything's a go, it's all moving forward, and you receive penalties in the meantime, those mandatory minimum penalties, those can be, basically you can get credit, so to speak, for the money that you were already spending on that project. If this is now off track, we're not going to be able to make those findings. We would not be able to suspend those penalties. They're not really suspended. They're just settled in a different way. Furthermore, by not being in compliance with the compliance schedule requirements, which arguably that's where we are today. It was, this final project design was due. You are no longer in strict compliance with your time schedule order. Those final effluent limits may be applicable, meaning that on those graphs, all those data points over the final limit would be violations subject to penalties.
We're not doing public comment part just quite yet. No, actually, I'm going to have you sit down because the directors are asking questions right now. In a couple minutes, I'm going to have the public come up and ask questions. Okay?
So would you mind going back to the previous slide that shows the
data,
the fines, the mandatory minimum penalties of $3,000 per
I think right there.
fine violation, and then the discretionary penalties of up to $10,000 for each day that we're in violation? George, I don't quite understand this. Can you tell me how many tests are we making on this? How many events would we be subject to if we failed every event, every measure? How many times does that happen a month?
They could probably answer better than I can.
Sure, yeah, I can take a shot at that. For the aluminum and the DCBM monitoring, I believe, I'll get a nod from my staff here, but I believe that monitoring is being done once a month. So one sample per month. There are actually two limit bases that are evaluated based on that single sample. It's an average monthly number and a maximum daily number. So you can actually violate each of those twice in a month. So essentially, 4 violations in 1 month if you exceeded the limits for both of those constituents. Now that's the mandatory minimum penalties. Those would have to be assessed. The discussion about the discretionary penalties, that's where the regional board has the discretion to consider other factors in determining whether something more than the mandatory minimum penalties should be assessed.
One of those other factors is whether the district is moving forward with a solution.
That's absolutely right.
Just to reiterate, if we did a wetlands, if we could build a wetlands, and it would be a solution to at least getting rid of the aluminum, it would still require a permit, and that is not something that it looks like we would be getting an extension on to have I mean, how would that work? If we build a wetlands, we require an NPDES permit in order to discharge that water, so how?
If the wetland that has been discussed here resulted in a discharge to surface waters of the state, waters of the U.S., such as Magalia, then an NPDES permit would be required for that discharge. So you would not be out of the NPDES permitting program. You would continue to have those liabilities and obligations.
No, it's okay. So how does the timeline work if our due date for compliance is January 1st, 2018, whether it be the wetlands or the mechanical process, if we're out of compliance after that date? So let's say we build a wetlands, January 15th, we're out of compliance, and there we're going to be looking at fines.
Again, you're out of compliance today.
Exactly.
The timeline is as presented up there. That is a, an officially adopted order from the Water Board in your permit and in that time schedule order. So those dates exist. They're firm. They're non-negotiable. Right? They are what they are right now today. That is what you do have to comply with. Any discussions about additional extensions, as I mentioned,
or maintaining a permit,
it would have to be, again, as I stated, I would see that being very unlikely to be supported, primarily because of the time that has elapsed and the idea that, at this point, we don't have another, fully designed project that we really want to go do this. This project is all ready to go. We just need to, have you say, yes, this one instead of this one. It's not ready to go. So, even if you had another project like that, you would be off. You'd be off your required timeline.
Once again, 2018, January 1st, 2018 is when we are supposed to be trying to eliminate our need for the permit.
That's right. And 2 years prior to that, today we're supposed to be basically, July, digging dirt.
Starting.
Seth, can
Thank you,
I ask
Ryan.
a question?
Sure, George.
You made mention that if we, one of the actions tonight is potentially suspending the AECOM contract, and that's because we had a successful protest, and our cash flow just requires we just can't keep that up. But one of the alternatives to suspending is suspending design activities, but keeping AECOM on the CEQA path, because that's really key in timing. So I guess my question is, if we continue working towards on the CEQA document, will that help us maintain our interim limits through if we keep moving forward?
The discussion and decision about where PID is at today with respect to their compliance schedule has a little bit of subjectivity to it. So you have not complied by submitting the final design by the due date. That is out of compliance. If we're talking about continuing work with your consultant, that is a factor that the board would be considering in any enforcement actions, as I mentioned, considering other factors. That's not necessarily going to be adequate. That's not where things were supposed to be. And as I mentioned, extensions have already been granted. And apparently what I'm hearing tonight is that the desire is to consider going in a completely different direction with a completely new timeline. And that that is not acceptable given the permit requirements and time schedule order that you have before you.
I have a quick question. The question I have for the public also is this board that he's talking about is a 5-person board, just exactly like you have on your PID. And there was quite a number of people the 2 days that I watched them function in Reading there come up and talk about different features and different things and ask for this and that. And quite frequently they were willing to extend them on. They were working with mines. I think there's 47,000 mines in the state of California, and over 10,000 of them are really pollutants. And the board has to handle all that. So one of the questions I'm asking, say if we keep up with the CEQA part of our contract with AECOM, which we'll be talking about a little later, how much latitude does that board have if they see that an organization such as PID is in a real bind financially, every other thing, but really trying to make a good purpose work, not wetlands or anything, just making it happen? Do they have any latitude, or does somebody down in the state or the Washington, D.C. say, you can't give them any latitude. Boom, how much do they have?
So two things. One, I'm not going to be able to give you an answer tonight on whether the regional board would even consider a request for an extension or not. However, your question about not talking about going in a different direction with this wetlands, but issues that we're having with the current project. You need more time to deal with that. The way that you would write up your request for any kind of an extension, the justifications that you would be making, the commitments you would be making, those are the types of things that the board would consider in considering whether to grant any additional extensions. As I said, from my experience, I'd be kind of surprised to see it go that way and be approved under these circumstances. However, you asked about the board's sort of legal authority.
Yeah.
My understanding is that for your situation, for these pollutants, for the time frames that have elapsed, the absolute legal maximum additional time that the board could grant would be 2 additional years.
But the board does have that opportunity or jurisdiction if we put together a real professional presentation to have our counsel like Dustin and George, they can do that. I mean, it's within their power.
Well, first of all, it's within your prerogative to submit any request that you like.
Yeah.
The justifications you would need to make to convince our board that an extension is warranted and deserved, in my immediate opinion, the facts don't support an extension. However, you asked the theoretical question about what the board legally could consider without considering or without consulting with our legal counsel to kind of read through everything and go through all the record. My understanding is that the absolute maximum additional time could be 2 additional years.
2 years.
Director
Well,
Flesher, I think staff
while I
has
was
already...
there, they had 3 legal counsel sitting down. They meet at the Reading City Hall, and it's just a beautiful facility. And they had 3 attorneys right down there that they were asking questions of, because there was a couple of things that came up like this, and on their minds, because I was very interested in the mines, they have spent millions of dollars on those, the state and everybody else, and they're still not resolved in that. But
yeah, I just wanted to point out that with all of these issues, the board has to make legally substantiated, legally based findings for what it does. So in this case, I can't emphasize enough the factors to support a further extension. I'm honestly not seeing them from that standpoint. I understand the desires and the interests of some of the board members and some of the audience tonight, but just in my opinion, based on what's been going on, where the board is at, I'm not seeing that those factors would be very easy to support.
Thank you, Brian.
Mr. President, may I ask a couple questions?
Yes, Dustin.
To your knowledge, has the Central Valley Regional Board ever been confronted with the situation facing PID, where there's been a successful protest to a proposed rate increase that was, primarily attempting to fund the cost of the project to comply with the time schedule order?
Yeah, this has come up a number of times. I've been involved with at least one directly out of the Reading office. But yes, this comes up. It's absolutely recognized that districts, cities, counties have a lot of strings tied to their ability to raise sufficient funds to support the projects that either they want to do or they decide to do because somebody's requiring them to do it, right? And the projects that I've been involved with, the city was able to overcome that to a large part through meetings like this, where sort of the facts are discussed and explanations are given, and questions are asked, and discussion takes place, basically through public discussion and education to understand what's going on, why it needs to happen, what flexibility there is, what flexibility there is not.
Just for clarification, that if there was a request submitted for an additional time extension, there's no economic consideration that goes into that. That is, if the project just far exceeds the capacity of the local agency, is that a factor that, in your experience, the board would consider, or is that just completely off the table?
Yeah, economics are absolutely part of the equation, but in this case, the economic discussion includes basically the facts are that the current rate structure is X. It's not adequate for supporting not only the district's current needs, but the needs to improve the wastewater treatment plan in order to comply with this permit. It's the board's responsibility to adjust that rate structure. Doesn't mean it's easy, but that is the board's obligation to take that on. It's not in and of itself, some economic basis for not moving forward with a project or getting relief from the water boards.
Well, that sounds very understandable to me, because otherwise you would subject yourselves to being held hostage to the voters in any particular community. If they just continued voting a protest vote against any rate increase, then if you allowed the fact that we didn't have the money to proceed to prevent fines, then they would have you stymied. And the public needs to recognize that we're going to have to pay the bill to clean our water and move on. The dragging of the feet part, if you'd like to know, came from Director Kellogg, because he's drug his feet for 2 years. If you'll look back at the design, we submitted a formal decision for compliance in 2011 by vote of the majority board. In acquiescence to Director Kellogg, we've stopped, looked, re-engineered, have somebody come up, and every time he has an opportunity to delay us from moving forward to complete this project, it's your money that he's going to be spending on these fines.
Is there anybody else that's on the board or staff that wants to?
I just want to make a comment that presently, because of the protest, we don't even have the money to pay for the wetlands. So if we don't get a rate increase, there's no way we can continue.
Yes. We'll choose whether or not. Thank you, folks. Quiet down, please. There's no more questions from Bill. Do you have any questions?
You know, I think the best thing for me to do is what Larry says, was something about the wisdom of being quiet at certain times. So I'm going to be quiet.
Well, I would think this is one of those times when you actually want to ask some questions, because the NPDES permit directly relates to wetlands. So is there any questions you'd like to ask as to
In my presentation, Seth, I said that you had to renew the NPDES permit.
Well, now,
I didn't say it got rid of the NPDES permit. I said you had to renew it.
as Brian's stating up here, we're not really going to get a chance to renew. It doesn't sound like. So you're hypothetically thinking that they're just going to keep extending this permit out for us. You're convincing the public that they're going to just keep extending this permit out for us. Where the gentleman who is in charge of issuing, or one of the people that regulates these permits, is telling you there is no, we're going to continue this permit on. So we've been working on this for, okay, we're not going to debate this. So the question is, will we be able to maintain, the question I would think you'd have, Director Kellogg, is will we be able to keep an NPDES permit? And if so, my question is, right now, our current levels were at the whatever they were, okay, the levels that they were at. Is there the real possibility that those levels are going to go down, knowing how the EPA works and everything seems to be getting tighter and more stringent as we go on through time? Is it not likely that those levels are going to get more stringent?
I really can't speculate on the future water quality objectives for for these pollutants. It's certainly possible. There are new studies done all the time. One thing I would mention, this is a really big consideration for people determining whether they want to be in the NPDES program or not, is that over time, new pollutants do come in. There's a whole suite of constituents of emerging concern you may have heard mentioned. And those at some point will probably find their way into NPDES permits. Those could very well be issues for you. There'd be other pollutants that pop up onto the radar. But this is what you're looking at today.
But using a mechanical process, we would eliminate that permit, so we would not be under those constraints and would not have to worry about what changes to the permit were made.
That's right.
Thank you.
I have another question, Brian, just for my own information. I'm used to pesticides, so we have category 1, 2, 3, 4, and our dichlorobromomethane is what you call, I forgot, a group 2, where aluminum is a group 1. Or you have a different name for putting it in there, and I forgot, and I didn't write it down when I was up there interviewing you people.
The groups you're referring to, they don't refer to the nature or the toxicity of the constituents themselves. They're simply groupings that are designated in our enforcement policy. The percent exceedance that constitutes a significant violation is different for these two groups, but for all practical purposes here, looking at these numbers, it doesn't make a bit of difference. All your concentrations are too high currently.
Because I know that there was not, in what I received, and I really didn't go up there to get that, but what I received, the only thing that we were being fined for, and it was $22,000 at that time, I think that was 6 or 7 one sample a month is what it was. And it was on the DCBM, and there was nothing mentioned about aluminum. So
yeah, you can
fight us about aluminum, because it's a group 1. So I did some research on it later. In other words, like table salt in pesticides is a group 4, which means, you don't even have to have a label on it. And we shake it on our tomatoes. But anyway, so that's what they were looking at. But is that what it was, group 2 or group 1? Doug?
There's only 2 groups for water board's purposes here when we're looking at these pollutants.
Okay.
And frankly, they really don't, they're not really pertinent to this discussion, to be honest.
They're not? Okay. I know that came out in a couple of discussions that I had, and so I just was wondering.
Yeah, the example you raised, you can exceed, you can violate an effluent limitation for one pollutant and not another, right? Your DCBM can be high and your aluminum could be within limits, and then you would only violate it for DCBM. Yeah. They don't necessarily come together, right?
Yeah. But if you can get the toxic material, and our 2 toxic materials are this DCBM and aluminum, before we dump it into surface water, as long as it's not there, that's all you're concerned about.
2 issues there. One, 5 years ago, that's all we're interested in, right? We're interested. You guys figure out how you want to come into compliance. You hire your professionals. You do the evaluations. Determine what the best way to proceed is. That's for you guys to figure out. We're not going to tell you what way to go, right?
I understand.
Now, at this point, the discussion is you have already committed to a path. You've committed to the Regional Water Board to do this project by this timeline. That's what supported the original time schedule order. That's what's supported the extension that's been granted.
Yeah, I understand that. But I asked the same question again, not to repeat it too much. We sample, however we do it, we're going to pull the sample before we dump it into surface water. We may not dump it into surface water. But if we were going to, and it shows nothing, or lower than the accessory limits, that's all you're concerned about. If we have no pollution, It's all gone. That's all you're concerned about.
If we're discharging, we still have a permit, and that's what they're concerned.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what they're concerned with.
Anytime that you dump into surface water, you have to have a permit from them.
Yeah, so the answer is you need to have an NPDES permit if you're going to be discharging anything into surface waters, right? So you have to have that permit if you are discharging into Magalia Reservoir. If you're not discharging into the reservoir, you're recycling that, you don't need the permit.
Yeah, right. But if you're dumping surface water. I'll go back to Chico again. I think it's 23 million gallons a day from their sewer plant that they dump into the Sacramento River. And when I found that out doing this research, I do a lot of work inclusive, quite frequently. I carry my own water now, good old PID water. But anyway, I kid them about that.
Doug, let's move to the public here. Let's get some questions from the public so that we can have a chance. I'm going to ask the board not to engage in conversation with the public members. We are going to write down the question. If there's a question that they pose, we will then, if we deem necessary, then we will ask staff or maybe ask Brian to address that question for us. And there. Sir, I don't.
I don't hear it. Okay. First of all, I'd like to say how professional manner in which you presented this talk to us and everything about what our situation is. Like with this first graphic here, this one up here and everything, I'm just curious. You show that timeline that is supposed to be representative of us at 100. What are the names of those all others that were never there at 100 or are supposed to be at that level? Are those not other sites, water sites? They're all ours?
Those are all data points from your discharge, yes.
Okay, now he's going to time me, so I don't want him to use my time. Put up that other graphic in which you had a timeline on our requirement to be in. Okay, that one. I've been here since 2010 also, and what I'm curious about is, although the one problem might have been that I prescribed or subscribed to the Paradise Post, I don't remember anything along that timeline that had anything to do with like PID or any of this water business. So what I'm asking is, okay, did this come about as a result of Prop 218? Is that where this kicked in or what? When did Prop 218 and when did this really kick in, you know, these requirements that are coming about here? That make any sense? Okay, like why am I hearing about this rate increase that, you know, brought us to this point now when I should have been hearing about it, let's say in 2010? Or should it, you know, along the way, should I have been, I mean, why am I at 215 even, you know, I'm seeing this amended time schedule order and everything, and you even had mentioned that there was some other instance where we were fined or we did not comply, we were fined because we didn't meet some standard, is that the case? You said that, did you not say that? I'm just asking now, not putting you on the spot.
I'm happy to respond. I'm here at
Don't
the board's.
remember that?
I'm here at the board's request, so I'm going to defer to them to ask
We're
any
writing your
questions.
questions down, sir.
That's all right then. That's all right. So really, I'm just, you know, like at my wit's end, essentially, knowing that here is this management consortium that, you know, doesn't know what they're doing. They put us in a spot where they want to zap our water bills, and in order to comply to, so this schedule here, is that state or federal? Sir, is that state or federal? Is that federal, state, or federal? You got federal money, is that state?
The NPDES program is a federal program. It has been delegated to California to implement.
Okay, well, okay, my last 5 seconds, I'm going to make a recommendation that anybody in the audience that has any access to any legal body, we get an injunction against them. They said we had a public liability thing. The whole group that is available on that listing and everything, get together some committee and everything, and what we'll do is put an injunction against the state or the federal, you know, maybe make inclusive our PID.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to make sure I understand this. we're cleaning up the water that we're adding something because of a regulation. Am I understanding that right? So we're having to clean up something because we're putting product into it, so now we're having to take it out, okay? And so when did this micron level change? Was that in 2010? Is that when the change was? Was in 2010, or was that in 2000?
Remember, we're going to write down your questions, and then we're going to ask staff. So if you're looking for an answer right now, we're not going to verbalize. We are going to address all these.
Okay, then let me just go ahead. So we're taking out stuff that we've put into it, and now we have to comply with a new regulation that's being posed by Brian's industry. I can't think of what your acronym is right offhand. And so we've had a certain amount of time to comply with this. I've heard you talk to PID for years that they've, and you've given them extensions and stuff like that. Yet I'm just finding out about this because of this rate increase that's being imposed right now. And so now you're here, Brian, kind of like the hammer to the public. It's like, we don't have any more choices because this has been the choice that's been implemented to you. So now we can't even pursue something else. You're standing up here. This is the final authority. We're not going to give you any more extensions. This is the plan that you've presented. And so we're the ones that are having to flip the bill for this. And so, I mean, where's the fairness in this? I mean, is there any fairness in this? I mean, we've employed this group up here, and I'm talking about the entirety, to handle these situations, and yet we're being pinched at the final deadline where we're at the point of incurring fines to comply with a regulatory system that is now being imposed.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Richard Zumwalt. I have a question. I've been told that dilution is the solution for pollution. And it seems like a simple answer to the problem. We have water that's almost as clean as drinking water that we're putting into Magalia Reservoir that the state doesn't like. What we need is a pond, a mixing pond, where we pump 2 parts of Magalia Reservoir water into the mixing pond with 1 part of this effluent, and then it would meet all the state guidelines when we dump it back into Magalia Reservoir. Would the state have a problem with that?
And again, I'd be happy to answer questions, but the board chair is holding those.
I'd like to also know where this timeline for your compliance falls with your new facility on Clark Avenue. You seem to feel that you could afford to build a new facility for PID when you had a lot of gratuities along the way, like, free library access for your meetings and a few other items. And here you build this brand new facility on Clark that outsurpasses a lot of bigger towns. So I think the issue here is, first off, it sounds like from this gentleman here from Reading that we're screwed. Okay, so we're going to have to foot the bill no matter what. So here's my suggestion to the public. There's a recall effort going, people. You know what I'm saying? Let's change the face of the board and not let this crap ever happen again.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to clarify a couple of things to make sure that I and everybody here understands them. It seems to me that we have a water quality control board authorized by the EPA to guarantee that we have clean groundwater that meets or exceeds the same specifications we have for drinking water. And if it doesn't, we need a permit to pour it into the Magalia Reservoir. So I hope when I show at your office tomorrow to pour a glass of water into the reservoir, I have the correct permit. As for you gentlemen and your predecessors, I had a granddaughter born in the year 2000. She will have graduated in high school, and you still haven't been in compliance with an order you have had for 16 years. You are unembarrassable.
I agree.
And the thing is, you are so confused and so myopic, you failed to realize that if on the day you got that order, you had put a $5 surcharge on each of the $10,000 customers you've had, you would have had $12 million in the bank 3 years ago, and this plant would have been built, and I would have been home watching television.
This stand just keeps changing heights. Mr. Smith, perhaps you can answer this question because I'd like to know, and maybe some of these other folks would like to know, what are the effects of the two pollutants that seem to be at issue at this point? That's for you.
Again, the board president has asked to record the questions, and he's going to
We'll answer the questions when the board members ask.
I thought Mr. Smith was going to be able to answer questions also. So that's...
He'll still be up here. We're going to address staff or Mr. Smith with your question.
Okay, that's my question. What are the health effects of aluminum and the one that I can't pronounce?
Dichlorobromomethane, DCBM.
DCBM.
Yeah. And again, I would be happy to answer any questions from the public, but it is board's prerogative on how to handle that.
I'd like to ask a question. California, the whole nation's in recovery right now as far as economics. What are other small cities, like Town of Paradise, what are they doing with water systems that they have? How are they approaching it? Are they raising rates in large amounts? How have they funded it? What systems are they using? Because there's kind of places that are similar to the problem we have here. What are they doing? There's got to be some ideas. We can look around and see what everybody else is doing. It's very cheap investigation. My other question is, we asked questions last time we were here, and you folks took them down, and we're going to answer them for us. I looked on the PAD board website, and I don't see any answers there. Will we be getting some answers back this week for the last time we had talks? That's my thing. Thank you. But economics is our big issue here. And also, what if we don't fund this project? What happens if this town declares bankruptcy, or actually in this case, it would be PAD declares bankruptcy? What happens with our water standards then? If we just go along with the water quality the way it is, and we say we don't have money to improvement, we can't raise the money, so what happens? Do we stop having water at the tap? Do we drink what we have? What are the little towns that have done the same thing? Bankruptcy is an issue, and it's a plausible way of doing things. We have to look at some more economic ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to know how many water districts there are in the state of California, and then how many are in compliance, and how many are threatened with these severe penalties, and how many are actually paying penalties. And then the answer to the question about bankruptcy, you should talk to the answer to the question about bankruptcy, you should go to the little town of Smartsville, and their water bills are $500 a month.
Thomas Wall, you're with the state?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, well, I'll tell you why we're a little skeptical. There was a scam about 15 years ago called MTB, and they put it in the gas. And they insisted we had to have it in the gas in California, and only California. We paid up the butt for it. And it was all fraud, reported by a Canadian company. I was supposed to clean up our gas, and guess what? It polluted worse. It cost billions. It was a boondoggle. So my question to you is, and I hope you ask him, we're real concerned about people's annual incomes. Because most of us hardly get enough to live on up here. A lot of us are on fixed incomes. I'm wondering what your annual salary is, sir. And no, I think it's important that we know. And the next question I have is...
A little closer to the mic.
Okay. We've known about this for 16 years. What I'm hearing from you, at the very most, you might possibly be able to give an extension for 2 more years beyond 18. That's what I thought I heard. That's my question. And I've been here since '08, and it really is true. Did you see the 2 blocks of infrastructure they put in? They practically gave away the property they started in when I first paid my water bill in '08. They put in two blocks of infrastructure, and they spent a lot of money. And I'm just surprised they weren't more concerned about whether the socks were going to be dirty or clean or not, like the water. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Doreen Boxer. First things first, apparently we're stuck, whether we like it or not, to pay penalty fees for not being allowed to have this already done. When we came here, it was a rate hike situation which brought the public here. We were not made aware that at this point there's going to be fines. Now everybody's padded their paychecks, and it looks like 3 against 1. It looks like this was all put onto a couple of people or one person to make the decisions about the waterways and the wetlands, not allowing the public to know what was going on. So these fines right now should be coming from the people who did not do their jobs and allowing us to know what was going on and leaving all this in one man's lap. That's not the way things go. You're elected officials. You all have to work together for the better part of the community. So the monies for the fines need to be coming from the padded paychecks rather than the public. I do agree with the wetlands, and I think that's a great idea. I've seen it in Elkhorn Slough and in Watsonville, California, and also in Harkins Slough, which is also a bird sanctuary. So the wetlands would have been a great idea, and I'm sure everybody economically and for basically to make it cleaner in general, a cleaner idea. Mr. Kellogg's idea is a better idea. However, he was not given an amount of time to allow us to see this whole project, so we're sort of stuck, and then using the public as the, we're going to rate hike you and, just bringing us all in here believing we're trying to protect ourselves, realizing, in fact, that the better part of the board here is not doing their part, dumping on one person, and then expecting us to continue to pay their annual paychecks. Well, no, all these fines and things that have been incurred because they've not allowed the public to speak up until this point need to come from the padded paychecks of the people who aren't doing their jobs. We need to make decent decisions. The wetlands is a good idea. However, we're back up against the wall now with very little information because the majority of the board did not do their job in informing the public what we were up against from the gate. So Mr. Kellogg has been clearly doing his job in trying to help our whole community work out a more cleaner, less chemical-laden way to go about this. I think that the public should have been informed of this several years ago. And again, my last is just the fines need to be paid by the people who didn't do their part. They need to go, and people who need to know how to do this environmentally friendly be brought in. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd really like to be able to respond to any of these at an appropriate time for you.
Yeah, let's let this last gentleman speak. I think that looks like it, and then we'll... Sir?
Hi. I'm Don Martin again. Just had a couple of questions. So with the wetlands, there's no buildup and there's no release of anything into the atmosphere?
Yep.
Yep, okay. Do any of you believe that there's climate change going on, or you guys deniers on this side? Because, you know, everything, you guys want to go back to the tried and true method that's worked for years and years and years and cost millions of dollars instead of trying what's new, that what people are trying to bring to the forefront of the future. You want to stay in the past instead of moving forward and trying the new stuff. But apparently now it's too late because a few of you have dragged your feet so much. And why hasn't the wetlands come up before in any of the public meetings? It just, you guys started to raise the rate, and it just started this hornet's nest that is just getting out of control. And where do we find the answers to last week's questions? Can we at least get an answer to that? Or no? All right, anyway. And who voted to build the new facility instead of taking that money and putting it into some project? You know? I mean, again, you have super funds to clean up places instead of building new ones. And what is the backwash anyway? I mean, where does it go into the backwash from? You know, I'm kind of confused on that. And they said that there'd be some kind of discharge every once in a while. They'd have to like clean it out. Where would that discharge go? It would be pollutants into Magalia Reservoir? All right, well, I guess that's about it. Running out of time.
Thank you,
Y'all
sir.
have a nice day.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to make a comment and ask a couple of questions. The comment is that it appears to me from this timeline that our protest, our successful protest, had nothing to do with our being out of compliance. Not one single thing to do with that. You didn't have the plan. You don't have the engineering plan. And you're supposed to begin construction in July? I don't think so. Now, my questions are, I want to ask Mr. Smith, can we continue to operate without the permit?
He's recording these,
Just
but
go,
I'm
just
gonna
go
say,
ahead. Just
no,
go
you
ahead
need
and
a
answer
permit.
this one.
You cannot continue to operate?
You need a permit.
You have to have the permit.
If you're discharging to the reservoir, you need
So,
a permit.
the fact that we do not have a permit, and it expired in May 2015, means that we're not even supposed to be operating.
We have an extension on our permit right now.
When was that?
We're
That there is an extended,
2016.
administratively extended permit in place. That issue is, let's say that part is acceptable right now, right? You do have a permit for the discharge, you're just not complying with all the other stuff.
Okay, where does it say that we have an extended permit on that?
Amended time schedule order, April 2015, full compliance, January 2018.
But it says the original compliance permit expired. Where does it say that the permit was included?
Amended. It's amended.
very top.
Okay, sorry.
If I had a Sharpie, I'd write it up there for you.
Pardon me?
If I had a Sharpie, I'd write it.
Thank you. Okay. But since we are out of compliance now, is that correct? We are out of compliance?
Yes.
So
Yes.
penalties are being assessed as we go.
You are, the district is subject to penalties if they exceed the effluent limitations. As I explained earlier, there's discretion in determining whether the fact that you haven't submitted your final design by, what, January there, that we only got the draft, that technically puts you out of compliance with that time schedule order, which would subject you to those final limits to today. We have not officially made that determination that this constitutes non-compliance with that time schedule order. That's where that kind of that subjectivity comes into place. But yes, the district is very much at risk of facing those final effluent limits, which those charts showed you're not able to comply with at this time.
Okay. To follow on, is there a point at which we will no longer be out of compliance, or if we finish a project?
January 1st, 2018.
So we will be out of compliance if you decide against extending grace to us. Then we will be out of compliance until some project comes online.
That's correct. You would not be complying with the time schedule order, and you would not be in compliance with the administratively extended permit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
I would like to just ask, since we're dealing with two pollutants here, one is chlorine, which could be aerated according to Doug Fleischer, and the other one is aluminum, which I was under the understanding we're not using fluoride in our water, and I know fluoride to be a byproduct of the aluminum manufacturing process. So I don't know where that's coming from, and if we could stop using that chemical, whatever it is, okay. And lastly, if we are concerned about the quality of our water, and we're saying that the quality of our water is already good enough even to drink, even after it's it's to be discharged after, they're backwashing these filters. This water is drinkable water. So we're going to be fined for putting drinkable water back in Magalia Dam.
These are all the pollutants that have been removed from the water so that it is safe for delivery to the customers, right? This is all the stuff you didn't want in your water, plus all the chemicals that were used in the treatment process.
And that is, even at that point, it's still clean enough to drink?
Maybe let's clarify.
Okay.
Who are we cleaning this water for? Is it human consumption, or are we talking about fish?
Well, we're talking about both, and we're talking about two different sets of regulations. The regulations that pertain to the drinking water that a provider delivers to its customers is a completely different set of regulations than those that pertain to discharging wastewater, in this case, filter backwash water into waters of the U.S. In this case, we were talking about both protection of aquatic life in the reservoir and human health concerns. DCBM, by the way, is carcinogenic.
And this could be aerated with a very inexpensive system compared to what we're talking about.
The chlorine can.
Right, the chlorine. And so, what would happen if we continue the way we've been operating for, the last 15, 20 years, and we didn't have all these heavy regulations being poured on us by your board? We would still be able to have clean drinking water the way we have been for the last 20 years. So, the question is just, there really is it the quality of our drinking water is already good, but the backwashing of the filter systems and discharging it back into the Magalia Dam for basically recycling. It's like an exhaust gas recirculation emissions control system. And we are able to continue recycling this water. I ran out of time, but I just like to say that something doesn't seem quite right here, folks. Thank you.
You got that right. Thank you, sir.
I have one overarching question, which I know won't be publicly answered, but I want to ask it anyway. And I'll ask it generally. Here's the question. What changes would be required, either among this management team or among this board, to remove the pervasive dysfunctionality which has resulted in our having this gun held to our head. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have two more questions and follow up. If aluminum is the issue in the treatment of the water, isn't there another flocculant that we could use besides aluminum that would resolve that issue? And the second one is this. If we, for some reason, went with the Wetlands project, you say that we would incur a fine because we wouldn't be compliant. Is that fine infinite? Or if we become compliant through the Wetlands, does that fine go away?
The first part of that, I would have to defer to
I'm asking you the second part of the question.
And the second part of the question, you would be out of compliance with the time schedule order, and the concentrations you are currently discharging exceed the final permit limits, so you would be in violation of those. If you were able to turn a switch tomorrow morning at the treatment plant, and all of a sudden those concentrations are fine, we would probably require some kind of proof or something like that as to why is this all of a sudden working. But yeah, the bottom line for us is protection of water quality, and if you can comply with those effluent limits, that is what we're after. But again, here, that's hypothetical, right? That's not going to happen.
Correct.
There is no way to do that. We're way down here on the timeline, and I'm here to tell you that essentially you are out of time.
It seems as though to me, as a guesstimation of $18 million for this new recycle treatment plant to come into compliance, that even with your fines on our non-compliance, that if we went ahead and went with the Wetlands idea and took the fines as well, had to pay for them, it sure as hell would be a hell of a lot less than paying the $18 million for the recycle plant, whatever.
And keep in mind that slide we had up that discusses the mandatory minimum penalties versus the discretionary penalties, all of those kinds of factors as to what's going on here, what's district doing, why aren't they on the path that they committed to. All those things would be considered, and very potentially you'd be looking at fines much greater than those mandatory minimum penalties.
Well, I think you as being a board member and an independent party here in this situation, you can see that the public has a huge issue with the responsibility that the board has obviously kind of fumbled around. And the issue here is not mismanagement, it is negligent management, because they've headed in totally a wrong direction.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Donna Viro. I don't normally do public speaking, so bear with me. You've been working with the PID board since 2000. That's 16 years ago. We've been out of compliance since 2010. Most of these board members have either been elected or appointed since 2005 and 2006. That's including Mr. Barber in 2006. Mr. Flesher is the newest board member in 2012. That's 10 to 11 years. You cannot pass the buck to some previous board members because you yourselves are at fault. You act like this is the first you've heard of this. It might be the first time I've heard of this. But you guys have known about this for years and years and years. I've never seen anything on the news that's saying, this is what we need to do. Come to our meeting. Give us information. Give us your thoughts. Nobody's done anything. You've sat on your tushes, collected your big salaries, and you have put us in this situation. At the last meeting, Mr. Barber had a slide that shows that there was $10 million in the reserves. And instead of using that money to move forward to bringing us into compliance, you gave yourselves all huge salary increases. Why? You yourselves put us in this situation. And even if this water is cleaned up by either the wetlands or the treatment plant, It's still being pumped to the end users, which are the residents, through deteriorated iron pipes. And if you look on the Butte County Public Health website, the iron levels in children are increasing. Our infrastructure needs to be replaced. And instead of doing that with the reserves, you gave yourselves all salary increases. And I don't think it's right, and I don't think it's fair. You've done nothing in the past 10 to 11 years to get this resolved. And now we're at the last minute, the 11th hour. I think the board, with the big salaries, needs to pay all the fines and everything that's coming down the pike. Because if we can't have our clean water, you shouldn't have your big salaries. Thank you.
So we'll go ahead and address the huge salary thing for the board right now. We do not make a huge salary sitting on this board. 100, well, Mr. Barber, the general manager is not on the board. So for clarification, we do not make the huge salaries. So on there. We're going to answer a lot of these questions. So let's go ahead, sir. Let's get yours. And
Ray Groom. Can you hear me okay?
get a little closer, Ray.
Ray Groom. I live in Paradise.
I think it's off.
No,
Is it on? Just go a little closer.
It's on, I think.
Just go a little closer.
There you go.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Get a little closer to it. You can hold it if you want. Yeah, and just hold it up close to your mouth.
Okay,
there we go.
From my perspective, you are a policy board. You have become an operational board. Really, your job is to, of course, validate the recommendations from your manager, your general manager. If anybody's let everybody down, it's probably been your general manager. You have the ability to deal with that, of course. You were founded in the early 1900s. You're mainly agricultural. You provided water for the agricultural community, primary irrigation for farms, etc. 2016 comes, though. Let's go back to 1900s, early 1900s. There was no township. 2016, we have a town now. Irrigation, maybe there's 20 or so that are irrigation points, water meters that are for crops in the town. But there's 6,000 plus residential meters. So there's a big imbalance there. We're not an irrigation district. We're providing city water to Paradise. I think maybe it's time for PID to act like a city water service. And that means perhaps maybe dissolve PID completely. LAFCO can do that. There's a way that you can be absorbed into city council, and this will become a city water service, just like our roads, etc. Parks should probably be the same thing. That would save us money, us the taxpayers. We wouldn't be paying duplicate salaries. We wouldn't be paying for 3 meeting places for all those governments. We need to consolidate, and this is a prime example how consolidation probably would have made this a much more public issue sooner, and so we would not have all these folks missing their favorite TV shows this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else in the public? Okay, if you're ready, we'll start answering some of those questions. So I'm going to start with Director Kellogg. Have you wrote anything down, questions that you want to have answered that the public posed by staff or Brian?
I'll answer some wetland questions and let the rest of you figure out the other stuff. The wetlands is not the only reason I got involved is its cost, efficiency, and it can do the job. I didn't particularly, I don't think I deal in agriculture, so I have split feelings about organics and regular agriculture and stuff. But I got involved because of it, and then when I started studying it and talking to people, I found that this wetlands business had been spread all over the world. And the main reason it's spreading and more information is being developed, experiments and all that, is that it consistently costs less. People are actually using wetlands in their backyards on shallow soils. They look like a garden, flower garden. People are actually using them in the poorest countries of the world to have some sort of sewage in their community control.
Bill,
They're using wetlands. I'm not,
Director
you asked
Kelly.
me to answer a question.
I know, but this is in relationship to the NPDES permit,
Yes,
the questions that were
and
asked.
the NPDES permit, the reason you leave it alone, it doesn't cost that much a year to comply with it, as long as you do a job. The wetlands will allow you to comply with the NPDES permit. Now that we know we can control aluminum, we didn't know that 2 years ago. And the more and more research makes it more profitable. And as far as a guarantee being made, I don't guarantee anything in my life, and most of them aren't worth a hoot. You just use your knowledge and patience and work it out. You could put in a wetlands here, if everybody would agree. We could find the money and probably get you a rate increase you would swallow to finance it. And we should have it in action within 6 months. It's not a big project. It's only 6 acres. It's not rocket science. It's not a bunch of concrete. And that's why businesses that do sewage water and other wastewater all over the United States, mines, all these different things, well, ours are minor here, what we're trying to control. They're using them. And they're not using them because they're in love with wetlands. They're just the same way you are. We can't afford the other thing. And a lot of them, that's what they did. They were faced with the high engineering cost of these old-style, out-of-date treatment plants. The wetlands happen to be the newest technology, but it's one of the oldest when you run into a wetland somewhere. And it does the same thing as a constructed wetland. So I thank you for your support and everything, but to me, the way out of this puzzle is to really give some serious consideration, like I asked for in the talk, about wetlands, and run it and see what we come up with. I'm not an engineer, and I don't pretend to be, so we have to hire somebody that has experience with wetlands. And it turns out there's all sorts of engineering firms, small, large, international, who can do a wetlands. That's it.
Thank you, Director Kellogg. Director Flesher, questions posed by the public?
Yeah. There was one here you were talking about 2010. If you look at the budget, which I started doing actually before I got on the board, and on page 15 of this year's budget and 15 of last year's budget and page 8 before that, it really breaks it out here. Sepp got tired of me talking about it, almost like Kellogg and his wetlands. And it's right here. George showed this on the wall last time, and we had $10 million working capital when I first started looking at it. And now I predicted 3 years ago that we would be broke Christmas time, first of the year, 2016. That's what happened. So it was no secret to me. But we should have gone for a rate increase 2 years ago, maybe 3. But, you know, it fell on deaf ears for what it is. Now,
We did one in 2012, 13, and 14.
yeah, but we should have gone the one that would keep us from going broke.
The public
What
did not want
happened-
that.
Okay, we've forgotten to say this. If you go back through the budget, and I've worked on budgets for a lot of time, and I got one here that I'm working on that some of my constituents asked me to do, and it's comparing 12 and budget of 12 and 13 with today as far as the raise in the cost of doing business, and particularly on the administrative end, and I've got it here, and I'm not going to talk about it yet, or maybe not even at all tonight. Now, getting back to the engineering firm, when we started out with Lee and Rowe was the first one that we had. And they had an engineer by the name of Roger, and he came, and I was out in the public like you because I hadn't been elected yet. And he said, $2.5 million and we can solve your problem. Well, he came back in 4 or 5 months. I was on the board at that particular time, and he had hit 7 by that. But he was changing his status of the way he was going to do business. And I put him online. I said, you know, Roger, I presented a lot of things. The board's been on board before it started working for him in 1960, Chico State and stuff. If I came back and 4 months later and I went from $2.5 million to $7 million, I'd have threw my hat in the door before I came in. And that may have been a mistake on my part because I got looking at his resumes and other things, and he had a lot of knowledge. I think he's working at Folsom now. But anyway, and what I was after was to solve this problem, not the prison, the town. Okay? Yeah. And it turned out to be, but he was going to do it. And all of a sudden now we're up here 14.5 to 18 mil. That's what we're talking about.
But Doug,
is it AECom? No,
is there any specific, we're going to talk about AECom in a minute. What I want to know is, was there any specific questions asked by the public that you want answered by either staff or Brian while he's up here? Because that's what the public asked. They wanted to have their questions answered. So rather than us going into
I would also, along with the lady, that how many water districts are in the state and how many are having a problem with compliance like we are. Because I know most of them, or a large number of them, use the same product that we use for purification. Primary chlorine has been used forever. And then also this aluminum. That's for clarity. And one of the interesting things, we paid an additional $90,000 to the firm right now, AECom, because our water was so pristine. They had to bring that miniature apparatus setting up, and those that you go up by there a lot of times, there's a blue thing on the bank there, to check out what size of a piece of equipment they would need to do this. That's how pristine our water is. Somebody was talking about that earlier. I think I answered most of them.
So the question was, how many cities are under Brian's?
How many water districts in the state, and how many are in or out of compliance? How many in your region?
I can take that, sure. I mean, obviously, I don't have an exact number of water districts in the state in front of me, and keep in mind we're just the Central Valley region also. But out of our office, we have somewhere in the neighborhood of half of a dozen drinking water treatment plants that are regulated. Keep in mind that there are many more that are not regulated because they don't discharge their filter backwash to surface waters. Yep. That's the vast majority of the facilities. And those that we do regulate are on the same path or have already gotten there.
So there's you only have a half dozen cities, but that's only because they still have systems like ours.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Was there any other questions, Doug, that you had?
I think that's about all. I've taken down some notes from everybody that got up and spoke in this particular one. But you said I couldn't talk about AECom, so we'll be talking about it a little later, I know.
We are going to talk about AECom, but.
And what are the effects of the two pollutants? That was one question, speaker number 5. And you couldn't answer that yourself. You did say it was carcinogenic.
Yeah, the response I had was regarding the question, is there something else that could be used in the water treatment process other than the aluminum-based coagulants that are being used now? Yeah. I'm certainly capable of answering that question, but it's not an appropriate question. This is for your staff to answer that kind of a specific question for your district.
Yeah, well, where I got my information, I asked our water treatment people, and we have one of the top water treatment staffs that you're going to find anywhere. And they said that our water, as far as the dichlorobromomethane and the aluminum, like I said a little while ago, meets California safe water drinking standards by a long ways. Because I knew, one of the reason I asked that, I knew they were taking that material out of the Magalia Reservoir and putting it back in the system. Now, they dilute it quite a bit, granted. It's just not straight out of there. They dilute it. And so it's perfectly safe. So
I'd just like to point out that I think that's not, if you were asking me a question, that's not entirely true. There are different standards that apply to drinking water, but even those, in some cases, less stringent standards, these concentrations that we've shown would still violate those as well.
Okay. I think that's about all. Thank you, Jeff, except for letting me answer those questions for people.
Okay, Larry, I see you've got a load of them.
Yeah.
Yep, so.
One question was, why is the aluminum so bad? I mean, why do we have to have it down to such a low level?
The aquatic life, let me try to simplify. The most stringent, the lowest water quality objective, water quality standard for aluminum for the protection of aquatic life is 87 micrograms per liter. And if recall that we bring up that slide, your concentrations, I think you had one as high as, it's like about 800 or so.
And is that the 100 one that we have to go in?
That one, you have a final limit of 123.
Right, 123. Okay, the other thing, let's see, I wanted to ask George, they asked about the questions from last meeting. When are we going to, I know that you've been working on getting them together, or did any of the directors turn them in?
Yeah, we got them turned in. We're working on developing answers for those. We had a board meeting to prepare for, and we'll get those out to people.
How soon, you figure? You don't know?
Maybe next week.
Okay.
Bear in mind, a lot of the questions that were asked were in relationship to the Prop 218 rate structure that we proposed for you, so that's off the table. So in a little while here, we're going to show you something different that has been brought up as far as a rate structure. We're hoping you'll like a little bit better. But so some of the questions have been weeded out. There were a lot of questions. Doug had 77. I had 70.
I had 77. I broke them down
72,
to 25.
I think, something like that. 68 or 72 on mine. But some of them I kind of weeded out just because they were only pertinent to last Monday's meeting. And since the voters voted down the rate increase, they were not really a valid question. So one of the big questions that I've heard out here is, we've known about this for 16 years. In actuality, when we did our last rate increase in 2011, we decided, we brought it to the public and ran through the Prop 218 process. We did not know, we knew we had that permit, but at that point we did not know that we were going to have to get rid of that permit. So where Brian's saying, he's been working with us and compliance margins. I believe it was, correct me, 2012 or 13 that we found out about that we were going to actually have to, instead of just have this permit and keep continuing it, that we were going to have to eliminate it completely.
It was in 2010.
2010?
Where when we renewed our permit, that they made
Where we
clear
renewed-
the intermittent limits were down, and that's when we started heading towards a path of compliance.
Okay. So what my question was that I heard people said, why don't you just add $5 to the bill? In Prop 218, correct me, Dustin, if I'm wrong, we can only ask for the amount of money for service, equal to service rendered.
That's right. Proposition 218 requires that you charge no more than the cost of service attributable to the parcel. So, that's one of the problems. It's a little bit of a chicken and egg issue. When you have a project that you have to undertake, but you don't have the engineering that gives you a good firm estimate of what that project costs, you can't go to the public with a cost of service figure. So that's part of the delay here is we had to have consultants, engineers, offer their professional opinion on what their best estimated cost for this process water project would be. That was then plugged into a proposed rate change that then went through the 218 process. So in 2011, I think, or 2010, the staff and board knew that there was this looming NPDES issue.
Exactly.
We didn't know enough, we didn't have enough information to then comply with 218 to then propose a rate change to the customers that is legally defensible.
And if I recall back in 2011, when we proposed the rate increase that we were going to do, which I think was 4%, 3%, 3%, it was $1.82, and we had a lot of people in our boardroom and standing outside saying, how could we possibly be asking for $1.82 more a month? It was tough times back then. We realized that. We even suspended the rate increase for 6 months just to make it easier on the public. But even back then, and times weren't as good, $1.82. Once again, we couldn't ask for money for this project just because we did not know what the final cost would be. As Doug told you, the guy came in and he said, $2.5 million. And he came back 4 months later and said, $7 million. And we all kind of just went, well, you got to probably double that number. It's probably where we're really going to be at the end. And that's kind of close to where we are. As for knowing that we were going to be in a $0 situation, I think a lot of you assume that we haven't been paying attention up here and that we didn't know that we'd be at a $0 situation in 2016. Kevin showed us a sliding scale on an Excel report that basically showed with this rate increase, we will be here and we will go down each year, and at 2016 we will be here. During that time, we will be spending reserves. A lot of the reserves that are in that $10 million, correct me if I'm wrong, is Kevin in here right now, were to pay off loans that we had. So when you pay off a loan from your reserves, you don't get to keep the money, actually. You actually have to pay off the loan.
A big portion of that $10 million was borrowed funds for specific projects that the board had already approved.
So they were restricted, that was restricted cash, not cash in our funds that we could just pull from.
Correct. So you had monies available to do the meter project, and you had monies available to build the corporation yard.
So I know there's well, these are loans that once again, we didn't know the dollar amount for the treatment plant. So it's hard to put a dollar amount on something you can't identify. So one of the questions was, I'd like Dustin to maybe expand on what happens in a bankruptcy situation. Who might take over PID? And you assume that's a good idea.
I mean, there's a fair amount of speculation in my response, so consider it with that in mind. But the concern would be that somebody else would operate PID, be it, the state ultimately putting it into receivership, or, it's dissolved into some other entity. But, my admonition last week was Proposition 218. Really, a lot of people don't like it, but before Proposition 218, you as customers didn't have as much say as you do now. And Proposition 218 only applies to local public agencies like PID. It does not apply to an entity that's like Del Oro or Cal Water, and it would not apply to a state agency that potentially could take over PID and operate its systems. So you don't have, if a state agency took over PID, as an example, you wouldn't have an opportunity to protest a rate increase under Proposition 218. It would just be put through. And then it would be a matter of collecting it every month.
Exactly. You'd have the PUC who would maybe sign off on a public or a privately owned company, and they'd say, we have a $14 million project, and they'd say, yeah, you sure do. And then your rates would just raise. Well, so I've heard a lot of people say, why did they not know about this? Why are you just finding out about it now? I know we've been talking about it for a long time, and a lot of the faces that I see out in the public here, I've never seen at one of the meetings. Some of them I have, but I know you guys are all going to take this the wrong way, but it's been an ongoing football game, and it's the fourth quarter, and everybody's kind of showing up going, hey, how come we didn't know? And it was because people told you, gosh, there's this big project going on, and we need to now find out about it. It's not that we didn't know about it. It's not that we haven't put it out. If you wanted to ask why it hasn't been publicized, I guess you'd have to ask people from the Post. All our meetings, they sit right there and they watch our meetings all the time. They're at every one of them. They record them. They come get the recordings of our meetings, and they're always there. I also heard it said, I also heard the newsletter has consistent information in it. Do you get the newsletter? If you get the newsletter, then a lot of this information has also been in there for the past few years, which is why we hired the community relations company that we did, so that we could get out to you, hey, we've got this project, hey, we need to conserve water. You guys did a fantastic job in conserving water. There's no two ways about it, but we have put the information out there. It just kind of fell by the wayside until we put a dollar amount on it. Then everybody kind of then once again came to the fourth quarter and said, oh my gosh, our team's in trouble. So also, I heard a lot of people say, why haven't they heard about the wetlands? Bill has been talking about it for 3 years. We've heard of it, I can think, probably 5 to 6 times per year during our meetings. It's been in the newspaper. It's been talked about. We've spent money on it, considerable amount of money on it, and had engineering studies. And it was determined by this board, and I do believe in a 4-to-1 vote, that wetlands would not work. That's why we arrived at starting to spend money on AECom and having them start doing our engineering for us. And we are a little behind the 8 ball. That's purely been because of the dollars, waiting to get a final study and get the dollars. So, aluminum. I want to ask staff, where does aluminum come from?
Excuse me, President Corolla. I'd like to make a
comment
about how long we've had this ball going and why the public hasn't been aware of it. In 2011...
No, I'm going to go ahead and I'd like to hear what he had to say, and since I'm on the board, I can do that. Okay.
In 2011, in fact, I'll ask this question of the general manager. In 2011, on this timeline here, it says that Paradise Irrigation District submitted a formal decision for compliance to the State Water Resources Control Board. Under what authority was that done?
Well, that would have been a board decision. I don't think the regional board would have accepted just a management. Is that correct, Brian?
That's correct. I mean, for you to issue it, you would have to have this board of your board.
So in order for that authority to have been given to General Manager Barber, this board discussed this way back, 2010, 2011. The board had a vote. The board weighed alternatives. The public that was there gave their comments. If the public wasn't there, they did not give public comments. And the board did what we were instructed by our charter to do, and that is to make decisions on behalf of the public. So the decision that we made in 2011 was to go down this trail. And I just, the public says, well, how have you been hiding this? Why don't you do these things? We're open for public all the time. All of our minutes, our information, our agendas are published on our website. They're available there. They're available for public records requests through the corporate office. That information has been out there. I'm sorry, Director.
No, that's interestingly, the point you bring up about when we instructed the general manager to tell the Water Control Board what we were going to do. I do believe that was a 5-0 vote that we were going to send that information up. I don't know if it was a 4-0 or
It would
a
be
4-1.
easy to find out. It's in the
We'd have to
records.
look back and see what that was, but I'd like to know what that vote was, going back and looking at that. Yeah, the question about the aluminum was what I was going to ask, thanks, was where does the aluminum come from our backwash? So I know Jim's somewhere out in the crowd there, but there are different ways to treat water, I know. We have chosen a path to treat water. It's kind of hard to change our whole entire treatment plant and use a different type of product. Am I correct
You
in
want me to handle
that?
that?
Yes, please.
I'll handle it, and if Jim starts jumping it up and down and waving his hands, I'll know I'm getting off track. But our current treatment plant was designed through and approved by the Drinking Water Division of the state of California. And in that process, they did a pilot plant to make sure that the plant that was built would do what it's supposed to do, provide you with clean, safe drinking water. So that has been happening since the plant was put in online, and well, it's 15 years ago, I think. But at any rate, when the board made this decision, we had a discussion about changing treatment technology to not use aluminum products, to do other types of pre-chlorination. Those are very energy intensive, takes a lot of ongoing money and a lot of money to do it initially. We also talked about changing coagulants away from aluminum. That would have taken a pilot plant. And these plants are very, they're very specific, and these treatment plant operators have them really dialed in. And so for them to consider changing a chemical that may upset the quality of water we provide is a very serious discussion to have. And something very simple can make very unintended consequences that nobody's happy with. Some of you may be aware, heard about the Flint, Michigan issue. I mean, that was a simple change in the raw water supply, and look at the consequences. And so that's what the kind of things our treatment plant staff and we talk about before we make these decisions. And so when you decide to veer off to something else, there's other consequences that you'd have to face that you may not like. So hope that answers it.
Thank you, George.
I have a question.
Director Duncan?
They asked about backwash. How much backwash do we have on a daily basis?
And define it. Tell them what it is.
Yeah, there's two streams of water that are going to these ponds. One is backwash water, that's backwashing the filters, and the other is flushing clarifiers. And so the total amount of water, and the majority is through flushing clarifiers, is 8% of our total production. So we're dealing with 500 plus acre feet a year of that water.
And how many gallons, somebody asked how many gallons are in an acre foot?
Oh, let me do the math. I don't know off the top of my head.
Oh, okay.
It's over 300,000, 330, something like that.
370,000 gallons?
330,000.
So 5 acres would be over 1 million gallons. So there is no way that we could just store the water and not put it back into the reservoir, into the.
No, it's about 500 acre feet a year, so that's a pretty big pond.
Yeah. Okay.
The water flows through the wetlands, guys. It doesn't store it.
But then it's released out into the waterways, in which case we're back to the NPDES permit, so.
And there's also a flow limitation too, which I think was a question. There's a dilution factor.
Right.
Go ahead, Brian.
I have one more comment.
Wait, let him answer this
Yeah.
question.
So I think there were two questions. The first one is about flow, right? Yeah, the permit, I can't rattle it off, but there is a flow limit for discharges to the reservoir. I don't believe that's been an issue for you in the past, but it does exist. I'm not sure if you have any more questions about that.
Unless maybe we had a big rain event or something like that might.
Well, also too, with the
affecting the water.
wetlands, mightn't that exceed the flow level?
Well, yes. So right now you have your filter backwashes. They go to settling ponds. Those settling ponds overflow as they fill up. and they discharge to the reservoir. So they also receive, in addition to your backwash flows, they also receive incident rainfall onto the ponds. I don't believe they get any rainfall run-on into them, but certainly, you know, if you get 40 inches of rain in the year, you're getting 40 inches of additional, you know, water on that surface area of the ponds as well.
The one that they talked about did.
No one's ever built one that does what we're asking to do, so it's hard to say. When we had a study done by the engineer, Bill had asked that we do a study from a gentleman named Ron Kreitz, I believe, which we spent $10,000 on. He was the definitive answer to wetlands. He wrote the book on wetlands. He was the guy that was the definitive person to ask when you're going to design a wetlands. He came up, looked at our situation, kind of said, this is what I think you should do, and if I'm not mistaken, was the one that kind of came up with the idea of the giant rock-filled bathtub is what basically came out of it, in which the rock would have to be replaced, and it was a variation of rock and sand and whatever else that went down. But we were still discharging under that. We would still have water coming out of it. And so that was not, it was not really a wetlands. It was just, like I said, a giant bathtub that filtered water. Then we spent another $25,000. We thought it was worth looking into. So then we spent another $25,000 with AECom, who is very familiar with our plant, has done work on the.
35.
I think we did 25.
Was it 25?
I think it's 25,000.
25, you're
25, 35
right.
total.
35 total.
35 total, plus all the other expenses, but just for round numbers. Then we did 25,000 to AECom, had them do a study on whether or not building the giant bathtub or building some other form of wetlands was a viable solution. And once again, an accredited engineer all over the world that does huge projects like we're asking them to complete for us and was very familiar with our situation, said, I just don't think it's the best solution for you. Prior to that, we had 3 engineering firms here that were vying for the engineering contract. And all 3 of them sat here, and I do believe it was myself that asked the question, which one of you can raise your hand and say, the wetlands, you can put a stamp on wetlands and say it's going to work? And it was just like crickets in there. No one would say anything. They're all staring at the ceiling. Then I said, which one of these engineering firms that are sitting in front of us right here will be able to put their stamp on if we go to a mechanical process, can put their stamp on it and say it's going to work? And all 3 of them definitely were in at that point. They raised their hands. So it's not that we haven't invested money in looking at the wetlands. I know that a few of you have not heard about the wetlands before, but it does not mean we have not been talking about it for 3 years. So
I'd like to chime in. There's several things
Sure.
that were out of order there. The wetlands, I went through the formulas from EPA and worked it out, and we can handle up to 10 million gallons per day. 10% instead of 8% would go through the wetlands that presently go up to the ponds. And that's 1 million gallons a day. That would take 3.06 acre feet. I'm sorry, I was knocking into it. So actually, the figures for the size of the wetlands turned out to be 4.59 acres instead of 6. The detention time, if we stretched it out a little bit more, if we needed that to settle, they'd go to 10 acres. As far as the engineering firms that were there that night, none of them had on staff a wetlands specialist. One firm had a fellow that called in and had written a book, a different engineer, about wetlands and tried to talk to us about it. Another fellow, the other one was doing the same thing. They were going to an outside firm to get an engineering specialist that knew something about wetlands. And they didn't have their representatives there with them. And then AECom didn't make any bones about it, that they had no interest in a wetland, and they had a landscaper on their staff for restoration wetlands. And the continued things. One of the things I found about the wetlands, the one over in Ukiah was actually promoted by biologists at Humboldt State. There was no engineers originally involved in the design. And I've had regular civil engineers just curse wetlands. And then there's these other firms that have made a lot of money all over the world building these things. And they style themselves as the latest people, technology, and so forth. And they've been quite successful. They keep growing. So I don't think all of what you said, Seth, hit the mark. At any rate, there's your figures. I did the figures, and I say you need to have an engineer go over them to make sure they're proper. But they work, as far as I can tell. And as far as these figures up here on, what's the per liter? That's what kind of grams?
Micrograms per liter.
Micrograms per
Parts
liter.
per billion.
Yeah, and that's parts per billion. It's a very small amount that you're trying to capture of aluminum or the dichrome, I can't even pronounce that. I say chlorine byproduct because I don't have to worry about saying what it is. That one will go away at 50%. Now, we've known that for some time, for almost a year and a half, and we have done nothing about like putting a portable fountain in one of the ponds. And I think if you did, you'd end up with that product gone by the time the sample is taken out of the ponds at the pipe, which they're not real big pipes, that flow down into the lake or into Magalia Reservoir. I've walked all over this ground. I've looked at all the different things. I've talked to the people at the water treatment plant. I found out how the water is pumped and where does it go and how is it disposed of. I've walked over the proposed wetland sites. I have problems with the engineering design that's presently being worked on because we're going to put a big tank on top of some serpentine ground, and you can prevent serpentine in there by putting sprinklers out in water. And they said, well, we can do that, we can dig that. And on one side you have the road to Magalia, on the other side you have the road to our water treatment plant. And I'd go, if one guy screws up one day, boom. We lost a person in our district, a really good man, to serpentine poisoning, which happened from him installing insulation.
Okay, so I think for clarification, I think all the directors on the board know that we can get rid of the DCBMs by aerating it, but we're not trying to remove that amount of aluminum that's up there. We are trying to hit that amount of aluminum. We have to be below that level, so we're taking out a lot more aluminum than that little bit right there. We are trying to get down to that level, so just for clarification.
One of our speakers, it was before we got to the public comment of it, was talking, and he mentioned, wonder if there was a flocculant that would take care of aluminum. Never even passed through my mind, but I work with a couple of chemists, and I'm going to be contacting them. There could very well be a flocculant that we could put in somewhere, I don't know whether it's right there, that would take care of the aluminum or maybe enhance the process of rust, which is, for God's sakes, I forgot the word. Well, I'll think of that for a while. But anyway, so that's one of the things I picked up from that individual. I don't know if he's still here or not, but I'm going to be checking that with a couple of chemists that I work with.
Thank you, Doug.
I've seen that work on other things.
Okay, so Director Hunt, I'm sorry, I haven't gotten down to you. You got the comment in, but I've been hogging the mic.
What was your question?
Do you have any questions?
I
Was
would
my
like to
question.
ask staff, George can do it, or Kevin, since the public is so misinformed about director salaries and benefits, what our compensation is, make the long list and tell them how directors are compensated and put it in dollars.
Each director gets $100 a meeting for every meeting, up to 6 meetings per month. And then each director given health care to them that's the same as the employees. So if a director is single, then he obviously is less than a director that might have a family. The total director health care cost per month is about $5,600 per month to the district.
Clarify
That's total directors. I can't put each one of them in because each one of them has different coverage based on their needs and what plan they selected.
Plus we pay out of a dollar a meeting, we pay part of the health insurance.
The health insurance is paid just like the employees. If the employees select a certain plan, then they pay a portion of their health insurance.
We don't make enough money in a year to pay one of those penalties. The assistant
So let's get on, before we get off on something else. Director Hunt, did you have any more questions that were posed by the public that you'd like either staff or Brian to answer? And Brian, I thank you for sitting up here. You stood for the main bulk of that. Finally, we went and got a chair.
So we got it 2 hours ago, though.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Thank you. You got your workout tonight.
None.
Larry, one more time?
No?
I'm done. Okay, so we've covered that, the presentation there. I hope that makes everybody a little more aware of the permit that we're up against and the timeline that we're up against. It wasn't meant as a scare tactic or something we've been hiding from you. This has been out there in the public, and this is what we talk about at every one of our meetings. This is what we've been going over every single one of our meetings. Probably at least 8 out of 12 a year, we talk about this issue right here, if not more. I know for the past 8 months, it's been pretty much the only thing we talk about in depth. So, and working on a rate structure to present to you, that's been a 2-year ongoing thing also. So, right now, Brian, thank you for your time.
Sure. If I could, I just one quick statement here. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who came out tonight, and especially who stuck around. This is obviously a very important issue to you. These kinds of projects are expensive, and they do need to get funded in some way. Obviously, the financial impacts to each one of you is going to be unique and individual, and we very much understand that. Appreciate your cooperation. I think you've been very fair tonight, especially considering the level of concern about this issue. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
I would also like to thank you, and one of our presenters mentioned how professional your presentation was, and that was certainly not true. And I found that when I visited your place up there. Everybody, from the people who were handing my ticket to the top of the board there, was all very professional.
Okay, at this time, I think probably everybody might like to take a break. I know that probably some of the directors up here and staff would probably like to take a break. So I've got 10:35 right now. Normally we only do a 5-minute break, but considering the size of facility we're in, I'm going to say we're going to reconvene at 10:45. 10-minute break. Woody, will you kill the mics?
We got to stop this meeting. Can we go to the rate? C1?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And then table everything else. And we go home.
Yes, I know.
Because I'm not going to stand around for the meeting. I'm just not going to go through this shit.
No, I was already planning on, we're going to have to.
Well, I'm just going to get up and walk out on it if that's what it takes for these people, but I don't want to, I don't want to abandon the board. Yeah, thank you. But it's just, there's too much hate out here for me, and I can't stand it anymore.
What I was thinking is, we were planning on earlier having an hour and a half on that. We didn't even get to that issue.
Yeah, we haven't got to it, but we've still got this guy, suspension of the equals. So I would say limit it something short, whatever you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I don't think the public really has any comments on that. Yeah.
Man, I've been going through my Gatorade tonight.
Okay, we all here? We will reconvene. We are now going to go into item number 5B, which is a process water recycling project. Consider suspension of engineering contract with AECom for the proposed process water recycling project. George, would you lead us on this, please?
Well, you have my memo, and I provided you with AECom's letter, kind of given the timeline of what we're faced with. I did speak to them, and I'll reiterate, and Kevin has verified, we can continue with AECom doing the CEQA, which is very important to keep the timeline moving forward. That's the biggest hurdle to timing issues, getting the resource agencies out, reviewing what they need to review, and things like that. So my recommendation is to suspend the engineering functions of the AECom contract, but continue moving forward with AECom doing the CEQA work.
Thank you, George. Directors, comments, questions for George?
Can the district do the CECOM work?
No, we
CEQA?
can't.
Is that what you're asking, Bill? Can we do the CEQA work?
If the district can do the CEQA.
Not for a project of this size. There's too much biological assessment work and things like that that take professionals we don't have on staff.
Doug?
Yes, on the second page of the letter from AECom, they talk about that. If you go down to the chart that they have, it mentions that some general engineering will also be needed to support the CEQA not to exceed $10,000, and then there's a whole group of them they're talking about. And one of them in the middle of it is the future use and operation of the ponds. I'm assuming they're talking about the ponds on the other side over there. And then we go down to towards the bottom, and it has that chart, February 16th, 75,000 down to the total of 172,000. Is that what it would cost us to keep AECom working on the CEQA?
Yeah, but some of those costs, the February invoice, correct me if I believe that's been paid. So
That has not been paid.
It's not
It's
been
been
paid.
incurred.
Been incurred.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the price that they've already spent as of February, that they have done the work, but we will be billed for that. So that's the work that was done on the design portion of it. And I believe some of that 72 includes some of the CEQA work that would be done in February.
They will billing us. They will bill us for that.
Yep.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. But now on March 16, the 45, that would be if they're doing it in the March.
That's CEQA work, yes.
That's CEQA work, yes.
Okay.
This is all related
And-
to CEQA,
and
all
the-
those costs.
The limited engineering work is so that.
Well, you know, a lot of the CEQA work, as I look at it, would also do whatever else we do, because they look at some plants and McDab Cypress community and all that other good stuff. So I agree with George, it would be foolish not to keep them working on the CEQA part. And besides that, it might show good faith on our part trying to get ahead of things.
As far as the Water Quality Control Board?
The other reason why to keep the CEQA work is that you remember that we have a application for state revolving fund money out there that we're
Could you
waiting.
speak in?
Huh?
Yeah, like
Pull your
that.
mic up, Kevin. Yeah.
That we have state revolving fund application. There's two parts of the state revolving fund application that are incomplete. One is the financial package due to the fact that we don't have revenues to pledge to get the financing, and the other package is the environmental package. So the environmental package, if we can get both of those together, then we would be eligible for state revolving fund money, which means the process then would be reimbursable up to construction completion. That's why if you look at any of our rates proposals, you'll see that the big rate increase doesn't happen until 2018. It's because we're assuming that we have state revolving fund money available to absorb those costs.
So this would keep us in line for that revolving fund.
Correct.
Good.
Any other directors have any questions? Directors?
What do you need?
A motion?
Well, I do have a comment to make about it.
Okay.
You guys aren't going to like it. I know the public won't. I think we should go ahead and continue funding the AECOM contract as is, and let's just run out of money as soon as we can.
That was definitely a comment, not a motion, right?
That was a call.
Yeah.
Well, I'll turn it into a motion.
No, that's okay. I think right now, all that we can afford to do is the CEQA portion of it. There's not funding available to go down.
It's there. We're
go
just
down the road.
hard trying to hoard it. I make a motion that we continue funding the AECOM fully and continue with the project as is for as long as we have money to pay the bills.
Motion is going to die for a lack of a second.
I move that we fund AECOM for the CEQA part of the contract as listed.
I'll second.
Question, how much is this going to cost us?
Down at the bottom.
In re-up? Not, are we going to?
It's around $100,000.
100,000?
Yeah.
By stopping it, we're going to lose 100. We're going to.
100,000
or 100,000 more.
No, what it's going to cost you is we're likely at minimum $50,000 to get things restarted. Re-energized. And the reason that is they have staff that they have dedicated to this project. They were moving forward with designing it, et cetera. Those staff could get reassigned to another project because they're not just going to wait for us. Right. And then, so there's costs associated with either reassigning them back or bringing new team members up to speed on our project. That's why those additional costs are identified.
I knew this, I just wanted the public to hear it.
Okay.
One more, along with that same thing, you may have said it, George, I just didn't hear it. On the duration of the suspension, let's say it's 2 to 3 months, they're estimating 50,000. Now, if we keep them working on the sequence, it should be less than the 50,000, right?
Possibly.
Possibly.
No guarantee.
I realize that that's for starting back up.
Yeah.
But even if we don't, when we get back to whatever we do, I think this CEQA would cover a lot of different things we're doing because like I just mentioned on the McKnight Cypress and some other areas there, we'd have to look at it.
Should work for the rest of the project, whichever way we go.
Right.
Bill, anything you wanted to ask or comment on?
It says it's 172,000. Total.
At the end of August 16th, or in
But
August
76,000 is work that's already been completed and
Yeah,
will be
76,
billed.
they already going to bill us.
Oh, okay, it's only going to be 76,000?
No, 76 they've already done, they're going to bill us whether we do anything or not.
It would be 45,
96.
14, 20, 16, and 1,000.
It'll be 96,000.
96,000.
Oh, I see, so it's going to be a little less than 100,000.
Right.
Yes.
Thereabouts.
To continue with the CEQA. Is there any question you wanted to ask of staff?
No.
Okay. Is there anybody from the public that would like to comment, ask a question on this? Not seeing any. We're going to move to a roll call vote. Georgianne? Yes,
Director
Vicky?
Kellogg?
No.
Vice President Flusher?
Yes.
Director Duncan?
Yes.
Director Hunt?
No.
President Corolla?
Yes. Motion passes with a vote 3-2. Directors Kellogg and Hunt being the noes.
You guys ever voted together before?
I know, and there you just saw history made, people.
Yeah.
I know.
Wasn't my fault.
Okay, we are now going to move on to item 5C, the water rate workshop, which is really where I was hoping we'd have more time for. We seem to have spent a lot of time on the NPDES permit, which ate up a lot of time. So I'm going to ask for public comment on this. I am going to limit the amount of time that we spend on it to 30 minutes. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but I want you guys to look at the new rate structure that's going to be proposed. If you have a viable comment, if you're hearing the same thing, if you're going to say the same thing somebody else did, like I said, I'm going to give 30 minutes on this. It's not like the public presentation, public forum night that we had last Monday. I can limit the amount of time on this. So I'm going to do 3 minutes per person. You don't have to use all 3 minutes, but I'm going to limit it to 30 minutes in an effort to keep it down. 5C1. So, Manager Barber.
Okay, before we get into my comments, Kevin Phillips has got a presentation for the board.
Thank you.
You gonna do it from here?
So a lot of the questions I've heard is how did we get here? That was seems like a lot of the questions from the community, and it doesn't seem like the answers they're getting are some of the answers that I think have been presented throughout the time that at least I've been here and that this board has been making decisions. So I'm going to start in 2011. 2011, we as a staff brought together a proposed rate increase under the Prop 218, and at that time we were recommending a 12% rate increase effective immediately with a 4% increase after on January 2012 and effective January 2013. We felt like this was going to put us in the best financial position at the time, even though it was going to be a pretty substantial rate increase for the public. Being that 2011 was a down economy, a lot of houses were in foreclosure. It was kind of bleak, and so we as staff went out and found ways to maybe soften the blow on what our cash flow was going to be required, but it still was going to put the district into the future at a very low cash position. So we went out and refinanced some debt to kind of spread that debt out over a longer period of time than was projected, but it softened up the cash flow needs for those periods. This was presented to the board at that time, and it's kind of hard to see, but it kind of projects out from 2011, 2012, 13, but in 2016, it shows that we have $87,000 in the bank for operations. In 2017, it shows that we have negative money in the bank. So this board was very aware at that time that there was going to be necessary needs going forward in those times that we were going to have to do some type of rate increase as we are doing currently. So this is something that is not sprung on. This isn't sprung on the community or anything like that. It was very well known. A lot of people are asking, where did the money go? So I kind of listed out some of the major projects that the district has accomplished in the last 6 years since that rate increase, or maybe a little bit before that rate increase. In 2010 and through 2012, we did a full meter replacement project and automated all the meters. It was kind of a controversial project, but one thing that it did is it saved the district tons and tons of water, but it also gave the district the opportunity to get through the drought that just happened recently. Without this type of information and about notifying customers of their leaks, I don't think that we could have met the numbers that we actually did meet. We have new office and, we remodeled the office that we're currently in, and we built a brand new corporation yard. We also went and rehabbed one of our tanks, our A tank, and upgraded our A zone, which was a big project. We have water rights out there that we're currently trying to extend, which is a long process. And that was a big expense, and it's still a big expense ongoing. And then obviously this process water recycle project. We've spent about $1 million, a little over $1 million on this project, just trying to get a design ready to go forward to get a cost so that we could come to the public with firm numbers when we did come for a rate increase. We also paid down debt. Again, it's kind of hard to see, but we've dropped off long-term debt through that time period. So we started our current debt when in 2010 was about $12 million, and we're currently down to about $8 million. Obviously, that's going to go up if we are able to successfully get financing for this process water recycle project. But that's, again, where the district has gone. So, conservation cost. I've heard a lot of people say that we're punishing you for conservation, and I don't like to call it that, but from a revenue standpoint, conservation does cost. It costs the district money because we're not taking in the money that we estimate. So during the 2011 water rate study, certain assumptions were made, and one of those assumptions were made was that consumption would stay flat, that we wouldn't have this big dip in consumption revenue. So we budgeted that, even going down to that $85,000 in 2016. With that number, there was constant flat revenue associated with that number. And as you can see, in 2013, 14, 15, we had a big drop-off in consumption due to conservation. That, to me, that affects our finances. So here in March of 2015, the state implemented mandatory cutbacks. We were set at 36%. If it was up to us, based on our water condition, we would have set it at 20%. The district spent over $100,000 in conservation efforts. We did a toilet replacement program. We did multiple outreaches, discounted spray nozzles and watering devices. And PID customers cut back 41% during our highest consumption times. So that's a big, big cost, but it's a great thing. But from a revenue standpoint, it's tough. This one says we're not alone. It's kind of hard to read, but it's from Associated Press during July of 2015. It says millions of Californians expecting relief on their water bills for taking conservation efforts instead are experiencing higher rates and drought surcharges. So it's just not us, it's all of California that is seeing this. And it talks about how people are spending their reserves down. So conservation, this is what the total cost was based on our budgets. So this is based on that 2011 assumptions that we made. We lost over $700,000 of revenue that we assumed in that rate increase that we would have had. And then the process water recycle project, the big one. So just like what we heard today, that we've been working on this a long, long time, that we knew that we were required to meet requirements, but we had no idea what the costs were associated with that. So the district went out and hired Lee and Rowe in January of 2012 to investigate what the options were of solving our problems. And I know Director Flesher continues to throw out that he came back with a $2 million project. He came back with a $2 million project that he thought might work. As he fleshed that out, he realized that that was not going to meet the standards of what was required by the permit and by how the drinking water side works. So we have went from what we thought was the lowest cost model, trying to get the lowest cost price through these processes. So we had Lee and Rowe going and asking, okay, does this one work? This is our lowest cost. Does this work? No. Does this work? No. Does this work? So this took quite a bit of time to flesh out. It actually took 2 years to flesh out what the final engineered product was going to be. So in March of 2014, Lee and Rowe presented 3 alternatives. Though he felt like all 3 of those alternatives would work, and so he had prices on those and what the life cycle was of those products or those alternatives. And the board selected, they selected. What they did was they also heard at that time what Wetlands would do, because Wetlands was brought up at that time. And so the board brought in Ron Kreitz, who at the time I thought was the most knowledgeable wetlands presenter, and he presented his options. So now we had 4 options on the table. I don't think the board was real thrilled with Lee and Rowe at that time, and I felt like they wanted to go out and have an independent engineering firm come in and take a look at all 4 of these options to give what they call a life cycle analysis. And the life cycle analysis was not just all about what the cost associated of what was, how expensive it would be to work it, but they also had to look at our time schedule order. Which one of these items would meet the time schedule order that was just presented right here? And so we had 3 engineering firms come and present. We took AECOM, who is a international engineering firm, to look at all these. And I do believe that they do have a wetlands expert on staff, because I actually sat and had lunch with her, and she did her doctorate at Harvard on the wetlands. So I know that she had also looked at those options too, to see which one would work best for us. And then in 2014, they brought back their suggestion to go with the mechanical dewatering design. And from 2014 to now has been, again, the same process that we went through with the others, is working through what's going to be the best solution for this district. By Prop 218, we needed a price to come to this community with before we set in stone what we were going to ask for in a rate increase. It was also, I believe, the desire of some of the board members not to come back to this community to go, oh, I think it's going to cost $2 million. Oh, sorry, it's 8. No, it's 10, and just keep coming back and back and back. We wanted a firm number. And so that's where we have gone. So I just want to kind of reiterate that this has been a long, drawn-out process, and maybe it hasn't been as well attended as our last 2 board meetings or 3 board meetings have been, but it has been a very long process, and a process that this board has been very involved in every step that has gone on in this design. So going forward, what's going forward? So one of the things that the district has obligations to is we have 2 bargaining units that we have contracts with, salaries and benefits. And so those contracts are in place until one expires in 2017 and one expires in 2018. Those were implemented in September of 2014 by a 5-0 vote of the board with salary increases. But the one thing that they did get was the remaining salary increases are tied to Social Security. So actually this current year, no one in the district got salary increases because the Social Security was 0. So that's one obligation.
Say that again, please.
That the Social Security did not go up, so none of the employees
None of the employees are getting any increases?
No increases were given as of January 1st, 2016 to any of the employees based on that. Social Security did not go up. We have debt. We have debt on the books. Those are obligations that we must meet. We have a few that are going to be falling off, but you can see the 3 in the middle. Those go on for a while. We're also, if we're successful in getting financing for the processed water recycle project, we're going to have debt on the books that we're going to be obligated to pay. And we have this process water recycle project that we're under a time schedule order to meet. And we have application to the state revolving fund. So the state revolving fund is a bank by the state that they go out and sell bonds, and then they're able to loan those monies to local agencies for specific projects. The specific projects have to meet the requirements that they set in their guidelines to fund. We've went through multiple conversations with them, and finally they have agreed that our project that is being designed by AECOM meets their requirements. The interest rate is about 2%, and the funding possibly could go over a 30-year process. The other thing too is that they'll fund your project as it's being built until it's completed. Then your debt service becomes open. So it's not like we have to go out and get money today and have it stored to be able to pay the contractor to build this project. They'll actually fund you, and it's a very, very, very good project. But there's certain requirements that must be met to get those. One of them is the environmental that the board just approved to continue on, and the other is we have to have funds to pledge. You have to show that you are able to pay back any type of debt that you're taking out. Our rates that we proposed, and maybe the new ones that are coming forward that are proposing, will meet those requirements to get those funding. And so that's where we're at.
Thank you, Kevin. I think, George, you have a presentation that you want to do?
No, I'll jump into an intro. Do you guys have any questions for Kevin? Board
No,
members?
thank you. That was very comprehensive.
Okay. So what I did here in what we're posed with tonight, I gave you a place to start, a recommendation to consider, but this is about you giving me direction. So as Kevin mentioned, we have a couple of agreements with our employee groups. And so the way this is crafted is so that I can determine from the board what cuts in service they're looking for. I've presented some based on the input from the public and trying to minimize this while maintaining as much service as possible. And then I already have a meeting with the one union representative next week to bring forward whatever you guys give me on marching orders tonight. So I mentioned things to consider. Is Paradise Lake operations, mapping office hours, how aggressive pipe replacement should be, and then this proposed rate structure that I have put forward. It's 3 years instead of 5. We need a 3-year minimum because we have to show that debt service in 2018 to show the ability to pay the loan so we can continue with our financing. I'm proposing the 3 vacant utility worker positions be eliminated for 2016. The 5 temporary laborers be eliminated for 2016. We've got a couple small pipeline projects that we will continue on with the crew we have to the best of our ability. We will be embarking on flushing, but I'll cover that later. And then the closure of the office to the public on Fridays, that would cause a reduction in hours for the office staff. They would go on a 4-day work week schedule. And then a reduction in the reserving from 300,000 to 300,000 from what was proposed originally of 600,000. Now I'll mention it again. The cuts I'm presented tonight have a value of $344,000, and I'm recommending that that be transferred in these rates into reserving because we don't want to position ourselves. We need to negotiate in good faith with an employee group that we have an existing agreement with. So that would maintain that. Another reason is this simpler rate structure has a lot more risk for the district. We'll have a lot of revenue based on consumption. And so those reserves become much more important to kind of stabilize our revenue for fluctuating use, consumption. And I don't mean just people cutting back. We can get a big difference in a year just because it continues to rain late in spring or it starts raining early in fall. That can have a big impact on our overall consumption. So the end result of that, and another reminder, and I've said this through many of my Prop 218 talks and presenting the last rate proposal, Proposition 218 doesn't provide for low-income rates. It's just not allowed, and it doesn't provide for tiered rates that aren't based upon a corresponding increase in cost. So to have multiple tiers, you have to have a reason for that second tier to be higher, and that is very difficult to justify. As far as low income, let me jump to that really quick. I have a chart up there at the board you can see now. These are our multifamily accounts. So under this proposal, our multifamily accounts would be eliminated and they would be moved to a business rate. Now multifamilies include a lot of apartments, mobile homes, places where our low-income folks or mobile home parks or low-income folks are likely to reside. So you can see in this proposal, there was 200, I don't have it right here. A great majority of them would see a decrease in their overall water costs. There's some that have a lot of outside landscaping that wouldn't, but there was 200, I don't have my notes.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
While George is looking for his notes there, is there a reason that we passed over C2?
We haven't got there yet.
Well, I thought George
We're on
was talking
C1.
about C3.
We're on C1 still.
We're on
C1, okay.
Yeah, setting the table here. So at any rate, it was over 80% of our multifamilies are going to see a decrease from our current rate structure. So just wanted to highlight that. We have passed out, and I can bring it up on the screen if you want to see it, a potential Proposition 218 notice to the public. That notice includes a protest form this time. There it is. 205 out of 266 multifamily accounts would see a decrease. And then we'll get down to some of the numbers. These are the budgeted costs. These are coming off of the same ones we used in the cost of service study, but there's some reductions. So as you walk through here, here's operating, pipeline, conservation's been reduced to some this year for outreach because of currently the state's got regulations out there for mandates, and we're not sure how we're going to deal with that yet. That'll be a board decision. Shows debt, new debt, non-major capital. This is the reserving that was dropped down to $300,000, but then the cuts are put back into it for this total. And so what the end result does with all of these calculations, let me point something else out. We get non-rate revenue, like we told before in the other cost of service study. So this proposal provides a reduction for agricultural customers, both ag and residential ag, and one for school districts and parks and recreation districts. They'd say pay the same meter costs as everybody else, but their consumption rate would be reduced down. And so that is what's included in this proposal as well. And we've got some basic numbers for that. So the end result is you collect a certain amount in your service charge, and to get back to the funding we need.
We're probably going to need to say those numbers because I doubt a lot of people
Yeah,
can see them out
I'll
there. Yeah, it's.
I'll zoom in too.
I'm sitting right here and I can't hardly see it, so.
So, let me get rid of this. I don't know how to do that. So, go back up. Give me a second here and I'll zoom in. Wrong way. So, maybe
Does that work a little better for you guys? Okay.
How's that? So you can see that When you use our 2014 consumption and you set a service charge, it results in a corresponding per unit consumption charge to get the end result.
Can we get rid of the right screen there and then they can see what?
If I can. How do I get rid of it, Kevin?
Drag it?
Oh,
Nothing to drag it, huh?
I'm not sure how to do that. So, view, let me try view. Oh.
Full screen mode?
Well, we already tried the full screen.
Yep. Well, we'll just deal with it. Maybe that'll do it. I made it smaller, so. So there's what's proposed right there is a total 3165 service charge. We're breaking out debt and reserve, so it's clear to everybody what those are. So as they change, it's reflected. And then when you set a service charge of $18, you end up with an end result of $1.53 a unit for every drop of water. No changes for any rate. So that's kind of the starting point.
Is that going to be intense?
No, it'd be, since it's only a single tier, we bill in single units, not go into hundreds of a unit, because it balances out every month. So if you're short and it ticks over, it gets covered in. There's no allotments to be concerned with.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll entertain questions at this point. It's in the agenda packet. We can certainly hand them out at the office. And
Is the agenda packet available online?
yes,
So you should be able to download it online. If you don't, then you can come into the district office and they will print you out one. Or you can just have my copy. I've got it online.
It's going to be in the mail out, right?
it would be in the mail out, yes. So, back to the cuts discussion. Does the board want to entertain any additional cuts to what I've presented?
I would like to recommend, and I don't know if you had already taken this into complete account there, but you had made some suggestions and told us you were going to be doing some things for certain. I think you did. Anyhow, I would like for you to cut mapping 100%, cut pipe replacement in the ground by 100%. The only exception would be we would address obvious surface leaks. Number 3 would be to eliminate leak detection completely. And then, I don't know if I need to mention those office hour cutbacks, but that I would like also.
Friday furloughed?
Those are included.
Excuse me?
Those are included in my,
Okay, good.
my presentation.
Yeah, I thought they were.
Can you repeat those one more time?
Cut mapping, 100%.
Could you speak to the mic, please?
The second one was to cut pipe replacement 100%, only address the obvious surface leaks as they come up. And item number 3 is to eliminate leak detection services that we've purchased in the past.
When was the last time we did leak detection? Last year?
Last year, we've done it every year for about
Okay.
5 years.
And it does prove to be pretty valuable.
It is valuable, but
If we're not going to change them. And if they leak underground, I'm saying just let them leak. The only ones we would address are the ones that are obvious surface leaks.
Surface leaks.
We don't have money to continue operating under the normal circumstances. We have to cut back somewhere.
also too, that eliminating the committees is, I know that's another thing in the agenda, but wouldn't that save some money? I mean, not very much, but a little.
The what?
Eliminate committees.
Committees. Director Kellogg, Director Flesher? Questions?
No, I want to wait till we talk about item number 2, C2. Are we going to that quick?
Yeah, we are, but probably going to be changed from what you think.
Because voting on it and the rate structure and all that is item number 3, and we were still talking about item number 1 under C, right?
They're kind of all in conjunction with each other. I'll agree with that. But we can't go into number 3. Number 1 was just an information item only, right? No action required on number 1.
They're all agendized as action items. So if you wanted to consider a motion directing staff to make certain cuts, you could.
Okay, so this would cover the cuts portion of it. If we wanted to address that right now in item number 1, then we could do that. The cuts that are proposed in there, which add up to $344,600.
Or if there are other alternatives that the
Yes.
board members or public have concerning rate structure.
I'd like to ask about how much money we're going to save on the office. Are the employees going to be paid or for that day off or what?
Their hours would be reduced. I'll let Kevin answer the numbers.
Yeah, I think the total savings was around $20,000 for the year.
20,000?
Per employee?
No, that's the office.
It's the office
For
staff
not
we're
filling
talking
those 3 positions and not hiring the temps, it was probably around $270,000 that we're going to be saving.
But
all personnel cuts would add up to about $270,000.
But that also includes, we're not going to be hiring 3
That includes
utility workers, and we're not going to keep on the part-time
5
utility
temporaries.
workers.
That totals $340,000.
But the office staff, how much will they be losing per week in their check, thereabouts?
They'd
How
be
many hours?
cut 2.5 hours a week, I think.
Is all they'll be losing?
Yeah, they're already on a reduced,
Yeah.
they're not on a full 40-hour week
So
schedule.
they'd only lose 2.5 hours?
Well, they'll go to longer,
cut?
are we saying they're going to go to longer
Yeah, they go to
4-day schedules?
4 nines is what we're
4
proposing.
nines.
They're going to go 4 nines.
Yeah, 4 nines instead of.
Okay, four
So
nines.
you'd
they're
extend the
already
other
on
off?
Have you talked with them on this?
Well, we have to
No.
negotiate this.
I'll have a union meeting next week.
Yeah.
It's a negotiation.
Yeah, so
I need my marching orders.
this would be, yes, exactly. We're giving George his marching orders of what he's going to go into the meeting with. Are we in favor of the cuts? Or are we not in favor of the cuts? I'm looking for a motion here.
I would think we need to cut in middle management somewhere. If they're not going to have anybody working for them, and that's where the money is. I don't know if you like this comment or not. I spend a lot of time watching businesses, and I find that when people get in this kind of situation, that the first thing they do is cut the lowest salaried people in the business, and they're the people that do the work. And the smart companies that survive go in and cut middle management, and maybe actually have these lower people, they hang on to it if they're the ones that do the work. The only thing they do is they go in and say, go and make sure they're all good workers, and make sure they do a job. There's anybody that's holding back or goofing off would be gone. But this isn't a lot of money for cuts, and I would think like like the field staff you're cutting, there's no cutting in the water treatment operation at all that I can see here. I would like to see George come back with suggestions on cutting middle management where it's appropriate. If he doesn't agree, then no cuts. But I think that's where, if you're going to cut any fat out of the operation, it would be there.
Well, we're only talking 2.5 hours, correct, for office personnel. That includes everybody in the office.
It's not a reduction of their hourly wage, it's a reduction of their hours.
Exactly.
So what are we gaining there? 20,000 a year?
Most of the gains coming from the 3 utility worker positions that we will not fill and the 5 temporary positions that we will not fill
Okay,
during
well,
2016.
who's their bosses? If they're gone, who are the guys?
You can't run a water district without bosses. The junior member, there are certain people that have certain licenses for distribution that have to be there. You cannot just eliminate people and then expect the other guys to just be able to work. It's a little different situation.
What did you guys do in that? You had at least one ad hoc meeting, because you mentioned it at the last board meeting. Didn't say anything what you talked about or anything. But what is the ad hoc personnel committee? You guys do anything? Have you met and gone over these figures?
No, we haven't met.
No.
We haven't met since we introduced
they were
the rate
appointed.
thing.
Yeah.
Huh?
We haven't met since we did the first rate thing. That's 60 days ago.
There's a thing on our agenda that says ad hoc labor operating expenses review. You haven't met on that one?
That was
right after
yes.
the public hearing, and it was just in general in
Yes.
regard to starting to look for areas to cut. We could not give any specific recommendations.
Yes. We gave staff direction.
So the committee really didn't
They
do
met,
anything.
and the report was going to be tonight.
Oh, later on, we
Yeah.
pushed all the committee reports back in the
Right.
agenda.
But you're not going to get those tonight, so.
Well, you know,
So the short version is,
I know that
we
you
gave
did-
staff direction to look.
I know that you people have been getting a lot of phone calls, and mine kind of rings off the hook. Fortunately enough for me, it's kind of positive, except the reason they're calling. And I know the general public out there wants to see some pretty substantial or typical or type or cuts to what we've got going on here, and I know that they would like to see some cuts out of the top management in salaries. And also perhaps the middle management. Now, I'm not talking about the water treatment people, because the water treatment people have got licenses and they've had a tremendous amount of schooling and they have continuing education to keep it up. So if you look at the pay thing, which most of you have, I know a lot of you, those are all pretty expensive employees. If you call, 100,000, but they're also extremely well qualified.
It's not just in treatment, though, only, it is in distribution.
Right, distribution
The-
has a lot of
The guys
that.
that work out in the field have to have a qualified distribution supervisor over them, or they cannot work.
And here's one of
It's
the
kind of
nice
the same
things, let me-
thing, you cannot run an operating room and the doctor's not in the operating room. The scrub nurse doesn't come in and do the surgery just because the guy doesn't want to pay for the surgery. So we have to have certain people in place or we cannot run day-to-day
Yep.
operations.
That is a very accurate. In fact, one of the doctors, he put a new knee in me. I asked him why he liked the hospital over here on Pence Road, and he said because of the technical staff that helps him. And he said he can walk in the operating room, walk out, and know that everybody is going to be treated properly. In fact, they had me standing on mine 2 hours after I woke up. And it was
But the
really
boat
great.
doesn't sail until the doctor walks in.
Exactly
the
what, I'm
room.
backing up exactly what you're saying right here. But one of the things that's happened, and I got this out here. This is the operating thing that was on the wall up here. And the only reason I'm mentioning this is because in big, bold print, they put unanimously passed in 2014, and that's true. I gladly voted for this. On September 4th, 2014, and there's all kinds of things in here, benefits, working additions, and on and on. And he had it up here, effective January 1st, 2015, and annually thereafter, they will only receive a salary range increase performed by the cost of living. I'm hitting the high parts of this. The amount of the cost of living adjustment shall be equivalent to the cost of living increase that the U.S. Social Security and the current calendar year. And for years, going back through the union contracts, our people were getting, and I'm not being critical of them, although it sounds like it, it's just that we were in a management position, they were getting a 3 to 4% raise for years, sometimes less than that, and sometimes a cold on top of that. We went into it, I said, I'm going to hang right here on what you're reading there. And the other board members agreed with me on that, and that's why there was no raise, because they were topped out, as far as I'm concerned, although there's no scale here. So I really felt good about this. In fact, after we voted on it, I said a big win. It is, and I've also know that the union has talked to me about that. But anyway.
Now we just need to pay for those decisions we made.
I'd like to ask about lake operations. It says here, some things to consider would be Paradise Lake operations, and this is mapping office hours and how aggressive. But what about the lake? What are you thinking about
When you
Paradise
say
Lake?
yeah, would you like to see cuts at the lake?
Why? It's on here, so I'm asking, George, what Paradise Lake?
You didn't hear Kevin say anything about the lake, right?
No, I didn't.
I didn't.
That's because the lake's not included in the cuts.
I didn't propose anything at the lake, but I was listing things for the board to consider.
Does the board agree we want no cuts at the lake?
I think that we should eliminate both employees at the lake and just leave it open to this lovely public to do the honor system and drop the money in the little box there.
Just for clarification, the lake does not sustain itself. The revenue that we generate at the lake does not cover the expenses that we do. It has greatly come up in the past 5 years. From where it was to the revenue that we get now has dramatically changed. We've also invested a dramatic amount of money to make it a nicer place. The park, the way that they keep it up there, having a full-time staff there now. We're running the lake full-time year-round, and we have 2 people there now. So, but the revenue that is generated at the lake does not pay for the expenses at the lake.
Except somebody told me we only have one lake patrolman, the other one's been moved to the field crews. Is that right?
On a very temporary basis.
It's just a temporary thing?
Yes.
And he'll go back to the lake?
Yes.
Well, once again, I think we should eliminate those 2
And
positions.
just so you're clear, we're short-staffed. We're trying to get ready for flushing, and we've got some paving to do. So I brought him down to work with the crews to help get through those 2 projects.
Okay, I don't have any problem with that as long as it's adequately staffed and we have safety, but it's been raining, so I don't, but it still takes 2 men just to clean out the restrooms around the lake and do things like that.
And of course, we agreed, and we had some facts involved with that even if we didn't allow any fishing at the place at all, we would still have to have a security person up there to watch the water.
Is that because we don't trust the public, Doug?
You're absolutely right. Has to be protected. Well, I don't think really.
This great public that is
I don't
so
think really.
sweet and will take care of everything for us. So I recommend that we cut both positions. We don't have to have it. Leave it on the honor system. We can arrange to take care of. As a matter of fact, George, I think that you should check with the Paradise Park and Recs Department and ask them if they would take over the operation of the lake for us. We get $45,000 a year in income from the lake, and we spend $200,000 on it. So,
Sepp, could we move to item number 2?
I think that, at this point, there's no designs on cutting any of the things that we offer at the lake.
Thanks, Seth.
It was on, all the things that PID does, they're all on the list. All the ones that can be cut, and unfortunately, the lake is one of those non-essential things that doesn't make the district run any better. It doesn't deliver water to us. The only thing it does is we'd pay for protection at the lake, and outside of that, any services, those would pretty much be cut that we could offer up there. So, but there's no designs on that right now, so we probably don't need to continue with this conversation. Is there anybody interested in voting on I'm number one, the cuts that are presented. I think we can come back with more cuts later on. I don't think we have to line up all our cuts just tonight. This is just to start. These things we know that we can eliminate and capture 344,000.
Well, let me ask a question, George. If you cut mapping, is there going to be any additional labor savings?
If they're,
If
sorry?
you cut mapping, would there be any additional labor savings?
Yes, that's one position.
And approximately how much would we save with that on top of the 340?
Approximately $75,000 on
And
an annual basis.
if we stopped putting all pipe in the ground except for obvious surface leaks, do you have an estimate of what that would cost, save us in labor?
It would depend on how deep you cut the crews. And so it's kind of subjective. If you did absolutely no pipe in the ground, the materials are a smaller cost to the labor. So it would vary. We'd have some exposures. The crew we have is capable of doing the projects we've got on the books with 2 that are on Pearson Road that the town of Paradise is getting ready to overlay. So if we don't get those done, we're likely exposed to leaks and brand new pavement. Generally don't like to do that. So under the current proposal, it's not going to be a ton of pipe replacement.
So essentially, we're not gaining a whole lot of money out of that aspect anyway.
Not a ton. I mean, it would just, like George said, we have to kind of look and see how deep those cuts are, because technically with the elimination of the temps and the 3 positions, it is really digging deep into that no pipe already.
Exactly.
So to go deeper into there, maybe 2, I'm just going to throw out 2 positions. I don't know.
Leak detection?
Two positions at 150,000. That would be 150,000 total additional.
Leak detection,
That's just like
21,000
25,000 or something.
25,000.
Was it?
Yeah, and then that's, we're already put that off. We're not even contemplating that until the fall and see what's going on before we even consider that.
Okay, so we don't really need to take that out as a cut.
You can state that it's out, but we've already kind of made a management decision that would be something that we were going to delay.
Exactly, yeah.
Mr. President, on these cuts under here, there's only 2 areas that I see that at this particular moment that are very valid, and that's the 3 vacant utility worker positions eliminated already, so we won't hire them, and then the 5 temporary labor positions eliminated for 2016. And I would assume if they're available and we had a real emergency or something, we could get them back on. I would imagine they want to.
If we eliminate them, they're going to be gone.
Yeah.
I understand
They will be gone for 2016. So we will have to pull from existing crews. So I'll entertain a motion for at least the presented cuts or the amended cuts or.
George, I'd like for you to consider cutting back the customer service office staff to 3 days a week.
In other words, the office would be
I'm
closed
here
more
to
than
take
just Friday.
I'm here to take marching orders from the direction of the full board. So when you guys make a motion and give me marching orders, I'll move forward with them.
What would that save us?
25% of what we're spending.
Was Director Hunt saying
That's a tough one.
the office
because
would only be
you're
open
talking-
3 days a week?
Yes.
You'd be down, you're talking savings of the salaries, just the salaries, not the benefits, because you're basically furloughing those people. So 50 to 60,000, just throwing out a number.
I was hoping you'd say it wasn't that much, and then I'd say it's not a good idea.
I still don't think that's a.
Mr. President,
that's a big enough chunk.
I think we're at a stagmire. What I'd like to see is I'd like to
Make a motion.
I'm waiting for a motion up
I'd
here.
like to move to C2.
We can't move to C2 until we finish C1, so. So if someone would like to make a motion.
Can I make a motion then?
Sure.
Sure, you're a director.
Okay.
Are you a director?
I would like to table these cuts on staff until there's, Hunt has referred to some other cuts and show if there's any savings in there, and looking for something in what I call middle management, and maybe there isn't anything there, but I'd like you to at least look on it and bring it back to the board at the next meeting, and it can be a special meeting because this is very important to our employees and employee morale and the service to the community.
Well, George has a meeting next week, so I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion.
I'll second that.
You made a motion.
I'll second that.
That was his motion, okay, well.
It's been seconded.
A motion to table, okay. So, discussion?
I think it's a bad move because of the union.
George?
One thing to consider is the Prop 218 process sets the ceiling. So if you wanted to proceed in the C section, when you got there, with the proposed rates that I have, we can continue to work on cuts with the board, with community input, however you wanted to do it. And then at the actual hearing, you can adopt a rate that is less than the cost of what you presented. Therefore, those cuts can be presented at that time.
Okay, so, roll call vote on, are we tabling item C1, 5C, Part 1? Public comment? Is there anybody from the public that would like to comment on this? And this is in relationship to item C1, correct?
Yep. We're talking about cuts to personnel?
Cuts to personnel, yes, sir.
Okay. If you're going to cut back from 5 days a week to 4 days a week.
The mic?
It's coming up. Just give him a second.
You're on now.
If you're going to cut back from 5 days a week to 4 days a week in the office gals, I think everybody should be cut back, say, a couple of days. And the percentage would be, what's that? 25%, 1 day out of 5, back to 4 days a week. Could everybody stand that? Upper management included?
Isn't it true?
Well, across the board, I'm sorry, across the board.
Isn't it true, Dustin, that top management have contracts, and tell us about that?
That's right. This is essentially, if you come up with a proposal or direction, it would likely be to myself to begin negotiations with your employees with contracts, which includes the general manager and CFO. Because there's a contract, you cannot unilaterally change it without potential legal consequences, so it would have to be a negotiation to modify the contract.
And also, this concerns this paper, the rates we have shown tonight, we just saw them. Now, I had to scoot to the front row, and you guys blew it up so we could see it, so we could get an idea of what's going on. This looks basically like what I got in attachment A from about 2 weeks ago, the same numbers. I'm just kind of curious. Yeah. And what I'd like to know is, how can we work in this? I mean, we all realize that everything goes up in cost, whether it's 0%, 1%, 2%, whatever it is. In bad years, it's 5% raise in cost of living and such. We're all probably willing to pay a little bit more to get the same service, and that's not a big starvation problem. But if we can go up in small increments, 1 or 2%, now that may not bring a lot of money into the PID, but you're looking at a population here that's probably, you folks said 48,000 as your average income. The fact is, Wikipedia states it's more like 24,000 because we don't go on the water hookups. That water hookups are to different kind of people. We're talking about the whole section of Paradise. About 24,000 is the average income. So we didn't get any raise this year, Social Security. I mean, I just got old enough to get it. So if we can get raises, some way to work with you guys, 2% per year or something like that. Under the score right here, we're going 31 to 33. That's what? Not much raise. You go 33 to 42, that's about a 9% raise in 1 year. That's a big chunk. I mean, stop and think about it. So maybe we could start with a couple smaller raises. And it's going to be a little slower, a little tougher, but we all need to pull in the belt a little bit, I think. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Talk about the motion.
Thomas Wall, I just want to understand this. You're talking people that live in apartments that some guy might own in San Francisco, getting a business rate, right? Okay, well, to me, if I'm paying $150 per unit, and a guy that owns a big apartment complex in San Francisco is only paying 50 cents per unit, that's where you need to fill in the gap. Because people can pay more rent. Their water's included in their rent, right? I own a house, man. They increase my insurance, or you increase my water, and I'm on a fixed income, I'm screwed. People that rent, that's what I didn't understand. People that rent really don't have a stake in this. People that rent can have the cost of the increase passed on to them. And they're not going to even notice it. They're really not.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, George. In what we can do under Prop 218, if we structure it so they get a break as a or we raise multifamily, won't that raise residential too, or will it?
Yeah, there was no difference in consumption in the proposed rates for multifamily too. It's this change in service charge is why they get a reduction.
Change in the service charge, so their consumption rate is exactly the same. So.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Lorene Eagleson. I have a question on the agenda here. You're dealing with point 1, presentation of your rates again. I thought we were coming back to a great part today to be able to talk about what rates we thought we wanted to pay. And again, we're back in that same situation. I would agree with the gentleman that was on the, that looks just like the plan that you were trying to slide under if the 218 had failed. So you're not really making any, you're not listening to what we're saying about some of the things that we actually want to say. I would like to hear Mr. Zaccilio come up and have his time to address the issue before we start talking about your issue. Listen to our issue. Let us have a committee and be able to sit down. We're just, the group has considerably shrunk. And we've spent a lot of time on issues that we didn't come here for. We came here for the rates that we wanted to discuss. So I would like to have that ad hoc committee come together, have some people come together and actually present you something. I'm tired of you presenting us something and then we have to battle it out. I think we're pretty reasonable people. But you've given us no cause to trust you with the information that you're giving us. From what we've heard all night so far, we've been, I feel, kind of set up, that, oh, we've got to have this. And trust us to come up with something. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any more public comment on item number 1? No, we're going to move on now.
We have to vote on it.
We're going to vote on, that's what I mean, we're going to move forward on voting on this. Sorry, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there any way that you can apply for grants that will help you pay for this project so that our rates perhaps will be lower, your costs will be lower?
Yeah, it's a long, ongoing process. I think that the vast majority of people in the public think that we haven't investigated any of these other possibilities of how to fund this. They just don't happen overnight. Kevin works on it constantly.
Yeah, we're constantly looking at all of the grant funding available out
We
there.
have a
And-
special girl that does nothing but look for grants for us that we pay every year. I've seen a lot of people say, gosh, how come it comes out of our pocket? Because with the time schedule, that's really where it has to start. And then if we get funding that comes back, well, then things will be better. But the state isn't real forthcoming with money, if you hadn't noticed. So.
Also, now that our reservoir is full, the water's spilling over and it's going to the Pacific Ocean. Is there some way that it can go to the California Aqueduct or something like that, where someone's actually paying us for it? That would bring in some revenues. You're smiling.
They don't even want us to keep the what.
That's called a water transfer, and that's a high, you want to talk about a divisive issue here in Northern California. Let's stop talking about rates and talk about water transfers.
You'll get Dustin going at that point.
Transfer sounds illegal. Is that what you're saying? No?
No, it's not illegal. It's just a hot topic.
Nobody wants to do it.
Well, okay, getting back to the rates, I was thinking that in order to, people at the last meeting were saying that we need, we don't want to be punished for conserving. I understand, though, that you're not getting your revenues. I do understand that. But that people who save water, conserve water, perhaps could benefit from that as well. You could still have the 5 tiers. It's just that we don't have to choose. Sort of like PG&E or the way you are right now. If you go over 4 units, then the next 4 units, it's tier 2 and it's a higher price. And then 4 more units from 8 to 12 is a little bit higher price. And that way the people who conserve water that would be an incentive to continue to conserve
Ma'am, I
water.
totally understand what you're saying, but under Prop 218, Dustin can explain it to you as he did last week. I don't think we can offer a multi-tiered rate. It's just not allowed. So, Dustin, if you want to clarify.
The way you described it, it's fluid. So if I went on vacation, and my household used 1 unit,
right.
and I came, my tier would go way down. Then the next month I'm back and I've got 3 kids, so we're using water like crazy, and I'm up to 20 units. It would just jump up to the higher tier.
For that month. That's
right.
what we're doing.
Okay,
That's what we're doing right now.
That doesn't work for us.
PG&E does it?
Right, but remember, private entity, not subject to Proposition 218.
Okay.
This was going to be part of my attorney report. I can speak to it now. I've spoken about it in the past to the board. There is an effort, and I'm part of the attorney group working on it, to reform Proposition 218. It would actually be an alternative process. It's hopefully going to end up on the November ballot for us all to vote on. If that comes to pass, its current language would allow for that type of rate structure. And it would also allow for more flexibility with a lifeline rate or, a low-income type rate.
Okay.
So, there's a lot of ifs in whether that'll actually happen. First you got to get it on the ballot, and then 2, you got to have a successful vote of the public. So there's no guarantees in this, but as it's currently being crafted, and there's large statewide associations, the governor's administration supports it, so progress is being made, and we're hopeful that it'll happen. But for the time being, we've got Proposition 218, and I can't emphasize enough how significantly it constrains your ability to impose rates. We wouldn't want to have a rate structure that then is subject to legal challenge, and the district has just a crazy amount of attorney's fees defending a rate plan, and then potentially has to refund rates because we didn't comply with 218. So we've got to follow the law as it exists today.
I didn't realize that was one of the constraints from 218. Another thing, we voted in California and it passed, that monies would be used for reservoirs, and nothing's being built, and it's raining, and we're not filling those reservoirs. And I don't know if the town of Paradise, if the people in Paradise and the board, and we could gather with other water districts, other communities, and start putting pressure on the state to do what they said they were going to do. So we're losing water that we could be preserving. So that's another. Thank you.
Once again, the state's not very forthcoming with the money they promise always. So.
Well, yes, but if we start speaking up, didn't it make you feel uncomfortable with those 700 people here last week and a half ago? Well, if the state had all these people making those.
I don't think it bothers them as much, quite honestly.
Yeah.
No. There are things, proposals out, so.
Okay,
We have an excellent legal counsel. We have an excellent, the people that search for grants. Kevin's constantly looking for different ways, revolving funds, different things that are available from the state. We have people that do this all the time, and they do it 5 days a week. They're working for you, looking for that money, trying to find there's a project. Somehow we can get a chunk of that change. It's a long, arduous process. It doesn't happen overnight. Even though we just voted on it last year to get those monies, it'll be 5 years before you see anything happen, I would imagine, at the very least, if then. So,
all right, thank you very much.
thank you, ma'am. Okay, at this time, we're going to vote on the motion that was presented. Can we read that back? Do you have it, Georgianne? Table that.
Motion to table.
Motion one, yeah, motion to table one, okay. Roll call vote.
Just a moment, please.
No worries.
Director Kellogg?
Yes.
Director Flesher?
Yes.
President Corolla?
No.
Director Duncan?
No.
Director Hunt?
No.
Okay, motion fails, 3, 2, 2.
Have we made any motions in regard to giving direction to staff about where to cut? Do we have anything? Okay, I'm going to try and make a motion. I'm not.
Okay, it's right in here, yeah. Good.
Aside from what you have already listed in there as are on your targets, I would like for you to keep those. I would like for you to explore the opportunities and deal with whatever unions you have to consider cut the mapping position completely, to cut pipe replacement 100% except for obvious surface leaks with whatever savings that would save you, to eliminate leak detection. I think you already had it on your agenda. That's all I can think of right now. So that's my motion. But we need to start negotiating and get some movement to actually save those
Did we have the 3 vacant utility
He
works,
said these
all those?
The others plus.
I'll second that then. We need to make some decisions that start affecting dollars right now. We can't table it for a different time. Any more discussion? Director Kellogg, Director Flesher, we're going to speed this thing up here, so.
Start asking for public comments then.
Are we ready for public comment? I guess, sounds like you want to give some. No, item 1 was before item 2. That's the way it happens in every numerical system in the world. 1 comes before 2. So we're on 1 still. We're still on one. We haven't switched anything around.
Either get legal comments and have them come up here, or cut them off.
There's been a request.
Just call the vote.
Just call the vote.
What's the motion, please, so that we know it? All the things that were items 1, 2, 3, and 4, plus mapping, plus
Pipe replacement.
Pipe replacement, 100%.
Leak detection.
And,
And
yeah,
leak detection.
eliminate leak detection.
Okay.
All pipe replacement or some? He's
All
gonna
pipe
look in-
replacement except for
Except
emergency.
surface
Obviously,
leaks.
Yeah.
Except for emergency. Roll call vote. Sure, a little late, but sure, come on up.
Pipe replacement. Is that considering, you have a lot of water lines in this town that are 6-inch to 4-inch. Now, excuse me, my name is Joe Tapia. Am I to understand that the pipe replacement is going to stop any of the 4-inch line being replaced? Because I had to put sprinklers in my house because the volume at the fire hydrants aren't putting out. And we've had fires through here before, and we're just wondering, you got to consider that when you cut all the pipe replacement stuff out, that means a lot of these fire hydrants aren't putting out the right volume of water.
Well, that's exactly what it means. If it's not leaking, we're not replacing it.
So in other
That's-
words-
That's my motion anyhow.
So in other words, when we have a fire, the fire department doesn't have enough volume to put out your fire.
It's
in the area.
exactly the same way it is today and yesterday and last month and a year ago.
Unfortunately, Joe, there's no guarantee that your pipe would be replaced unless it has a major problem in it anyway.
Well, I was told, I was told 3 years ago when I built my home, if I got my house done by a certain amount of time, I didn't have to put fire extinguishers in the house.
Fire sprinklers.
Fire
yes.
sprinklers in the house. And so I got my plans in as soon as I could, and I still ended up having to put fire sprinklers in the house because the volume at the fire hydrant was only putting out half of what it should have. And the people got to realize this pipe replacement may save their house too in a fire.
But we might not be replacing those lines anyway. I mean, that's the
Bottom line.
cold truth to it, is that we might not have been replacing that pipeline unless it had a problem, or we can get a grant to replace that
Well, there's a lot of
section of pipe.
pipeline where I was told by the water company it goes from 6-inch to 4-inch for 200 or 300 feet, then it goes back to 6-inch.
I think we've got like 60 miles of steel, something like that. Yeah, we got a whole load of pipe that needs to be replaced. It's,
Okay.
yeah. Thank you, sir. Okay, let's go ahead and roll call vote.
Director Kellogg?
No.
Director Flesher?
No.
Director Duncan?
Yes.
Director Hunt?
Yes.
President Corolla?
Yes. It's going to pass by a vote to 3-2 for the cuts, and I guess we don't have a dollar amount that's equivalent to it right now.
No.
We know at least
He's looking
$344,000.
into it.
Directors Kellogg and Flesher were the noes. Okay, now we're going to move on to item number 2. And for clarification, Dustin, the Ad Hoc Committee, we cannot form an Ad Hoc Committee, or can we form an Ad Hoc Committee that includes public members in it? It has to be a standing committee?
That's correct. It's just a terminology issue. It's, if you choose to do this, it's technically, legally not an ad hoc committee. The Brown Act requires that any committee comprised of board members and members of the public is considered a standing committee. The legal effect of that is that it becomes an open public meeting. There's an agenda posting requirement. So just that doesn't prevent you from moving forward if you so desire, but it's technically a standing committee with all the Brown Act components that go with that.
Okay, so essentially, Mike, I don't know if you want to get up here and talk to it, but we can't have an ad hoc committee that consists of 2 PID board members and then members of the public. Without that. My thought is rather to make a motion to have George conduct public workshops to get ratepayer input. Then we can get a larger group of citizens. And I know a lot of you waited to see, so we could talk about this tonight. Like I said, unfortunately, the thing from our NPDES permit went a lot longer than I expected. But if we just design some public workshops, if we can actually adopt a rate schedule maybe tonight, keep us on track with certain things, then as long as we don't, and correct me if I'm wrong, as long as we don't exceed the ceiling that we have set, which might be this rate structure that we're looking at right here, then if the public comes up with a better plan, as long as it's below these numbers here, we're good.
Yeah, you got to be careful though. You need to determine that for all customer classes it's lower. So if the rate is lower for 9 out of 10 customer classes but higher for that 10th, then we'd have to redo the process.
But if it was the same, it was lower for 9 and the same for the 10th, then it's okay.
Correct.
Right. As long as nothing goes higher.
Okay, so we can...
Quick question then. All of these must be lower, right? All these that we have here.
Well, let's just use a round number. Let's say the monthly rate is going to be $30. You guys decide to lower that to $25. There's no Proposition 218 issue. You can, as long as there's not a majority protest, you can go lower than the ceiling, under my example, $30. If you change that example and you say, well, we're going to have it be $30 for 9 out of 10 customer classes, but then $31 for the 10th customer class, that doesn't work. You have to restart the process. So that's what I mean by for everybody, every customer class, it has to be lower.
We could keep, okay, so we can't keep the 10th, I thought you said or equal, so we can't keep.
You could keep it the same, you just can't make it higher.
So the 10th class could be 30 and
right.
The other 9 could be 25?
25.
But
if the math worked.
We're kind of discussing this in the abstract. If the workshops resulted in a different rate structure that everybody loved, we would just need to look at that and then do that assessment of whether it is universally lower for all customer classes, equal or lower for all customer classes.
So the two ladies that were out here wanted to talk about, they wanted to get to this point where we could talk about rates. I think they have left. I'm not sure. They just moved higher up in the, where I can't see them. But creating an ad hoc committee. So I think what I really want to do is instruct George to have rate workshops to get public input. And then I would like to see, when we get to item number 3, I'll tell you what I'd like to see there. But Mike, did you want to, I know, kind of cut you off at the knees there because we can't have an ad hoc committee, but.
Basically, some type of advisory committee. I understand maybe not ad hoc is the proper term, but I think what, beyond the polarization here, which obviously the public can't solve right now, is just a lack of PR. I think a lot of members that who's left out here and who were here before are just confused as to what some of these rates are, who's elected, who gets paid, all these other facts. So I was thinking if you had a workshop that maybe involved a couple board members, George, I really liked the presentation that was made that kind of showed, here's where the money went and some of these other things. I think it would be a lot easier to get a rate increase that would be more acceptable. Without speaking for everyone here, I don't think we're not just opposed to any rate increase and saying, no, you can't do anything. I think it's just the feeling that, where there was opportunity to give the information, an opportunity for a nice PR stance, it wasn't there. And so I'm thinking if we had this, we had some community involvement, I don't think you'd have another protest vote. And I understand the district's in tight times and you guys are up against the wire, and this was just more of a solution to say, okay, what would the public be comfortable with that would also make financial sense to keep the board running in the right direction? So whether you call it a workshop, whether you call it ad hoc advisory, but just something that had stakeholders that were from the public, stakeholders that are from the board, maybe some stakeholders of staff, and collectively come to a decision. And that's what I was trying to accomplish with the agenda item.
Okay, so the proposal that I just set forth here a couple seconds ago, does that kind of work for you?
Workshop?
Having the workshops that Sure. If we're going to set a ceiling, if we can set a ceiling tonight and then get that going in the Prop 218 process, because the clock is still ticking, it hasn't stopped after last week, then we need to, then we can have these workshops during that 45-day period, and then we can see if we can come to a better solution. As long as we don't exceed what you see up here, we're okay. Okay?
Yeah, I'm questioning and doubt in mind here, the conversation that we've had here for what has been voted and accepted so far by the board is that there would be a slight cut in payroll along the line at different levels. That's fine and dandy. When I was here at the last meeting in this facility, we voted 5,800 votes against Proposition 218. You said it yourself that it's a done thing, it's over with, it's gone. What is the difference in that right there?
This will be what we release, and if
That's
we decide.
218 right there, you're saying
No,
right
if-
there again.
if we just-
Another process, right?
If we decide
We'll
to
have to
start
do it
another
over and
process.
over and over.
But didn't we shoot it all down completely on the last vote?
Shot down the rate.
You shot down the rate.
You shot down the rates we proposed.
There it is, it's still up there.
B was never
B was
something you
never
could,
brought
it
up.
was not one you could shoot down. It was something that we offered you, but it wasn't one you could shoot down.
Okay, but are we going to be notified within the 45 days of what your plan is?
Absolutely.
Because last time, there was a lot of people that got up here, there was a lot of repeat statements and stuff made, but there was a lot of people that got nothing.
Nobody received the notice, I know. We sent out 11,000, nobody got it. Yeah.
You
It
call it
won't-
what
it
you
won't-
want.
It won't happen this time. Guaranteed. You will know about it.
In other words, Mr. President, the one that George handed out here has the ballot on it.
Yes.
Yes, it has
So
the
going to be-
protest form.
That's going to be the protest form.
It's going to have the rates
and
on it.
mailed. I have one in here from the mosquito abatement district. It's quite well done.
Well, we're going to use ours because that's.
Yeah, I understand that, but
that's-
the mosquito abatement district didn't have anybody hoot and holler about it like we did, and they're still hooting and hollering about it.
Okay, so, we kind of covered, oh, sorry, sir.
Are we into public comments?
I didn't know we were in
Talking about
public.
ad hoc.
Yeah,
If he's talking about the ad
I'll
hoc.
give him a second to talk about, if you're talking about number 2.
We already voted it down.
Yeah, I've already made my decision on number 2, so I
What are
don't.
we moving on to, number 3?
Number 3, so we won't be doing that just yet.
Okay.
Okay, so, my suggestion for number 3, and maybe you all are kind of along the same lines, is that we adopt this rate structure up here to propose for Prop 218 release, have the workshops where George can go over and staff, and maybe we'll get a couple of the board members. If I have to appoint,
See, this is what it'll look like.
if I have to appoint board members, then
So it's got a protest form on it. It's got a protest form on it, it's got all the rates, one sheet, delivered to everybody, identical to everybody.
I have a question.
Yep.
When you meet with these workshops, which I think is a very good idea, even though, and if we vote this in tonight, so it gets on the 45-day thing, this can be changed, right?
as long as we don't exceed that.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we do it within the guidelines of 218.
As long as we don't exceed these numbers,
Yeah. In other words, everything would have to be lower than these numbers.
Yes.
Because you're right at the top of 218.
Or equal.
Or equal,
Or
yeah.
equal, yes.
So they can be changed.
And so you know,
Any-
what I envision in these workshops, and I'll have hopefully lots of them, I'll be answering questions, we'll get ideas from the public, I'll get them written down, and we'll get them presented to the board.
Yeah, well, you know, one of the things that I think might be good if we figure out that we cannot have more than 2 board members there. I attended one because I wanted to see what was going on, and I think if we had 2 board members at most of those, no more than 2 board members at most of those workshops, it would be good. Because I'll tell you right up front, they're sitting right out there. They don't trust us, gentlemen. You might as well say it is, because that's why we're here at midnight, and these people have been.
Keep in mind, I can have some public workshops, get some input, get some feedback, get their ideas going. At some point in this 45-day process, we can have a workshop at a special meeting with the full board. So You guys get to get involved.
That's what
We
we'd,
can work
that-
the way
that's what
through
we'd
this.
want. And you know, you basically at the last one, which is good, George, you did a good workshop. So I'm not taking that off. But you just told them, you know, what's happening.
Well, I answer questions.
And on this one here, I would hope that you would try to solicit some information out of them.
Yes, that's my marching orders. I got it.
That's what this one's going to be set up for.
That's what this was going to be set up for, because the last one wasn't, and it was a good one, don't misunderstand me. Because they don't trust us, we might as well say it like it is. If they want some more cuts,
Well, I would ask that until the board is called to one of the public meetings, I would ask that board members do not attend. I think that it's better for the public to attend with Kevin and George. They come up with their plan, no input from us.
well, there was
really at
only,
that point.
there was only two
And then-
workshops, so I attended.
Well,
No,
One of them.
I'm going to have multiple.
yeah, I'm thinking
We'll have-
3 to 4 and a 45
I'm
minute.
gonna
I just
have
attended
however
one of
many
them.
it takes.
Yeah. So that we can get it, but I would actually ask board members probably not to.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
I would like to move we adopt a revised rate structure as follows. The rate is provided by staff, that's on the board there, increased to generate an additional $300,000 to be used to pay for a wetlands engineered feasibility project to include the potential total cost and timeline of the project to a complete build-out. Mr. President, it appears to me that the public wants to spend $3 million without even looking into it any further. Surely they would be willing to fund an additional $300,000 now. And we put this to bed once and for all, get an engineering firm that's qualified and acceptable, and see what it costs and whether it works.
Where do I want to put it?
Do we have a second? I'll second that.
It'll go to a straight dollar amount.
Okay, so a straight dollar
So it'll
amount,
just
is
be a
that?
straight dollar, that's what I wanted to know, how you do it.
He gets to figure it out.
trying to determine how
They got
that
the manipulating machine
Oh,
over there.
Be like putting debt service, just add another column.
So,
Yeah.
I could put it right here.
Yeah, might be nice to have a separate line item so the customers can see what we're paying for that.
Well,
Not going to be much per person.
this shows the change.
How much did you say, 30?
So
30,000?
it went-
300,000.
So it changed this
Only changes.
right here.
We want a real engineer.
Right. This
Service
this
charge
is
went up
not-
$2.47, $2.40.
How has this rate plan changed against the second rate plan that came up 10 days ago or whenever it was?
Not very much.
That's because our costs haven't changed.
Oh.
Did that go
It's not going to cost $300,000 for
Just up to whatever we spend.
Director Hunt is just
yes, but he
basically
wants
gotten
it
an
with,
allotted amount
with
of
the rate
300,000.
plan too, together.
Sorry, one more time, Bill.
Does he want the 300,000? I'll vote for it if it's a separate item, but I cannot vote for this rate plan. It does not have the public support it needs.
Well, okay, remember, we're going to have workshops.
I know what
to
you're going to
change
do.
the rate
but
plan.
It's just like you.
We have to start the process somewhere, Bill. We can't have 45 days of workshops and then start the process again. We actually have availability to have a public hearing here on April
7th.
Thank you. April 7th. I thought that was the date.
Well,
but didn't want
I
to spit
figure
it out.
the three of you will vote for it, but I
That would be
can't.
45 days.
I appreciate Ken putting up the 300,000, but if you make
And a
it a
little bit
separate
plus.
issue, I'll vote for it, but not with the rate plans.
Well, did you
How
see?
are we gonna collect it?
Yeah,
How are you gonna, if you're not gonna put it in the rate plan, how are
Spend
you
it out
gonna
of
collect it?
reserves.
you want to, where do we pulling 300,000 from?
Yeah, that's a good question. I usually ask that. Where are we getting money for something and you
Well,
go
we're
ahead and
Well,
putting
vote?
now it's to fund your project.
Now we're
This is
funding
to fund your project, so where do we
No,
get it from?
No, it isn't to fund the project.
This is your, if we're going to look into it, yes, we're probably going to call it Bill's project.
If you're proud about it, support it. Let it come in. Might validate that, Bill.
It's way too much money. With the calculations
Well-
I did, it was a fraction of what you're asking me to vote for. No,
Yeah.
I'm not going to vote for it.
Okay, so we can't get support to fund your project so that we can investigate it.
We are.
Okay, so we're going,
We are.
we're going to hold multiple workshops. We're not going to have them tonight, unfortunately. But if we can choose to adopt this rate structure, then we can start the Prop 218 process. If we start the Prop 218 process, during that process, we can hold workshops, and as long as we don't exceed what has been presented here, if the public can come up with a plan, with a structure that works for them and that pays the bills, well, then we will use that structure when it comes time to have the public hearing. But we have to start somewhere. If we don't start with a plan, we can't start the Prop 218 process. And then the clock stops ticking, and then the fines start coming in, and so we need to keep the ball rolling. This is a way to keep the ball rolling, hopefully satisfying the water control.
What are you going to do when the public votes this down?
If the public is designing the system, I don't get what I don't get. Michael, maybe you'd like to come back up here. Am I off base if we let the public design the system, but we have to start with something to give them? Unfortunately, the public doesn't have enough information about the financials of the district to start. Yeah, I invited him up here, sir. Yes, thank you.
The only comment I'd like to make is, I'm trying to find out what would be the negative in having a couple board members on there. I mean, as long as we don't have more than the majority, they could give some input. My idea was to have this more of a collective, not just George answering questions of the public, but having George and having a couple.
It probably doesn't matter which board members I pick. I'm not going to make somebody happy, or if we as a collective group pick somebody.
I know, but I think you may quash a lot of the concerns and the problems if it felt like it was more collective effort. I mean, I really think you guys are struggling with the PR issue, and I think this would really help fix that.
If I may, by not including board members, we don't have to go through a formal agenda process. We don't have to make sure they're all available. We can have them more often and at different times. And I'm committing to get all the ideas from you, and it will get presented back to the board, probably in a special meeting, not at the last minute, not at the Prop 218 hearing, but before that.
Would there be anything that precludes board members from attending? If it's not a formally approved upon advisory committee, but so long as there's no more than 2 there?
As long as there's no more than 2 there. So if they committed to, if a third one shows up, they leave, then there's nothing wrong with it, correct?
You're sure about that, George, even in regard to having multiple meetings? That if 2 directors 1 and 2 showed up for the first meeting, directors 3 and 4 showed up for the second, directors 1 and 5 showed up for the third, directors 2 and 4 showed up for the fourth?
But only if you're presenting the same information at the same.
You think the information will not be the exact same coming from the public?
I don't know.
It will be.
I haven't been to one of these workshops personally, but you know, your manager later on the agenda has an item to consider disbanding committees, and the reason, his rationale is because there's a level of distrust. So the 2 that are picked to attend the workshops, there's the 3 that are left out don't trust the 2. So I think you're kind of if you adhere to what your manager's recommending, why don't you just commit not to attend the workshop? We'll schedule as many special meetings as you want where the full board can come together. We could even do a full board workshop if you want. We'll just agendize it. But if you really want to have kind of this, what Michael's suggesting, which is more of kind of a brainstorming session, get into the nitty-gritty, let's understand 218, let's understand the rates, I think that's best done between staff and the public. Without board.
Without board.
And
Without
then if there's bright ideas that come out of that, hopefully, then that could be presented to the board at a special meeting. There is a
We have a
and
motion
second.
on the floor.
We have a motion on the floor, yes.
We have a motion
Motion.
on the floor.
Yeah, it's $2.20 added to the service.
Motion.
2016.
Thank you.
The motion was to adopt the revised rate structure as presented with an additional dollar amount to be used to fund a $300,000 wetlands feasibility study.
And so you all know that's $2.20 per equivalent meter per month. For the first year.
Now, just for public information, that doesn't mean that takes effect today. It means if the rate structure was adopted, so the dollar amount could change. In part of changing this, could the
workshop
300,000...
could drop it out, yeah.
The workshop could say, well, we don't want to spend 300,000, we only want to spend 150,000.
Correct.
Then that dollar amount would be changed.
Yep.
Right.
So by Director Hunt giving us a $300,000 cap,
Can't go
that at
more.
least keeps that as high as it possibly could be. I can't imagine a study going higher than that.
Hope not.
If the project is only $3 million, 10% of it should only be for an initial study. So, does that make more sense, Bill, what Ken's asking for?
What's that?
Well, okay.
Not listening very well. What's he talking about now?
Well, in making a motion to include 300,000 for a study, when they get to the public participation and the workshops, they can change that dollar amount down to 150,000. If we don't put at least a top amount on it right now, then we will not be able to, let's say they do decide to do 300,000.
If you tie it to the rate increase here, I cannot vote for it, regardless of what you do.
But
Let's take the vote.
If you put it as a separate item, I can vote for it, but not at,
Not being funded.
Doug,
not
Doug,
for
do you have any
this.
questions on what we're asking for here?
No, we would have several workshops. You keep saying the 45 days would be up on April 7th.
Well, April 7th is the available date for the Paradise Performing Arts Center. Otherwise, all of April is cooked, as far as they're concerned, unless we want to do it on a Saturday.
And it's a crunch to get
It
it
is
mailed
a-
out Monday, which gives us our 45
Exactly.
days
What would
to
45
April
days
7th.
be up?
Monday.
It has to go out Monday.
Yes,
to be the
we have to
April
start
7th.
and make the 45 days.
I think that's kind of a complicated. I think that's kind of a complicated motion, so I don't think I can favor, but you got three.
Well, the only difference is, in the motion, is adopting this structure so that they have something to work with at the committees, and giving $300,000 to fund bills.
You got a lady that needs to talk. You need to recognize her.
I'll get to Sue here in just a second. So I don't see what's complicated about giving the public something that they can start with, because Kevin does have to come up and George have to come up with the essential numbers to start with.
Why don't we start with the current rates at this time and see what the public has to say?
We do remember that we have a expensive project, whether it be a wetlands or whatever, that has to be completed. So they've taken into calculations. That's what these people get paid for, is to take into consideration all the different aspects of what has to happen in the district. I know it's not, the lake's here, there's my faucet's here, and I just turn it on and water comes out. There's a whole lot of stuff that goes on between that. So we have to make sure that we are covering all those bases. They've given you a basic structure that you can follow, and from there, more than welcome to go to the workshop and present your ideas. That's why I'd prefer that the directors don't go, and it sounds like legal counsel would prefer that they don't go, is then you can present your ideas and say, well, gosh, can we take it off here, or can we get it back there? That'll be your opportunity. But we have to present something to send to Prop 218, or this deadline just keeps rolling indefinitely.
Well, I might. I think that I'll be very truthful. I think that 300,000 that was added onto this is kind of a vindictive type of a way to do it. Now, when I got my budget mean, I got my packet, I looked at this, and the $31, the 33, and the other costs in here, I thought it would be a good start to work on. So
It is.
I agree with that. But I'd like to see the $300,000 taken out of it, and we just vote on this, because we do need to get the 45 days started, and then the public can tear this thing all apart with George and Kevin at that special workshops, and they'll have the workshops that I would imagine basically any time that people can make it.
Even with the 300,000 in there, the public can still tear it apart. They can throw it completely out. There's nothing that locks in that 300,000. But if we don't do something in our Prop 218 proposal that gives Bill or the Wetlands project some type of funding, there will be no, and correct me if I'm wrong, we cannot add it back in after we start. So if we don't go for some money, even though you like all the rest of it, if we don't put in some money there, and then you can tear the shred out of it and make it $25,000 if that's what you want to do at the end, if we don't put something in there right now, not committed to anything, then there will be no funding for it at all.
I understand it, you're selling me on it because of the fact, of the way you're putting it. Is
That's the
Dr.
way.
Richard Zubwalt here? Is he still here? No, he wouldn't.
I think Dr. Zoom.
He is
Yeah,
here.
there he is.
Have you, well, you've seen it up here on the wall, Richard, right? Now, you could come to a public workshop, and with the knowledge that you've gained through all of your research, you could really contribute to this, right? Yeah, very similar. In fact, I was hoping to have him as a present. Okay, good. Do you think that's a good idea that we're clicking around here? Is it a good idea or just sign fine?
Said fine.
Fine.
Fine, okay, good. That's good enough.
I'd like just a show of hands, how many people would like to see funding for the wetlands? Would you, well, if we don't put some kind of figure in there, then the public committee can do whatever they want with
Can't
it.
add it later.
You can't add it in later.
Can't.
You cannot add it in later. So if we don't put a dollar amount on it now, then we will not be able to change it later on. If we go to Prop 218 on Monday, we can't add it back in. So would you rather there be a dollar amount in there like Ken is proposing? I don't think it's really vindictive.
$2.20 a meter.
$2.20 a meter if you use the whole 300,000.
For 1 year.
For 1 year, if you use the whole 300,000. If we don't put some money in there, then there'll be no money for the study on the wetlands. Would by show of hands, how many of you want a study on the wetlands?
Seth?
So then, it looks like the vast majority of the people that are still left here would like to see that happen.
I'm glad you're calling for a raise of hands.
It would be 1 year.
1 year.
And then it would automatically drop off because it has used itself.
And that would only be if you spent the whole 300,000. So if the public decides to allot $150,000 for a study, which I think is probably more than enough to produce a study, then that's B. If it's 100,000, just the number keeps dropping. So okay, so
They're asking for the question.
okay, roll call vote.
Depending, no, it won't happen.
And the motion, please.
The motion was to adopt a revised rate structure.
Guys, you with me?
meaning The rate as proposed by staff increased to generate up to an additional $300,000 to be used to pay for a wetlands engineered feasibility project, to include the potential total cost and timeline of the project to a complete build-out. And that would be $2.20 per meter per month for equivalent meter for a period of 1 year.
Thank you, Georgiana.
You're welcome.
Roll call vote, please.
Director Kellogg?
No.
Director Fletcher?
I'm not sure of this, so I'm going to vote no.
Director Duncan?
Yes.
Director Hunt?
Yes.
President Corolla?
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. President, we also need to give us direction to send out the Prop 218.
Direction or your motion?
A motion and to set the public hearing date. It's got a ballot.
Got a ballot on it? I move we send out the ballots Monday and set the public hearing for April the 7th at 6:30 here. You can say whatever.
Actually, I think what is
That's what's proposed by staff.
Yep.
6:30
Yeah.
time frame? Okay.
You would like to start at noon?
I was going to suggest maybe we start a little bit earlier. That's a Thursday,
I would
correct?
suggest it be 5 o'clock or later.
Is that, what day of the week is that?
Thursday.
It is a Thursday?
Yeah.
George, you're planning, are you planning the workshops different
Between
days
now
of the
and then.
week and bunches of them? Okay, good. Because the word's out that there won't be a thing changed on this. And so.
There won't be a thing changed on what?
The rates. These rates.
The word's out that there won't be a thing changed.
The workshop might lower them.
Well, the workshops are there to
They've already mentioned
change.
here, the people are kind of sort of the same thing they looked at and they voted down is what they thought. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I'll be attending, Mr. President, even though you might disagree with it. I'm going to attend a few of those workshops just to meet with my constituents.
Okay.
Okay,
Can't
can
stop
I
you.
move? I'll amend
If
my
there's
motion.
3 people there, I'll leave.
I'll amend my motion to be at 5 PM on the
Thank you.
same date.
I'll second.
That's on the 7th?
April the
7th.
7th at 5 PM.
I have a question, just for clarification. Legal may help me with this. You'll probably shoot me down. Can we put a finite time that the meeting will end? For example, could we say we'll give it 5 hours and close down at 10 p.m.?
No, you've asked that before.
I thought you might change your mind.
Yeah, it's not quite that early in the morning yet. No, remember the difference here. Proposition 218 is a constitutional process. It requires a public hearing. A meeting like tonight, it's a Brown Act meeting. You can set reasonable limits on not only individual speakers but total speaker time. So that's the difference.
Reasonable limit.
Thank you.
Michael?
Is it possible these meetings could be put on the electronic board in front of PRPD?
The workshop.
We're going to advertise the snot out of it. There's not one person in this town that's going to be able to say they didn't know.
And I'm going to have it as soon as I can get availability at the senior center. We'll get it started.
Perfect.
Okay. The rest of the items on our agenda, I am. No, do we have to vote on that? I'm sorry, on the date. On the date, yes.
The amended and then the motion.
Okay, so let's vote on the amendment for the date, or the time, excuse me.
It's getting late.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. All in favor of the time at,
A lot of people are working at 5 o'clock still.
You can.
I'm sorry, this might be one of those
We'll be
times,
here
in order to
at
have enough time during the course of the evening, we saw what time people might have to readjust their schedules. I know I will be readjusting mine.
Also, too,
So,
the meeting will
so-
not end at 5.
It's not going to end at
It's going
5.
to go to probably midnight, so.
And then it's going to be
You
repeated
don't have to
over
be.
and over again as new people come in.
That's the way the
to get
public
off
does it.
fire.
Repeat over and over.
There'll be, I'm sure, plenty of time for everybody to get up that has something that they want to say that night. But we will start at 5, I think, if we vote on it.
If we vote on it.
Yep, so, all in favor of starting the meeting at 5, say aye.
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 No.
All opposed?
No.
Okay, passes 4-1.
I have a question.
Yes, Marcia?
I want to verify, you're going to, on the sign, promote the snot out of the workshops.
you're
I
right.
would like to hear you say you are going to put on the board the April 7th meeting. I would like to hear you say that.
As soon as we vote on it, we will.
Because it was not put on today, and we asked. So I want to make sure that the people know that the April 7th meeting will be put on the board at 5 o'clock. Do I have your word on that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for the kind words.
Excuse me, Mr. President. We
haven't decided on the vote yet, but
we voted on the amendment, right?
we voted on the amendment. Now we're going to vote on.
It passed 4-1.
I would like to make another amendment
Okay.
that we do not advertise on the Park and Recs and the PID electronic sign at all.
Okay, that motion's going to die for lack of second. I have a distinct feeling. Okay, let's vote on the original motion, which was to
Amended, as amended.
Set
As
the public
amended.
hearing for April 7th, 5 o'clock here, and mail out the Prop 218 notices
Okay,
Monday.
by Monday, end of day Monday.
by Monday. Okay, thank you. Roll call vote.
What are we voting on?
This is to
Public hearing,
the public hearing.
5 o'clock on April the 7th.
5 o'clock.
And to send out
Just
the
as
Prop
amended. We
218
voted on the
notices.
time, now we're voting on the date.
We're voting on the motion. As amended. As amended.
As amended, thank you.
Director Kellogg?
No.
Director Flesher?
Yes.
Director Duncan?
Yes.
Director Hunt?
No.
President Corolla?
Yes. Passes by a vote of 3-2. Directors Kellogg and Hunt were the noes.
It up again.
And you just saw history made twice in one night. Okay. Now, items 5D through the end of the agenda. Item 13, item 12. I am going to table.
Really?
Till a future meeting, yes. This at 1 o'clock at night, this meeting's done. I thank you all for coming out.
Can I clarify?
Sure.
We are adjourning this meeting, and these will be addressed at a future agendized meeting. We're not
Correct.
adjourning to a future specific time tonight. Is that
No.
correct? Okay.
No. We might set a special meeting. I guess we could do that, or we could just have it at a regular meeting.
You could, or we could just carry it forward to the next regular. Since we're talking about, there are some closed session items that we deliberately left off, pending litigation items that may need your attention before the next regular meeting.
Okay, we
I'll
might have,
confirm that with staff, but if that's the case, then we may need a special meeting.
okay, and then we could address these things and
If
the
that's the
closed
case,
session.
we can
We
put
can
the
kill two
tabled
birds with
items
one
on
stone.
the special meeting.
Okay, thank you so much. This meeting's adjourned.